Good morning. Welcome everyone to the third hearing of Portfolio Committee number 5, Justice and Communities, for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Sue Higginson. Today I'm the acting chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Washington and accompanying officials to this hearing today. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of families and communities and disability inclusion. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence today. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage the committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I also remind Mr Tidball, Ms Campbell and Ms Check that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. Ms Beattie and Ms Mackenzie, you will need to be sworn. Could you both please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation, starting with you, Ms Beattie.
Good morning. My name is Claire Beattie. I'm the Acting Deputy Secretary for Transforming Aboriginal Outcomes in the Department of Communities and Justice. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Good morning, Catherine Mackenzie. I'm the Director of Operations at the New South Wales Ageing and Disability Commission. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm, with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and the crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes is allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15. So we will now begin with questions from the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and welcome everyone. Minister, you released the DCJ quarterly statistical report in late January this year. Your office would have received it months ago, and you told the committee that you would release the results in December. Why the delay?
Ms McCurran-Jones, good morning, and good morning to all the committee members as well, and good morning to the officials and Catherine for coming today. I'm pleased that we're going to be focusing on vulnerable children and vulnerable community members across the state today, and pleased to have everyone's interest. In response to your question, Ms McCurran-Jones, there was some data that we needed to ensure was accurate prior to its release. So I don't think anyone would expect us to be releasing data that was not finalised prior to its release. So we did it as promptly as we could, but we did want to ensure the accuracy of all data prior to its release.
And have you now put in place processes to ensure that when that information is received in your office, that you have enough time to be able to ensure that the accuracy of that information is correct before being released?
There's obviously, in every instance, there's obviously some aspects to data capture that is a little bit difficult at times, especially with a system that we have where we are reliant on data sometimes coming and often coming from non-government providers. And so I can give every assurance to this committee that we will be as transparent and open with all the data that we have when we can have it and when we've got certainty over it. And that stands for everything that we do here. We want to ensure that
Minister,
the community
you are aware
understands
this
what we're doing.
dashboard has been released on, for a number of years and on time. Can you guarantee that the next round, which is up to the December period, which you indicated this committee would be released in March, we're now in March, do you commit that it will be released in coming days or weeks?
We'll be doing our best to ensure that it's released as soon as it can with the accurate data.
Do you have that data in your office now?
At this point, I'm not sure. I don't think it's still being finalised at this stage.
So, Minister, this is the last quarter. You said it would be available and released in March. You still haven't received it in your office. Why the delay?
As I said, it's around capturing data and making sure it's accurate.
Are you deliberately avoiding releasing this dashboard information because of the current information we do have show shocking rates of vacancies, number of kids not being seen? Is that why you're deliberately delaying?
Absolutely not.
Minister, I put to you that the data we do have shows that vacancy rates sit at 12% for caseworkers. For the same quarter 12 months earlier, it was 4%. You're aware that the most severe area for caseworker vacancies is New England, Northern New South Wales, North Coast area with a 23% rate of vacancies. What are you doing about it?
Ms McLaren-Jones, I really do value this question because it goes to the heart of many of the issues that we inherited from your government. It speaks to...
Minister, under your watch, vacancy rates have risen to 12% from 4%. Caseworkers and your own union, PSA, came out today saying that people are leaving. After 14 months, new caseworkers are leaving the profession. Have you got a plan?
Ms McLaren-Jones, when we came into government, we inherited a system that was spiralling out of control. What we are seeing playing out now is a symptom of that system. And I don't think anyone
Minister,
would expect
as I said
us
to you
at
before,
this point.
You've been in the job now for 12 months. Those talking points you've been using non-stop for the last 12 months. We're seeing vacancy rates continue to rise. What is your plan to address caseworker vacancies?
Ms.
Yes, point of order.
So the Minister was answering the previous question and was then interrupted not by way of redirection or a new question, but by exactly the same question. And I would suggest that was a discourteous interruption rather than a legitimate redirection.
Yeah, I think the member's got a point. Are you content to move on?
Or I'll move on to the next area. So,
you.
Minister, in relation to that same dashboard, because we have to rely on those figures because you haven't released the latest ones, it shows that the number of kids reported at risk of significant harm was 60,700. The data for the same quarter was 56,258. That's a 7.7% increase in the number of children and young people reported at risk. I also put to you that the number of children and young people reported ROSH that was seen by a DCJ worker from September 23, which is again the data that you've released, 7,740. And for the same 12-month period, it was 28,514. That's a 9.1% less. So what we're seeing is less caseworkers, more young people reporting to be at risk, and less caseworkers being able to actually see these young people. Again, I put to you, what are you doing?
Ms McLaren-Jones, we are doing an enormous amount of work to ensure that caseworkers feel valued, and they haven't felt valued for more than a decade. They had a wages cap imposed on them by the former government. They had unreasonable expectations placed on them in their workplaces. There has been a spiral in caseworkers and the pressures placed on them in a system that is not working efficiently. And this has been the case of the system that we inherited. And I will go to, if you give me the opportunity, actions we are taking to support workers, because we value them as essential workers, we value the complex and incredibly difficult work that they do. And so I have heard from them directly, I've heard from them firsthand about their concerns for the children that are in the system. I've heard from them about how difficult it is for them to do the work that they do
Minister,
and
can I interrupt
to
you?
continue.
Because, Minister, we do have limited time. You said you're happy to outline what you're actually doing to address the caseworker vacancies. And I'll put to you that we're seeing vacancies, as I said, the Mid-North Coast area, 23%. Nepean, Blue Mountains, Western Sydney sitting at 16% vacancy. Southwestern Sydney, 13%. As I said to you before, in the last 12 months since you became Minister, we have seen an increase up to 12% in vacancies. What specifically are you doing to address this?
This is a really critical issue, and it goes to the heart of the system that we inherited, where we have got foster carer numbers plummeting, caseworker numbers plummeting, all on your watch. It happened.
Minister, this
as the
is
former
under
minister,
your term as Minister. In the last 12 months, it's gone from 4% to 12%. What are you doing?
We are doing everything we can to support the workers. We recognise
Will you
that
give
they
them
are
the 20%
essential.
increase in wages that the PSA has asked for?
There are a number of discussions going on with the PSA. I met with PSA delegates last week, and I had a very frank and forthright conversation with them, as I always do, because I recognise and value the work that they do, as this department does, and we realise that the work that they do is critical
Minister,
to a functioning system.
The PSA have threatened a year of industrial action. You've got caseworkers leaving the profession. You've got vacancy rates across the state sitting at 12%. That is extraordinarily high. And all you're doing is talking to people. You actually don't have a plan. Have you spoken to the department asking for an action plan?
Ms McLaren-Jones, we have lifted the wages cap on these workers, these essential frontline workers. And there is more work to be done to ensure that they feel valued, because, as I said, and they have told me directly, that they have not felt valued for over a decade. And yes, I have spoken with the department, and yes, there is ongoing conversations with the union
And what advice has the
with my
department given
colleague,
you?
the Minister Sophie Cotzes, to start designing a system where workers feel valued for the first time in a very long time. Now, those conversations are ongoing, and there will be ongoing conversations and respectful conversations and negotiations about wages. But this goes to everything I've been saying for the past 12 months, and almost haven't been here 12 months yet, where they haven't felt valued. We have been trying to do everything we can with a system that is literally spiralling out of control, where we've got kids in hotels and motels.
Yes, Minister, we'll move to that a bit later on. But again, I'm focusing on what you've actually done to address the significant high number of vacancies within our caseworkers. As I said, we've seen a rise from 4% to 12% under your watch. The number of children who have been reported at risk of harm has risen by 7.7% under your watch. The number of children being seen by casework has decreased by 9%, again, under your watch. What exactly are you doing? You said you're putting together you're designing a new system. The question is, what are you doing to address the caseworker vacancies right now? Because no doubt the next dashboard will show a further increase, and this will continue to increase until you take action.
Ms McLaren-Jones, we are trying to clean up the mess that we inherited from your
Minister, we've
government.
heard
We
these
are doing
talking
everything
points.
we can.
The question is, what have you actually done? You were aware of these figures last year. You didn't release them until January, pretty much tried to hide them during the Christmas break. The fact is you have done nothing and you have no plan to address this issue.
Ms McLaren-Jones, I can guarantee you that since we came into government, we have been doing everything we can to ensure the community understands exactly the pressures that are on this system. We have been talking about this issue. There was articles in the papers yesterday and beyond, and far before that, because we are wanting people to understand what is going on in this system. And at the heart of this, and I will never forget,
So why
that at the heart of this
why
are
has the
vulnerable
caseworker
children.
numbers gone up under your watch? Why have they gone up?
Because of
From
the
4% to 12% under
Ms.
your watch.
McLaren-Jones,
Why
Ms.
have they gone up?
Ms. McLaren-Jones, can I just correct you for a moment that you're referencing a 4% vacancy rate, which was from 12 months ago. When we came into government, it was closer to 7%. So when...
Well, we can't compare it to the updated figures because you failed to release them and we don't know when you are. So all we can do is compare the time of
we
the
can
cut-off, which is
compare
there.
what's right. When we came into government, it was closer to 7%, and
So
it has
could-
risen.
What is it currently, Minister?
It has risen, and as far
what's the figure,
last,
Minister?
as you...
Yeah.
I'm reluctant to take it, but I think I need to. That we know this is a question followed by an answer, followed by a question, followed by an answer. With the greatest respect, I don't think the Minister's been given an opportunity to complete her answer, or at least even the sentence she's on, before there's an
She's
interruption.
not answering it. I'll ask again, Minister. You said that the vacancy
valid
rate
point.
has now risen. What is that figure?
As the last reported figure is 12%, and that's
You
where-
just indicated then that it has risen.
from 7% when we came into government.
Oh, sorry, I thought you
to
said you were
12%
referring
as
to-
reported, and if I might say, Ms. McLaren-Jones, there was a significantly high vacancy rate that we inherited when we came into government. The spiral was already on, and it was on your watch as minister that occurred.
Minister, what is the current vacancy rate for caseworkers?
The last reported vacancy rate
Minister,
is 12%. That is the
It is
information
budget
I've got at the
estimates. Are
moment.
you telling me you're not prepared? You're not prepared with those figures. This is budget estimates. Didn't you ask your department for the information?
Ms. McLaren-Jones, I've got the information, and the
Then I
information
ask
that I
you to
currently have is 12%.
Minister, I'm sure either you or the department will have a current figure of the vacancy rates
As I've already
as of December 31, which should have been released by now.
said, those. Well,
It's the 12%.
Oh.
We do not have a subsequent finalised figure. 12% is the most recent figure.
So let's keep comparing it with September 22 because we'd have nothing to compare the December figure to because you haven't released that figure. So as I said, it has gone up from 4% to 12%. Minister, can I ask if you are aware of cases being closed due to competing priorities?
yes, I'm aware that that is a category of casework that sees cases closed, but it is not, and I'll just say, the description doesn't necessarily match the action that we know is happening on the ground.
And what are the number of cases, Roche reports, that have been closed because of competing priorities?
I can get that figure to you, but can I just say that cases that are closed due to competing priorities, there are, with children that are screened as being at risk of significant harm, it does not mean that those cases have not been assessed and determined as to their level of risk. So if there's children not seen or cases closed due to competing priorities, I have sat in some of the community services meetings where they are looking at all the cases that have come to them, and a significant amount of work goes into determining whether or not a particular child is at that time considered at risk, or whether there are other services like education or health or other services in the community that are available to them to ensure that there is enough services and support around that family and that child to ensure that they are safe.
So, Minister, you said that you have that available data as the number of cases that have been closed. Do you have that figure available now?
I might just...
We'd need to take it on.
We'll have to take that one on notice.
Will you also release that figure regularly?
Ms McLaren-Jones, I think that is something that changes so often, and the amount of reporting that we have on the site already is meaningful and effective, and that's what we intend to ensure we make transparent and share with community.
How many cases are closed because of workload? Because caseworkers just physically can't deal with that case, and another one has come in that's more pressing?
There, as we've already discussed today, I'm not going to say that the casework vacancy isn't having an impact on the ground in terms of caseworkers' ability to respond to families. That is a significant issue that we are seeing in the system, and it is of great concern to me and the department. In terms of ensuring that children are safe, those conversations and that work is being done every single day across this state by incredibly hardworking, passionate, dedicated caseworkers, and they are making sure that the services and supports are around them, even if they can't be provided from within the department itself.
Minister, the PSA have indicated around 70% of young people reported at risk are not being seen. Caseworkers are working more than 200 hours over the 4-week period. Now, Minister, you've said cases are being closed because they can't get to those young people. Are you confident that every single young person who's reported at risk is being seen?
I haven't. I think you've misrepresented what I've said, and also I don't accept. There's two parts to that question. Are
you confident that every young person that is reported at risk is being seen by a caseworker?
Well, the statistics that we share regularly show that that's not the case. What I'm saying to you is that children who are being determined to be at risk of significant harm are being checked by the teams, and they're triaged, made sure that there is capacity in the system somewhere to ensure that they're safe.
But cases are being closed because of competing priorities. We also know that in that 12-month period, there's been an increase by 9.1% of reports where young people have not been seen. Again, I ask you, what are you doing to fill the vacancies of caseworkers and provide that support on the ground so that vulnerable children are being assessed and being supported?
What we are doing is valuing caseworkers for the first time. And in
I know
the lead up to Christmas,
your value, but what are you actually
in the
doing?
lead up to,
It's essentially the same point of order. The Minister isn't even getting a chance to complete the second sentence.
Yeah, I think that I uphold that. The Minister was really attempting to answer a question. If you want to redirect her, then of course redirect.
I'm interested to know what exactly are you doing to reduce the caseworker vacancy rate, which is currently sitting at 12%.
in the 2 weeks prior to Christmas, I held 6 statewide staff forums. I think I've met with more than half the workforce now since I've been Minister to try to understand from them, the pressures on them that they have in the system. And they are pressures that have been on them for years and years and years. And they are saying that to me directly. And I'm hearing it every single day, that the systems that are in place are not allowing them to do the jobs that they want to do, that they have concerns not only for themselves, and very much not for themselves, they're concerns about the children and the children that they can't get to sometimes. So we are doing everything we can, and they are for the first time saying that somebody is finally in government that's listening to them.
But your vacancy rates are still going up. My time's expired.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. What are your key messages right now for this committee in terms of your program to tell us what has changed for children in out-of-home care since you became the Minister last year?
Oh, thanks, Ms. Higginson. That's it's an important question, and I from being sworn in and becoming and gaining parental responsibility for about 13,000 children in the state, it's a weight that I wear very heavily every single day, and I will every day that I'm in this role. So every single day we are trying to work out how we fix the broken system that we inherited. And there's been a number of priorities. And the first priority, of equal standing as well, is reducing high-cost emergency arrangements where children are in hotels and motels and getting very poor outcomes and costing taxpayers millions and millions of dollars. Second priority, and I'll go to that, actually address that now, in terms of the high cost emergency arrangements. What we've done is put in place a high cost emergency arrangement team within the department. That team has now seen a reduction of 71 children in high cost emergency arrangements just in the past 4 months. Now, there are still more than 400 children in those arrangements, but a 42% reduction in the least preferred version of those arrangements in alternative care arrangements. A 42% reduction is a significant start to fixing a problem that we inherited. And there's been a lot of work that's gone into that, but it's work that could have been done before by the former government. Instead, they let it spiral out of control. Second priority is reducing the overrepresentation of Aboriginal children in out-of-home care. What we have done, and it started with a forum back in August. I gave evidence to the committee last time about that. A 2-day forum with Aboriginal stakeholders from across the state. 10 priority immediate reforms came out of that we are focusing on. The first one was to create a Ministerial Aboriginal Partnership Group, which has now met, and that is consistent with our commitments under closing the gap to ensure that we have shared decision making, and though that group will help design reforms to ensure Aboriginal children and families have the support that they need in a targeted effort to try to turn around the shocking overrepresentation of Aboriginal children in the system.
Can I just ask you on that one? Thank you, Minister. Yes. I really appreciate getting some insight into what's happening. And I know there's a lot of work happening. I know that, obviously. My office works with your office quite a bit on certain matters. On that point, can I just ask something I had intended to ask a bit later, but why is there a reason that we haven't appointed a First Nations commission or commissioner within the office to actually oversee that part of your reform work that you're very committed to?
That's in the Office of Children's Guardian.
Yeah.
It's a decision for the Guardian to make, ultimately. And I understand there's conversations being had.
Are you advocating that there be a commissioner? Do you think that that's something that would assist your work and assist the work that we all desperately need to see the overrepresentation come down?
We're having conversations with ABSEC as the peak body around what that role would look like and what they would like to see.
So fair to say that you're very supportive if that's what...
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Thank you.
There's been a gap there for some time. We want to ensure that the role is meaningful and respectful, and that it has the support of our Aboriginal stakeholders.
And I think that was a recommendation from the FIC review. I think one of the anyhow. But yeah, it's good to know that that's something that your office is supporting. Thank you. So, yeah, that was number 2 in terms of the overrepresentation and what you're doing there with the partnership.
And the third piece is workforce. It has to be a priority, and it is a priority of our government to ensure that we have a workforce that feels supported, valued for the incredibly difficult work that they do. I can't tell you the number of times people have said to me that during COVID there was a lot of talk around frontline workers in all fronts, in health and even in shopping centres. There was not one mention by the former government of the people that were doing the work in trying to keep children safe across the state, and they did not stop during that whole time. So workforce is a significant priority area as well. And then, of course, critical to our entire system are foster carers.
Thank you.
And so there's a lot of work to be done to ensure that foster carers also feel supported.
And so with that, what specific work's being done to redirect the investment from the out-of-home care to effective early intervention and programs and the keeping families together? And acknowledging the permanency support program evaluation. Have you are you acting upon that?
The only way to start seeing, well, I'll start with in the early intervention space, there hasn't been an increase in resourcing for over a decade.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that's where the greatest impact can be had from more resources, by supporting families, ensuring they've got the supports they need to keep children home safely. But whilst we are managing a significant crisis in the system where we've got high cost emergency arrangements costing over the past 2 years $500 million, this is why we are focused on significant systemic reform of the system. The only way that we're going to be able to start seeing additional support going to the end where it's needed most is if we reform the system and stop the hemorrhage of resources at one end, and not only the hemorrhage of resources, but the really poor outcome for the children involved. That's the priority for us and our reforms, and ensuring that we are getting the best outcomes for children and keeping them safe.
Thank you. So since you've become Minister, how many Aboriginal children in out-of-home care have actually now been transitioned from NGOs to ACCOs? Is that something...
The short answer to that is not nearly enough.
Is that something you could take on notice in terms of the actual amount, or something you could get back to me? Because I know it's not nearly enough.
Yes.
But it would be good to get an idea and an indication of what we're talking about.
Well, I will share. Well, the figure is quite shocking, and it shocked me when I've found out it's less than 20 in the past.
Okay.
Well, since we came into government.
So are you still committed to that transition and that work? Is that
absolutely?
Yep.
And I respect that it's complex and complicated work, but this is an absolute priority for us to see the transition of Aboriginal children to Aboriginal controlled organisations. And to that end, last year I wrote to carers and foster carers. Those letters went through their non-government providers, because we don't have direct access to all carers. So they went to the foster carers of Aboriginal children, and confirming our ongoing commitment and priority of seeing the transition take place. And just last week as well, I've written to providers and again reiterated our commitment as a government to seeing these transitions occur, and there just needs to be a greater sense of urgency to this, and there hasn't been.
Can I just ask you on this? I think this goes to, I might just bring something forward. In June last year, I wrote to you about an Aboriginal mother who had raised concerns about her child, who was placed with life without barriers. Your office looked into the matter and you provided a signed response to me 10 days later. But unfortunately, the information that you provided to me was incorrect. Do you recall that matter?
I do. And
I'm not going to identify the case, obviously.
No, obviously there are sensitivities, but I know once we realised...
But I think, Minister, sorry, just if it's okay, can I just keep directing here for a moment? I just want to cut to it, because what was patently obvious to me was that you had relied on information, as you ought to, in good faith, but that information that you had been provided was incorrect.
Yes, I do recall this, and you are correct, and I know that my office reached out to your office and apologised for the error, but we had relied on information that had been provided to us by
Does that concern
non-government
you,
providers.
Minister? Does that and this is a large provider.
Yes.
Does that concern you?
Yeah, it absolutely does.
Are you aware of any other instances of information being provided by these large organisations that might be inaccurate?
Short answer, yes. And as a result...
Is it happening regularly? Is it happening a lot?
Well, that's the exact question I had to ask as well. And so what we did was, in response, when it was happening more than once, we put a new process in place to track the timeliness and accuracy of information we were seeking from non-government providers. It's regrettable that we had to put a process in place to try to track what we were getting back, but it proved to be an important because it did show that there was a significant problem. So since we had that process in place, as I think it's about 100%, almost all of the information that we were getting wasn't either accurate, and about close to 90% was significantly
Minister,
lacking in information. So
that's really, really alarming.
Indeed.
I know from just the instances that I dealt with, we were talking about some really, really important matters regarding children and their well-being, impacts that would have long life-lasting impacts. And as I understand it, you're suggesting that you wouldn't know about that. Even when somebody's inquiring, you may not even know the depth of the issue that we're raising.
Correct. We rely on information that's been provided to us by the non-government providers. So it is of significant concern to me that when we are getting information.
How do you exercise and reconcile the fact that it is actually you who has the legal duty of care? You're the minister. As in you're legally responsible in every sense, as well as morally, ethically, physically, mentally responsible. So how can we now then be assured that you are getting accurate information and you can respond in the best interest of the child? I made it very clear to the peak and had very direct conversations and meetings with the peak provider and other non-government providers about our expectations that information provided to us be accurate. I don't think that should be an exceptional ask of our partners in delivering services. Sorry to interrupt. Have you been able to identify why or how this could happen, or where and how long it's been happening for?
I can't, apart from since we've been in government, but I can say that when members like yourself come to me and ask for information and are making representations on behalf of families that are obviously struggling, that you deserve accurate information. That I don't want to be, the last thing I want to be doing is misrepresenting any setting whatsoever. So as to your question around parental responsibility, it sits very uncomfortably with me that I don't have direct access or control to information by virtue of this outsourced system that we have.
Are we going to change that? If that is the problem, Minister, are we going to have can we see some suggestion that might change?
We are obviously undergoing significant systemic reform of the system. The experiences that we're having and will obviously feed into that reform. But what really sits uncomfortably with me is I know that information is coming to me that might not be accurate or isn't answering the questions. But then if you go to a court setting, when children's matters are before the court and the department is representing the government and me as having parental responsibility, they usually don't know the child because that information has to come from a non-government provider to one of the department officials representing my interests and that child's interests in court. That's where it really starts getting very uncomfortable for me, because if that information isn't accurate, then we start getting outcomes that are for children that won't be in their best interest, because it's not based on the information that's accurate. And we've seen this. We've seen magistrates getting so frustrated by this situation that they're publishing judgments, which is unusual in the Children's Court, because of frustrations around inaccurate information coming to the court, and it comes from the system that we've inherited, which is largely outsourced, and it's continues to sit very uncomfortably with me.
Well, so, I mean, ultimately, Minister, then I think what you're saying is we are actually in a position where it is the case that the department and you would be unable to report on when and if children in out-of-home care are being or have been abused by their carers. Whilst I don't have a lot of visibility on what happens with non-government providers when we're talking about abuse in care, there are absolute responsibilities and mechanisms in place in terms of reporting and in terms of oversight. I'm not hearing any ability to be assured that information is being passed through these unbelievably important chain of custody of care, in terms of the duty of care, that the information is reliable or is reflecting reality. How would we know? The only situation I can contemplate is if somebody else knows, they come to a crossbencher or an opposition member, they then prod the minister or the department's office and say, hey, believers, this is what the child's telling us, but everybody else is not telling that.
There's other mechanisms of oversight as well, with the Office of Children's Guardian responsible for accrediting non-government providers, as well as being responsible for other safety issues, and then you've got the Ombudsman, who's also able to deal with individual concerns and complaints.
Some of these processes are very slow, Minister.
But more broadly,
and very hard to access.
Indeed. The cumbersome nature of the system, the opaque nature of the arrangements, where and to be really clear, like, whilst the former government was, obviously obsessed with privatisation, and obviously I have, significant concerns around that as a concept more broadly. But a basic tenet to that is when you privatise something, you remove risk and liability from the government in that process. In this system, that doesn't even happen. I maintain parental responsibility. And the government maintains statutory obligations, liabilities, responsibilities that aren't outsourced. So it's a system that doesn't make sense in terms of even the basic concepts.
So when will we see a case to significantly change that system, where there is more capacity for you to exercise your duty of care with the level standard that you would prefer?
When we are talking about reforming and a significant structural reform of the system, we are looking at the whole continuum of the child protection system as to where and to what extent the government delivers services.
Okay, back over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I might also follow on from correspondence, and it's nice to see the Chair has had some of the correspondence responded to. Minister, I wrote to you in August and September last year on behalf of 2 foster families, one regarding their experience as a carer, the other wanting to adopt, and I haven't received a response. I also wrote to you in November regarding a lady living in SDA whose brother was concerned for her safety. I also raised that matter with you at last estimates. I still haven't received a response. But the matter I actually wanted to raise was in relation to a foster carer who also wrote to you, and I wrote to you in December last year. Now, this couple have been carers for 28 years and have fostered 68 children. They have adopted 2 children with Down syndrome, adopted a child with non-accidental brain injury, and have been a long-term carer for another young person with Down syndrome. In fact, they've cared for him since the age of 5, and this young person is now 17. Do you recall that matter?
Ms McLaren-Jones, I believe I have signed that letter just last week in response to you. And yes, I recall those that's amazing work that that family's been doing.
And so you would recall that they are trying to adopt the young person, having already adopted siblings, and they've actually written to you asking for your support in this process. Their concern is this young person's going to turn 18 and will not be able to consent to be adopted. And as I said, the correspondence was sent by that family and then again from me in December last year. It's now 3 months on.
I will have to check. I believe that the family came to me directly as well, and I understand, and I will check, but I think we have responded directly to them last year, and unfortunately there's been some delay in responding to you in addition to that. So if that, that being the case, I'm sorry for that delay, but I can assure you that when we get matters coming to us, that the department is doing the work to understand where the situation's at well before a response is received. And so it does sometimes, because there are complexities, as with in all cases, so that work obviously starts and then we try to provide a meaningful response when we can in the constraints of or the privacy issues.
Minister, you would have seen the article yesterday in response in relation to approximately 1,000 authorised foster carers leaving the system in the last 12 months. The Office of the Children Guardian, their latest data, which they've released I think only last week, shows that DCJ carers as of the 31st of December was 7,401. 31st of March last year was 7,817. Minister, why has around 400 carers left DCJ in the last 12 months?
Ms McLaren-Jones, again, I'll just start by saying that foster carers are a critical part of the care system, and they play such an important role, and I have so much respect for the role that they play opening their hearts and homes to some of the most vulnerable children in the state. They are experiencing many issues themselves as a consequence of the system that we inherited. It is the plummeting numbers of foster carers was already occurring under the former government.
Minister, sorry to interrupt, but I'm actually asking about the 400 that have again left foster caring in the 12 months since you've been Minister. What action have you taken? Have you asked the department for a brief in relation to why this is occurring?
Ms McLaren-Jones, I've met with many foster carers, and the decline in foster carers is consistent with the decline that was already occurring whilst your government was responsible for the system.
Minister, I'm asking what
I
action
appreciate
you're
you might be
taking.
trying to focus on the latest ones that have left, but this is another symptom
Minister,
of the
what
system.
are you doing to address the shortage of foster carers and the number of foster carers leaving the system?
We are doing everything we can, and we have, in terms of emergency foster care, we have reinvigorated the process where the department itself is now recruiting emergency foster carers. But
Minister, what's the difference between emergency foster carer and a carer that may have been caring for this young person before the placement broke down?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
You said
Emergency foster carers, just as a basic, are only short-term foster carers and aren't authorised.
Do they receive any additional funding?
They receive the same funding as others, as I understand. It's just a shorter term, and that they aren't. Sometimes they are also longer accredited or have approval to have longer term care, but some are just for emergency shorter term care. So we recognise that foster carers are doing it particularly tough, particularly with cost of living pressures. There are pressures on them like no other. And we know that there's more work to be done to try to provide the supports that they need, and this is going to be a critical element of the reform, the significant systemic reform that we are embarking on.
Minister, when are you going to announce the detail of these reforms? You keep referring to conversations you're having, meetings. These significant reforms are going to address the falling number of caseworkers. It's going to address the number of foster carers leaving the system. When are you actually going to announce what these reforms are?
Ms McLaren-Jones, as you'd appreciate, what we are dealing with is an incredibly complex system with many, many moving parts, and at the heart of it are vulnerable children. So we have to ensure that what we are doing is done in partnership, collaboratively, with every element of the system. From
Minister,
our
sorry
partners,
to interrupt. This is why I'm raising it. I have got foster carers coming to me. I've got, and I've written to you about those, and as I said before, still waiting for responses. I know they're writing to you. The sector is concerned. You've got caseworkers raising concerns with their own union. You've got caseworkers going to the media. You've got foster carers going to the media. The community is crying out for answers and direction from you. You are the minister. You've been there for 12 months. You keep producing the same stock standard lines. What is your time frame for this supposed reform that you're going to be introducing?
Ms McLaren-Jones, we've been in government for less than 12 months, and we inherited the system that you served us, which is on multiple fronts and recognised in the media that you refer to, on multiple fronts. It has been plummeting and failing the most vulnerable families, and that this has been something that has been in train for the last decade. If you are trying to suggest that I could fix this mess
Minister,
that you left in 9 months when you had 12 years when you could have fixed it yourself.
Minister, you don't seem to have any details, any plan. You can't answer simple questions. What is your plan to address vacancy numbers? What is your plan to address foster carer vacancies? You have no plan. I might move on to my next question. It's also in relation to the SMH Carers article, where it says that carers are under financial pressure associated particularly with caring. There are many cases where foster carers have also had to leave their jobs to care for the young person in their home. I'm interested to know what support are you giving to foster carers, particularly those that are reaching out to say that they're under financial strain?
Well, your government introduced the PSP program, which provides to non-government providers resources in addition to allowances provided to foster carers. Those additional resources were designed to provide additional support and are there for additional support for foster carers in terms of meeting the needs of the children that are in their care. That's part of the program. The evaluation of that program hasn't been flattering. Hasn't achieved the permanency outcomes that it was designed to achieve, and it's cost a lot more than it should have. So foster carers have access to additional supports other than the payment allowance. through that program. But
And they're the
I'm not
contingency payments?
suggesting for a moment that that there's not a lot more work to be done to ensure that foster carers feel supported and feel supported enough to care for the children that are in their care.
Minister, I put to you that approximately 80 million in the last financial year was spent on contingency payments for children and young people in addition to the care allowance. These are payments for items such as orthodontic work, psychology, travel to see family. In the same period, the government spent over 250 million on emergency placements. My question is, what's the government doing to increase contingency spending, knowing that it would likely to lead to a decline in high-cost emergency placements?
I'm trying to understand the logic of the question, but I'm also just trying to overcome
It's about
the
providing more
suggestion
support to
that
families.
somehow this is our government's fault when your government created a situation where high-cost emergency arrangements
Minister, this is not a
became the
laughing
norm
matter.
in a system when they should
You-
never have been.
Minister, this is not a laughing matter.
This is very far
serious.
from
You
a
have
laughing
foster
matter.
families who are leaving their jobs to care for young people who are under financial strain, particularly with cost of living pressures. And you have no clear answer as to what you're doing to financially support these families that are in dire need.
What we are doing is trying to stem the crisis end of the system that became part of the business as usual under your government, where there is the millions and millions, $500 million in the past 2 years spent on children in high-cost emergency arrangements, which is causing an enormous budget deficit. This is money that isn't budgeted. So when we are having to find, like we have done this year, and this is, budget estimates, we had to find $200 million just to fill the hole that was left by your government so that the system didn't collapse. When we are having to find that, and now you, as the former minister, suggesting or asking why aren't we putting it elsewhere,
Minister,
it's because
I
we're
might
just
move
trying
on.
to fix the mess that you left us.
Minister, I keep asking you, what are you specifically doing to support foster carers? What are you doing to address vacancies in caseworkers? And yet you have no answer. Minister, in response to question put to you, you said at the last estimates that high-cost emergency placement data will be recorded quarterly and a dashboard would be provided commencing this year. Has that dashboard been finalised?
I understand it has, but I might just defer to...
When will it be released?
It's not a public dashboard, it's an internal use at the moment, as I understand it.
Minister, why won't you release the information? You're happy to dump it to the
Ms
media.
McLaren-Jones, I made that commitment at the last budget estimates. I believe that it's being delivered, and I will say that your government chose to hide it for the past 12 years.
No, Minister.
And we are committed
I'm
to
just
making sure it's transparent.
Minister, I'm confirming that you have agreed to release that data in relation to high-cost.
Indeed.
Will you also release the amount, the financial amount?
And I'm just been advised by the Secretary that it should be available this month.
Consistent with the commitment which was made at last estimates, and it will be available by the end of March.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And can I confirm that you will also add the costing with that, the cost of HCEAs?
At this point, I don't think that that's going to be possible. And again, I point to the fact that this information was never made available by your government, never discussed, and it was
the
only
question
in
was always
opportunities...
put at budget estimates, and the figures were released at budget estimates. So we do know. In fact, at your previous questions being put to you, you said that from January to June 2023, ACAs were costing 57.7. You've also indicated that ACA highest cost was around 829,000. So the figures are there.
Providing them on a quarterly basis is sorry to interrupt. Providing them on a quarterly basis is a different matter. What we're able to do after a period of time is to be able to then go back and understand the costings, because this is a very volatile area where costs aren't set, where we are captive to a market that was established by many private providers that are exploiting the system that you broke. So, you know, we can
So, Minister,
provide...
will you commit to releasing the actual figures on a 6-monthly basis? We do know that that is possible.
I will have to speak to my officials to understand whether that's possible. And if I might just go back to the December quarterly data that you were saying is late, it's not late. It'll be available this month and it'll be available on time.
That is the dashboard. So you just said that you will be releasing both the high cost emergency
Yes.
arrangement along with the other statistical dashboard at the end of this month.
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you. Minister, I'm interested to know about, now you've come out this morning saying that the number of young people in HCAs is down to, what was the figure?
The number of children now as of the end of February is 435. So we've seen a reduction in the number of children in high-cost emergency arrangements of 71 just in the past 4 months alone, due to a directed effort from the department based on our priorities to try to turn this system around and stop the crisis end and stop the terrible outcomes for the children that are placed in these
3
settings.
months prior, and in response to a question you were asked at estimates previously, the number was 471. So it's not actually a 71 decrease, because you saw an increase of around 30 odd over that 3 month period to November, which brought it up to the 500. And then the question, Minister, is that, as you've indicated before, the numbers are volatile and they do move.
Well, they've only been going up and up and up since under your government, and then we inherited the same scale of growth. What we have done is put a priority. You know, I was, quite frankly, I was shocked when I came into this role and saw how many children were in these settings. And so I have I asked the department to put it as a priority to start turning the system around. And for the first time we've seen those numbers going backwards.
Minister, just on these numbers, the 71 young people, where are their placements now? Can I get a breakdown?
They have gone to various, I don't know to what end that would...
Have you asked the question of your department where these young people have gone?
Absolutely, Ms McLaren-Jones. I am following, I can't tell you how closely I'm following this, because it is a significant priority
Minister,
of
where
mine.
are these young people
children
placed?
Endeavouring to answer that exact question. And got about 3 seconds into it.
Yeah, fair call.
Because
Are
these...
you happy to let them?
As long as she can answer
Yeah.
the question directly.
Well, these
We have got
children...
limited time.
Very.
Do you have a breakdown of where
These
those
children
71
have
gone?
gone. These children have come from many different backgrounds, and they have
Minister, I'm
gone
not asking
to,
about their
no, they have-
background. I'm asking where these young people have gone. What accommodation style are they currently in?
They have gone to a variety of different
Can you list those,
accommodations.
please?
Some have even
Point of
been
order.
Point of order.
Like, the minister has to be given an opportunity to complete
That's
an
right, but the
answer.
member also does have the capacity to redirect, and I'm
That
hearing
wasn't it was just
redirection now.
interjection in the
Okay, you're
middle
now
of the
wasting
minister.
time.
All right.
Further to the point of order, there was also
You're
a question,
deliberately wasting
list
time. The minister,
locations.
there is a
I would
question
query
before the minister
further
as
to
to
the point of order.
specifically.
Hang on, we're hearing a
Further
point
to
of
the point of
order,
order.
and it's a very valid point
There
of
was also
order.
a question,
Listing the locations.
locations.
Yeah.
I would suggest that
No, it
raises
wasn't
tensions with the
locations. It was asking where these young people have been placed. What type of placement
It
are
was
they
list
currently?
the locations is what was said.
Well,
as I
it's the
recall it.
minister understands. I'm asking exactly where these young people, what type of placement have these young people been placed in?
I do understand, and I'd like to answer.
Please do, Minister.
So, the children some of these children have been restored to their families safely. Some of these children have been placed in foster homes. Some children will have been placed in other residential care arrangements that have got therapeutic elements to them. So there is a range of different areas where these children have gone to. But the question that I have asked this team is, are these placements sticking? This isn't just something designed to make sure that the minister's got a figure that I can point to. This is meaningful placement of these children in placements which are
Minister,
provide
how
them
many-
safety and permanency.
Minister, how many have gone into residential home care placements?
That I would have to come back to you on.
Could you get the answer by before the end of the session?
I'm not sure, but we can try.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Mihalik.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I just want to, I was listening to your answers. In fact, I've been listening online throughout the whole session, but I just want to check. You made a comment before earlier about having concern about the inaccurate information that NGOs provide to the department during matters that are before the court. Can you just elaborate where you're getting that information from, that or that evidence? Because that's quite a strong statement to make, that you're suggesting that inaccurate information is being provided to the department at that point. I'm not sure if that's been supported by your department here, but I just want to understand, because these NGOs are accredited by the Office of Children's Guardian, so I would have thought if there's any concern about the information, you would raise that with the Office of the Children's Guardian and why they accredited that NGO in the first place.
Yeah,
just elaborate what you meant by
thanks,
that.
Ms Mahalik. I appreciate further digging into this issue. It has come directly from a judgment of, and I believe it was by Magistrate Sheedy, has published at least one judgment to this exact point, where she has concerns about the accuracy of the information that's being provided to the court. And obviously what's really concerning is that we want to get the best outcome for children, and at that setting it's imperative that the information that's being provided is accurate.
Okay. So there's one example that we have.
Correct.
Okay. Can I just also ask you, are we now auditing NGOs appropriately?
In what sense?
In the context that there's always been discussion around making sure that we audit the NGOs. They're receiving quite a significant amount of money in relation to managing foster care and of course in caring for children that are vulnerable. How are we managing or ensuring that that money is being well spent?
Again, a question that I've asked myself as Minister, and the Auditor General has been conducting an inquiry into expenditure in child protection, particularly using their follow the dollar powers.
Yes.
And I believe that the Audit Officer's report will be published.
Wasn't this a significant commitment that
in March, maybe? No.
your party made at the last election and prior to the last election, that you did want to ensure that there was a follow the money orders being conducted in relation to NGOs in this area of child protection?
Sorry, what was the question?
Well, the question is, I understood that this was a commitment that the Labor Party made, that they wanted to ensure that the Auditor General had further powers in relation to follow the money in the context of making sure that all the money that's allocated to these NGOs for the purposes of child protection is properly spent.
Indeed. And that's...
So where's that up to? That's not yet being implemented? We're still waiting for an inquiry? I did just say that the Auditor General is... what's the stage are they at?
I did just say that the Auditor General is using its new follow the dollar powers.
Are they working with you together to let you know which NGOs that they're now assessing?
Well, we are obviously assisting and providing the information that the Auditor General requires for the investigation, but I understand it's almost complete, and will be, I think it's May.
That's where I want to know where that's up to.
We're awaiting a draft report from the Auditor General. We understand it'll be this month that the department will receive a draft report.
But they've been liaising already with the Minister and I assume the department as to what level of investigation they're undertaking with NGOs.
Correct. They have made several requests for information and data, and we've provided that both in respect of non-government organisations and the Department of Communities and Justice.
Right. And Minister, are you expecting a plethora of recommendations coming out of that report, or are they been indicating are they going to give you some advice on how to better manage
The Auditor General doesn't usually.
Well, they do give some recommendations. Or
Well,
they
no.
certainly
In terms of providing me a daily update about where they're at, I don't get that.
I'm
But
talking about this report. Are you expecting some?
I am expecting. I'm expecting a scathing report, because from the system that I'm seeing, it is not functioning as it should. I expect there to be, and that's not just about non-government providers. It's also about the department. I'm expecting it to not to be scathing of the entire system, and I think it will speak to the need for the major systemic reform that we are talking about.
Is this the why there's some delay in you actually actioning the caseworker vacancy rates, for example, the high caseworker vacancy rates? And there seems to be a bit of pause at the moment in the last 8 or 9 months, in fact. And I understand you certainly absolutely inherited major problems from the last government. There's no question of that. Everybody knows that foster carers are leaving the system. Everybody knows that it's really difficult to be a caseworker, and I think I mentioned this at the last budget estimates. Why on earth does a caseworker need to have a degree when they could probably be better off with on-the-job training? And I don't know if you're revisiting that issue, because that's making it incredibly burdensome for people to become caseworkers. If you've got to then take on a 3 or 4 year degree that's worth $150,000, for example, that's a big problem, I think, in the area. And I've asked you to have a look at that from the last budget estimates. I think there's a lot of action that you can take, Minister, rather than just waiting for this report. I appreciate you are waiting for this report, but there's a lot of action that you can take on how you can make it much more a better system in place to actually attract caseworkers, keep caseworkers, and one being an easier path to actually become a caseworker.
I can assure you, Ms Mihalik, we aren't on pause. There's no pause, and there has not been any pause since we came into government. We are working on multiple fronts on all areas where there is massive problems across the system. So, in one area, as you quite rightly say, is the caseworker area, but I'm not waiting for the Auditor General's report to drop to be able to know what needs to be done. There's multiple, there's other reports. The Advocate Children and Young People also has a report that will be finalised shortly, as I understand. We've got an IPART review that will be undertaken throughout this year.
But
there are numbers of pieces of work, and
the IPART's not into the caseworker issue.
No. And I'm just saying.
I think the crux of the concern that I have is it is the caseworker numbers that are a major issue, Minister.
Indeed.
And you do have to accept some responsibility there, because there clearly are higher rates of caseworker vacancy under your watch. There's no question of that. So what I'm asking you is, you need to really sit down and bring in the best heads that you have in your department and actually really decipher what can we do in the immediate short term to address this matter, beyond just paying public servants another 20%, for example, or paying NGOs more money, because that's not really the answer, is it, to get caseworkers?
Ms Mihalik, I can assure you that those conversations have been had last year, this year, especially after meeting with caseworkers across the state. I have heard from them firsthand about the pressures on them, and immediately have sought the department's support and advice on the way forward. We've been doing, there's been a lot of work with the department, with Minister Cotz's office on strategies to improve the workforce issues, but including
HR matters, IR matters. That's not addressing the real issue why caseworkers don't want to enter the system or stay in the system. Because
industrial relations
that's
matters.
why I gave you that the example of degrees and how burdensome it is to become a caseworker. We talked about this already. For Aboriginal caseworkers, they don't need to have a degree. Non-Aboriginal have to have a degree. You're putting an incredible burden on potentially people who could be a caseworker, to ask them to take on a degree that's probably worth around $150,000. You just need compassion and common sense to be a caseworker, Minister.
And if I may give you some reassurance that part of the work that we've been doing and the discussion that's been had includes qualifications of caseworkers. There are different opinions about that, but that is part of the discussion that has been had, and in fact it was being had prior to the last budget estimates hearing as well. So that's I can give you some reassurance on that front. We are looking at every possible strategy to start trying to turn around the situation we've got with caseworkers and try and make sure that they feel valued to do the important work that they do and focus on keeping children safe.
Thank you. Minister, just going back to, you answered earlier that there's been less than 20 transfers, transition from NGOs to ACCOs in terms of children in out-of-home care. What are you doing? How will that number change and change as quickly as we possibly can get it? I just don't feel like we've kind of got a line sight of what that looks like.
We are ensuring that all of the non-government providers know that this is an ongoing priority of our government. We have hopefully the foster carers who have care for those children received the letters that were sent to the non-government providers from me to them. Hopefully they received them, and if they didn't, they can reach out to me and I can send one to them directly. We are, I guess another concern that I've got in this is that there's the lack of urgency that in the way that this has been approached. There's been a lot of nice words said by a lot of providers, but when we saw the numbers, it was quite frankly shocking. So we are continuing to work closely with providers to try and understand what barriers there might be to them making the transition. There's been a lot of work done at a very granular level and across districts to understand where capacity is in the ACCOs and where the children are. So we've asked for plans. We haven't got all the plans from the providers, non-government providers.
Minister, we've actually even heard that some providers are telling their carers that they don't have to transition to ACCOs. Is that something you're aware of? Have you been made aware that, I'm not going to name anyone, but that there's this, call it cultural, some issue happening in there, and this is what's being said throughout those networks?
Ms Higgins and I have heard similar statements being made. I can't speak to their accuracy, but I've heard that anecdotally as well. And that's deeply concerning to me. Which is why we've made it very clear that this remains a priority of our government to ensure that those transfers occur and to assist in the process in whatever way we can to reduce any barriers that non-government providers might be experiencing.
Thank you. So DCJ has set a target of 30% of targeted early intervention funding for ACCOs. My understanding at the moment is it's currently 11%. Is that correct? And what commitments are you making in the next 2 years to achieve that 30% and as rapidly as possible?
There's enormous importance of ensuring that we get resources to the front end, and so that there's the early intervention and support for families and services are available to them to be able to stay safely together. Whilst we are managing the crisis end of the system and trying to turn that around, that is the beginning of that work, where we've seen fewer children now for the first time going into HCEAs, the high cost emergency arrangements. That's seen avoided costs of almost $50 million, but that's still that system is still continuing. So until we undertake the significant reform of the system, it's the only way we're going to start seeing a change in what can come to targeted early intervention. And to your point, specifically around the percentage of funds to go to ACCOs, it is a priority, given that we've got 46% of kids in, or 45% I think now, in of Aboriginal children in out-of-home care. We need to ensure that on the ground there are the Aboriginal community organisations that can provide that culturally safe support and services to families. We are also, DCJ is also leading a significant whole of government discussion because we know that the answers to and the drivers of disadvantage and poverty and the answers to some of the issues that lead children coming into the system and sit outside of our system. So it's in education, it's in health.
Have you got the full support of Cabinet right now with this priority, and Treasury in particular?
We are all working very closely together across our government to ensure that communities across the state have the essential services that we need. In fact, we were elected on a mandate to start rebuilding those essential services that eroded over the past decade in health and education.
And Minister, just going back to, I just wanted, New South Wales is the only jurisdiction in Australia that without an independent commissioner for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people. So just going back to the point earlier, you're urging for that to come about and for us to not be the laggard there anymore?
Oh, sorry, I don't want to. I think there's two. Might be a bit of a crossover here, Ms. Higginson. So. In the Office of Children's Guardian, there has been a deputy guardian position vacant for some time.
Yes.
The question around an
independent commissioner.
Independent commission's a different question again.
So what are you doing about that?
That's something that I'm hearing loud and clear from Aboriginal stakeholders, and particularly ABSEC, ALS, and the Aboriginal sector more broadly.
So because that was noted in the February
Indeed.
FIC progress report, and something that will come later. Why is that not a priority for you at this point?
What we want to do is ensure that through the Ministerial Aboriginal Partnership Group, that we are designing a system that supports Aboriginal children and families, and so the Commission conversation will be one that's had with that group and obviously other stakeholders outside it.
I think that it's fair to say that those views around that have been very clear for a long time, and that is a priority because that would drive the confidence in accountability and reform. So, Minister, it's a priority, is my understanding.
Indeed, but I don't want to be embarking on an entirely new agency in a setting where when we are embarking on significant reform of the system as well. So we want to make sure that if there is going to be an agency, an additional agency, that it sits and complements and supports a new system. I don't want it to be just added on.
I think it's very concerning, Minister, in respect to the fact that it's been a long time since the FIC report was put on the table,
Indeed.
The recommendations, and we know the expertise and experience and lived experience in that. The call was for that part of the reform to get on with it, and it seems like we really are delaying something we know. And my understanding is that all the FIC groups are still requiring and calling for this urgent reform and the establishment of an independent commissioner.
Indeed, and to the FIC recommendations themselves, the outstanding FIC recommendations are part of the conversation and the remit of the Ministerial Aboriginal Partnership Group. But when I revisited the FIC report and recommendations over Christmas, because that's what you do, and along with Tune and some of the others that have been ignored in the past. I reflected that they were based on the system as is, and I think what we've seen in the past is a lot of tweaking around the edges of a system as is, but when we are talking about major systemic reform, we've got to be careful that we aren't pulling, cherry-picking different recommendations from different reports that may not sit within a new system design. It's all got to be done together. I just don't want to be... I respect where the advocates have come from and the continued advocacy for the Commission. I respect it entirely and appreciate the need for the independent.
So is it still is it a priority for you, or are you suggesting that it's not a priority at the moment, or that?
No,
I think where I'm trying to get at is the feeling on the ground is that not enough's being done. There are some really clear articulations of what need to be done and priority, and we're not seeing that.
My priority is to ensure that we are designing a system which supports Aboriginal children, communities and families in partnership with the Aboriginal sector and particularly with the Ministerial Aboriginal Partnership Group, and the conversation around the Commission will be an integral part of that.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, I'll go to you guys for 2.5.
Minister, in response to a question taken on notice at last estimates, you said, and I state, 280 children who were under the parental responsibility of the Minister were not in placement with an authorised carer as of the 30th of September. Of those, 273 had self-placed. These children have been placed in your care to keep them safe, and yet they've self-placed potentially in unsafe environments. Minister, are you confident that all these young people who have self-placed are safe?
Ms McLaren-Jones, you would appreciate the complexity of these young people's lives. I'm aware of children who are self-placing these children are usually older children in the system, and they are, the department obviously, whilst they are still under, it depends on what orders that they've got, and there's obviously a number of different orders that they might be placed under in terms of who actually has ultimate responsibility for them. But we, as a department, ensure that all children who are in my parental responsibility are safe, and we do our best when they self-place to ensure that they are safe as well.
Minister, are you aware of the number of young people aged between 12 and 15 years of age who have presented to specialist homelessness services unaccompanied? That figure is 2,379 for 2021-22, which is the data that's been released from the Australian Institute of Welfare. In the city of Newcastle alone, 203. Again, I ask you, are you confident that every young person in your care who has self-placed is safe?
Minister, sorry, Ms McLaren-Jones, the statistics that you've referred to, I am aware of, and it's the thought of children of those ages not having elsewhere to go is quite horrifying. A lot of those children aren't in the system, as I understand it, aren't in out-of-home care as such. So that's sometimes a different proposition when we're talking about that cohort of young children who are choosing of their own volition for whatever reason to...
You're saying that a young person as young as 12 is choosing to be homeless. Clearly that young person needs support and assistance. What action are you taking, either through your department or working with the Minister for Homelessness, to ensure that close to 2,500 young people as young as 12 who are currently sleeping potentially rough, couch surfing, are being protected and looked after?
We are working closely with the Minister for Housing and Homelessness on that particular cohort.
Minister, just finally, before the break, the Family is Culture Progress report that was released in February of the 44 recommendations in your priority areas, they still require further consideration. I just want to know what that means, further consideration. I accept the ministerial group that you formed, but in particular, if you could just turn to recommendation 64, which was the government amend the legislation, the children and young persons, to require judicial officers to consider the known risks of harm to an Aboriginal child of being removed. And I know there was discussions around this when the former government introduced their reform to the bill, to the current law. But what is it? What is the reluctance to stipulate in express terms that danger so that judicial officers have that consideration, which was recommendation 64?
As I recall, sorry, going into some detail, what I'll say is that all of the outstanding FIC recommendations are to be considered by the Ministerial Aboriginal Partnership Group. And I don't mean to dismiss your question by any stretch, Ms. Higginson, but I don't want to be presuming any outcomes of that group. I want to be ensuring that that is a genuine shared decision-making process.
Can I just ask then, have you, if you can answer this, have you heard any view that stipulates a different desire from anyone within the Aboriginal Partnership Group, that we don't want to see that kind of reform taking place? Recommendation 64, that that the legislation is amended to stipulate very clearly that it's harmful for Aboriginal children to be removed from family.
What I'll say is that there has been a lot of conversations about many aspects of the system since I've become Minister with the Aboriginal community. That particular item is not one that we have necessarily canvassed directly, given that there are so many other pressures on community right now. And as I recall, I don't think that one specifically has been part of the conversation. We had a lot came out of the Aboriginal Child Safety and Wellbeing Reform Forum that we held, and 9 immediate action items were agreed that came out of that. That was not one of them.
Okay, thank you all. We'll just take a break for... Apologies. It's now government time. Nearly skipped straight through that part.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, Chair.
Thank you, government time.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I put them on notice?
Chair, and through you to the Minister. Minister, at the last estimates hearing, we had significant lines of questioning from the opposition that we haven't heard about today, at least up to this point, about the Stockton Center. I'm wondering...
Halfway through the session.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you would be able to update the committee on any progress with the vacant Stockton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly. I can update the committee on progress that's been made with the Stockton Centre. I think, as members of this committee might recall, during the former government, whilst the coalition saw the devolution of the Stockton Centre and left it sitting disused, a number of members, Labor members across the Hunter, were calling on the former government to make use of the disused site so that people experiencing housing and experiencing homelessness might be able to use it. That request was refused outright by the former government. It was considered too difficult. I don't know why, but one of the first actions I took when I became Minister was to ask for an on-site visit to the Stockton Centre, and we did it with officials, and we saw very clearly that there were possibilities there. And when we, on a daily basis, are seeing heartbreaking situations of people experiencing homelessness, where people are couch surfing, sleeping in their cars, sleeping in the bush, we owe it to them and we owe it to our communities to be looking at every possible opportunity. So I'm really pleased that we've been able to now start the process of transforming 7 of the buildings on that site to become transitional housing. Now, I think 5 of those buildings are going to be 5-bedroom homes so that one of the really difficult homelessness challenges is for families. So we're going to now have 5 homes able to be stood up for those families, so they don't have to be torn apart when they're experiencing the most difficult times. So it's a start. It's not an entire solution by any stretch, but it should support up to 25 people who would otherwise be sleeping rough. And from having been on site last year and to now be getting an outcome, I'm really hopeful that we're going to be able to change some people's lives. And I'm really grateful to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness for working so closely with me on this to ensure that we can try and ensure people have somewhere safe to go when they need it most.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Any further questions?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Minister. I wanted to return to the topic of the high-cost emergency arrangement team that you've stood up. You've obviously spoken publicly about this appalling situation of vulnerable children ending up in hotels and motels, but I was wondering if you could expand upon the need and the reasons for the establishment of that team, and perhaps expand a bit more on how it's working.
Thanks, Mr. Lawrence. Yes, as I said before, when I first became Minister and into this role, to understand how many kids were being placed in high-cost emergency arrangements, some of which involve young children in hotels, motels, caravan parks, and we're not talking high class, we're talking really not good environments for any child to be in. And for this now to have become a part of a system that was never intended to be there, just in response to a broken child protection system, it became part of the norm under the former government, and the numbers just kept going up and up and up, and it's so difficult to stem the tide in an environment where we also have foster care numbers plummeting, caseworkers leaving. It is a system spiralling out of control in many directions all at once, but the biggest demonstration of that are these poor kids in hotels and motels. So once we understood the enormity of the problem, I asked the department to prioritise our efforts on reducing the numbers of children in those hotels and motels. We didn't know if it was going to be possible even. But after 4 months only, to have now reduced the number of children in those settings by 71 is a good start. That still means there's more than 400 children in those settings that ought not to be there, but we're going to be doing everything we can to keep the effort on to try and turn the system around. And I've got to say, the effort is, whilst it's being done by a central unit, it is reflected across the ground across the state, with every district is doing everything they can to try to find safe and loving homes for these children instead of them going into high-cost emergency arrangements. Through the process that we've implemented and the team, we have seen costs avoided of almost $50 million. But that, again, it's just, even at that level of savings, there is so much still being spent on the remaining children in those settings. And I will just mention, having spoken to a child that's been in one of these settings, when all she could describe was how isolated she was. And she was there for far too long. Her story I can't even share because of privacy issues.
Point of
Oh.
order.
But because Ms. Mahalik,
You just can't pretend to care for 5 minutes,
Point
honestly.
of
This is
order. It's
pathetic.
now descending just into abuse.
Yeah,
Just a
point of order's
No.
taken. Ms. Mahalik, please. This is government time and the minister's
Oh,
responding.
God. All right.
You don't have to stay, Ms. Mahalik.
No, I will.
Ms. Mahalik, I am going to respond to that. The suggestion that I'm pretending to care for 5 minutes is highly offensive. And every moment that I'm in this role, I'm thinking about those children that speak to me about their experiences in those settings, which is what's driving me and it's driving the department to try and turn the situation around that we inherited, where children are in high-cost emergency arrangements, and the poor outcomes for those children is something that we must all, working with our non-government providers, working across communities, we can all be playing a role. And again, part of the solution is trying to attract more foster carers into the system, and so there are solutions that are in line every community. But we will continue to do everything we can and come at this from every possible direction, turning on, reinvigorating the recruitment of emergency foster carers to give alternatives to these arrangements, trying to support foster carers more so that we can attract more foster carers, whilst also doing the hard work of trying to find placements for these kids that are already in these settings. This is, we're coming at it from every possible angle because these kids deserve it.
Thanks, Minister.
Any further questions from the government? All right, thank you all. We will take a break and we'll be back at 11:15. Thank you. Okay, thank you and welcome back. We're over to the opposition, but Minister, you're indicating...
Yeah, I just wanted to make one clarification, if I may, Chair.
Yes.
Just in relation to Ms Mihalik's question and commentary around court cases, and I just wanted to make it clear that there was only one judgment published where we were aware that there was inaccurate information provided via a non-government provider to the court through the department. There are a number of other non-published cases that we're aware of similar situations. Just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, over to the opposition.
Thank you, Minister, and your team. Great to be here. Minister, if I could just pick up at the last estimates, we spoke about pregnancy relating to out-of-home care, and it was 13 girls in out-of-home care were reported pregnant, the youngest being 14. Minister, I'm wondering what is the latest data that you have on this?
Morning, Ms Merton. The latest data we've got on this is currently, again, there are 14 young people who are pregnant in the system, and that they are provided intensive casework support to ensure that they have all their health and support needs addressed whilst they are in care, and obviously their settings will differ, whether they are with foster carers or if they're in residential care will depend on the level of support that they would need, but obviously the department tailors those supports depending on their need.
Mm-hmm. Minister, are you receiving critical incident reports every time a girl in outside care arrangements is pregnant?
Yes.
Out of home care. Mm-hmm. And Minister, if you could just elaborate a bit more, just in terms of actions you've taken to understand the circumstances in which they have fallen pregnant and whether they require any additional supports.
I have met with some amazing providers that provide the intensive support for young people in care. I've even met with some of the young women and girls that are in this situation, and I've got to say that their stories, their backgrounds are incredibly complex, and to really well, and I am assured that they are getting the supports and services that they need, but in terms of addressing the issue itself, it's a complex, complicated problem, often intergenerational, and we are doing everything we can as a government to ensure that there are services and supports available for families, but there's a lot of work to be done across communities to ensure that all of the supports across, not just within our department, but across the whole community services sector and in health and in education, to try to tackle the drivers of disadvantage that lead to intergenerational disadvantage and trauma.
Thank you. And Minister, just specific to you and your department, in terms of checks and follow-ups on this, are there arrangements that is it every 2 weeks, every 3 months, or it's nice to go and meet these girls, but just in terms of a bit of an ongoing arrangement?
Well, I've got to say, as a minister, I wasn't providing care to these young women. I was merely trying to understand the supports that are in place and available to them. The department provides the necessary supports and intensive casework support to these young girls, depending on their setting, and so I can't say what the frequency is for every particular case. That would depend on the individual's needs.
Okay, thank you. And if I could just touch on, and I recognise that my colleague Ms Higgins has touched on this earlier today, in terms of Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, and Minister, if I could just refer you to a question on Notice 52, and it says that there are currently 20 ACCOs accredited by the OGC to deliver out-of-home care, and that there were no new ACCOs in the past 12 months. Minister, is that the case? Have there been any new ACCOs since the last estimates?
Oh, I see. Sorry, I was trying to understand what you were referring to. There, as I understand, there remains 20 ACCOs delivering services. 17 of those deliver PSP, and the remaining 3 in either family pres or in TEI.
Mm-hmm. So there's been no new ACCOs since the last estimates? The figure still remains at 20? Mm-hmm. Minister, in terms of, does the ACCO sector, is there greater support that can be provided, or what are we doing in terms of this? When we've all sort of seen firsthand the community need for this, that's all, and then we sort of see no change in the number of providers.
This is an issue that we are taking very seriously as a government, and I'm working very closely with the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs in terms of growing capacity within the Aboriginal community controlled sector. We obviously have our strong commitment to closing the gap, and we report regularly to CAPO, and this is going to be a critical part of the conversation that I'm having with the Ministerial Aboriginal Partnership Group as well, to ensure there's coverage across the state, because there are certain areas where there is very little coverage of Aboriginal community controlled organisations, and so there is work to be done to grow capacity, to ensure that Aboriginal children and families get culturally appropriate support.
Thank you. Yep. So discussions continue with the sector. And Minister, if I could just take you back to your reference that 20 accredited ACCOs and 17 provide the out-of-home care services. I'm just, so there are 3 ACCOs that were accredited but are not providing services. Is that right?
They are providing, as I understand, they are providing services, just not in the out-of-home care part of the system. So outside of out-of-home care, there's child protection services like family preservation or targeted early intervention. So they're not providing care for kids that are in under the care of the state, but they are delivering supports to families before children come into care.
Okay, thank you. If I could just take you to programs that are discontinuing, and it would be supplementary question number 49, and it refers to exits from out-of-home care to homelessness services. I understand that the answer says that the department is working to improve the transparency of this data, and I'm just checking when we may have more data available on that, which is the transition from out-of-home care to homelessness services.
Ms. Merton, there's data capture is something that I've actually been it's quite concerned by on a number of different areas where we haven't been capturing data. This is one of those. So coming into government, learnt that there wasn't data captured about children in out-of-home care and their engagement with schooling. There wasn't data capture about where children, if they're not seen by the department, if other services are providing those services instead. We haven't got data capture on that, haven't got visibility. In terms of exiting out-of-home care to homelessness services, again, this is an important area that we need to understand better, and so data capture is something that we are.
Is there a time frame
on.
we're working on this? I mean, we can operate on ad hoc feedback from providers, we go and meet ourselves that report this, but just in terms of, the integrity of some data on this, is there a time frame, or what do we say?
I might refer to Ms Campbell to see whether she can provide further information to you on that.
So there are probably two issues there. So you would recall the More Than Shelter report that the Ombudsman did many years ago, and one of the recommendations from that was looking at a dashboard to track children that were in out-of-home care and the children that were in specialist homelessness services 12 to 15 years of age. So we've provided a draft of that dashboard to the Ombudsman for their review to see if it meets that particular recommendation. In terms of the other data, in terms of children leaving out-of-home care and going into homelessness, I'd need to take that on notice, but I know we do have some data on that. We obviously fund through Minister Jackson's area, portfolio, things like the Youth Initiative, etc., which really target young.
All right.
Young out-of-home
Ms Campbell,
care leavers.
I'm just conscious of the Minister's time and ours, so I'm happy to take that up this afternoon, but thank you very much for that. Minister, if I could just refer you to, in the Newcastle Herald on the 20th of January 2024, you were quoted as saying we need to move to a system where families are supported before children are removed. And I think we, good support across the sector in terms of early intervention relating to this. And Minister, I then ask that it was reported by the Daily Telegraph on the 20th of December that the Minns government axed the Supporting Families into Early Childhood Education scheme. This one in particular related to the southwest of Sydney by the Uniting Church that put nearly 200 Fairfield kids and hundreds of regional kids into early education programs that otherwise would have missed out. Wondering, Minister, where the government's commitment is in terms of these programs that are being axed and the community are experiencing and reporting this firsthand.
Ms Merton, I assume you're talking about early childhood education, and I can assure you that our government is doing far more than has been done in the past in terms of ensuring young people can access early education, and we've committed to 100 new public preschools across the state. They are going to be delivered, and we are committed to ensuring that all young children can access the early education services that they need. This is a priority for our government because we know how life-changing early education is for a young child over their entire lifetime.
Okay, thank you. I'm just conscious of the time. Natasha?
Do you want me to go?
Yeah.
Minister, I might move to whether or not you're aware of the Safe, Accessible and Available Examining the Temporary Accommodation System in New South Wales report that was released by Homelessness New South Wales in December last year.
Ms McLaren-Jones, I'm not familiar with that report.
The report from Homeless New South Wales is looking at, they were looking at temporary accommodation, and in particular, they asked questions around accessibility for people with disability and asked people to rate out of a scale of 1 to 5 how accessible and appropriate temporary accommodation was. The score was as low as 1.6 out of 5. What policy and procedures are currently in place to support people with disability into temporary accommodation?
Thanks, Ms McLaren-Jones. This is accessibility of housing broadly is a significant issue to the sector and to people with disability across the state. And if we think that housing and homelessness is a problem for people across the state, it's an acute problem for people with disability. So in terms of temporary accommodation, obviously that's something that falls under the responsibility of the Minister for Housing and Homelessness, but I am working very closely with her to, in terms of accessibility, of housing, temporary accommodation, also domestic and family violence services. There are issues in all aspects of the system in terms of accessibility, and I'm working closely with the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. I'm also working really closely with the Minister for Planning as well, who also obviously has a role to play.
Thank you, Minister. Homeless New South Wales has called for an audit of all current temporary accommodation to check for accessibility. In the Disability Royal Commission recommendation 7.35C also calls for an audit of temporary accommodation. Will you commit to undertaking an audit of current temporary accommodation to see whether or not it's accessible?
Well, like all responses, our government's responses to the Disability Royal Commission recommendations, they are being...
But this is also Homelessness New South Wales, who is also asking for this audit because of the fact that they have spoken to people who are experiencing homelessness, who are seeking temporary accommodation and have been turned away because they have a disability.
Yeah, and this is a very serious issue, and like many of the recommendations that are in the Disability Royal Commission, or that came from it, should I say, they reflect calls from community, calls from various sector and peak bodies over a number of years. So, like all recommendations, the 222 recommendations that were made by the Disability Royal Commission, we are working our way through those. That we have got a cross-agency task force.
I understand that, but this is specific to temporary accommodation. Have you met with the Minister for Homes in regards to what crisis accommodation is available?
I have spoken with, and yes, I've spoken with the Minister for Housing and Homelessness, particularly around the accessibility of housing and all forms of housing in the state.
Minister, this morning you announced Stockton. You indicated, following a question from one of your colleagues, that there will be, is it 5 homes will be made available or 25 property?
No, there are 7 homes.
7 homes?
5-bedroom homes.
So 7
1
5-bedroom
2-bedroom
homes?
unit, 1 1-bedroom unit, which should accommodate up to 25 people, although there may also be a requirement for support workers to be involved in there as well. So
just to clarify, Minister, so it's for 25 people. How many how many people could use Stockton previously? I thought it was over 100.
The Stockton Center at one point housed maybe 400
400.
people.
So you're providing 20. You're only providing 25, and will they all be for people with disability?
Ms McLaren-Jones, I don't know whether when you were Minister you took the opportunity to go to the site. It's a site
Minister, I'm asking you specifically. You announced this morning that there are 25 or up to 25 people will be able to access temporary accommodation. Will they all be for people with disability only?
So, Ms McLaren-Jones, you're talking about a site where your government said...
Minister, I'm asking...
You're talking about a site where your government
Minister,
said...
Minister, you organised for your own members to
possibly...
give you a Dixer on this question. Now I'm asking for some details. This site accommodated, you said, close to 400 people. You've announced this morning that there'll be... the site will be able to accommodate 25 people. I think in that release you said for accommodating people with disability. I'm trying to find out, will the site be accessible for people with disability?
And I'm just trying to put it in the context.
It's a simple yes or no, Minister.
I'm putting in the context that this was a site that your government said...
So, Minister, you're not providing disability access to a site.
Point of order.
Again, it's not a laughing matter.
Point of order.
I'm not laughing.
The general respect is that we allow sort of back and forth and the ability to answer or redirect as the case may be. I think the Minister needs to be able to respond to that question.
And I'm trying to... You're referencing people with disability. This is going to be meanwhile use for people in need of transitional accommodation. It was a site that was a former residential accommodation site. At its peak, when it was a disability service, there was a number of people on the site. though many of the buildings on that site have been left in
So,
ruin
Minister, will this
by
site
your
be,
government,
will this
and
site
many
be
of them
accessible?
can never be used
Minister,
again.
will this site be accessible for people with disability?
Absolutely.
It will be.
Absolutely.
In addition, Minister, you did a media interview before you came into government about Stockton, along with Tomy, calling for both sites to be used for crisis accommodation. Does that mean Tomy will also be turned into temporary accommodation?
When I was first came into this role, one of the first things I did was go on to have a site inspection of both sites, Stockton Center and Tomy Lodge, to understand whether or not there were opportunities for temporary accommodation or meanwhile use in the midst of a housing and homelessness crisis. So what came from those visits was the apparent opportunity at Stockton Center, not the same opportunity at Tomy Lodge.
So what's the outcome for Tomy?
Tomy Lodge, there's ongoing work being done in terms of the constraints and the future use of that site.
And when would the report that you announced last year be available for public or released to the public?
Sorry, which report are you talking about?
In relation to Tomy?
Well, you did a consultation report that was largely meaningless when you were
And Minister,
in government.
you said last year that you were doing further consultation and looking at a further report. When will that be released?
And there's currently work being done to understand the constraints of the site.
So yet another
Thank
review.
you. Over to you, Ms Mihaly. Thank you.
Minister, just back on alternative care arrangements, how many providers are there in New South Wales?
Ms Mihaly, I might have to come back to you on
Okay.
that, but I can say that of those providers, they are, I think the figure I saw was 89% of them are for-profit providers.
Okay, for profit.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So a very small percentage are then run by the department as well. Is that right? Or
There are there's others being provided by non-government providers who aren't for-profit.
does the department provide any alternative care arrangements?
No.
Is that correct?
Is that correct? Just,
Do you want to assist
we
the Minister?
I mean, there's some children in those in alternative care
So I'll
arrangements
put to you,
that
Minister,
are
Minister, in a question you answered previously to another member in the other House, you said there were 35 providers, so I'll just help you out. There's 35 organisations in New South Wales. That includes the Department of Communities and Justice as one of the providers of alternative care arrangements in New South Wales, okay?
We have a role to play in case managing some of the children that are in those settings. We don't provide.
The specific question was providing the day-to-day care to children and young people in ACA. So obviously the department plays some role, as does the non-for-profit and the for-profit organisations.
The only residential accommodation that the department is accredited to provide is a place called Sherwood House.
Okay.
So
all of the kids that are currently in motels in New South Wales are entirely run by their care is provided through for-profit organisations or for NGOs. Who are you giving the contracts to? Because it's really big money. We're talking 60 million almost in just 6 months is given to these organisations.
So they are non-government providers,
That's right.
either for-profit or not-for-profit.
Both, a combination. Okay. So you said in a response to an answer back in September that you wanted to significantly reform this area. I might quote you so that you don't think I'm misquoting you. That you want to reduce the costly emergency arrangements, and I quote you, I am considering and will announce in due course a range of reforms to address this issue. This is your response to a question put
Correct.
to your notice back in September. That's your answer. What have you announced in September in relation to ACAs?
I've announced that the number of children in ACAs have dropped by 42% in the past 4 months.
What have you announced about your reform? You announced back in September you're going to reform this area. I'm asking you, what are you doing to reform it?
Ms.
Giving you an
Mihaly,
opportunity you said that you're going to announce some reform. I want to know what the reform is.
the
are you still
reform,
thinking about it?
part of the reform, and a significant part of the reform, is managing the crisis that we are dealing with right now. And that's what we did by creating a team within the department that has prioritised the entry into high-cost emergency arrangements and the removal from high-cost emergency arrangements to get better outcome for the children involved. So when we've seen a reduction for the first time since I think at the beginning of 2022, since then that figure has been rising month on month. And this is the first time we've seen a reduction.
Last year, is that right? The ACA numbers rose significantly last year.
They've been rising for the past 3 years.
3 years.
Month on month. And this was the first time that we've seen a reduction.
Are the organisations that are receiving the funding to provide this type of care also receiving funding to provide foster care or any other child protection services?
Some of the organisations probably are. Yes, they are.
So these organisations then compete for money or for both providing services for children in alternative care arrangements, and then they make a decision on whether they also seek funding to assist in foster care and child protection services. Is that right? So
yes, they are contracted. They are contracted by the department to provide foster care. Yep. The arrangements for alternative care arrangements are not part of the contract system.
No, they're separate contracts, but they are still contracted. So what I'm saying to you, Minister, is it likely that some of these NGOs or for-profit organisations are making a decision what is in the interest of their organisation financially? Is it to compete for the grants for funding to provide foster care and child protection services, or is it in their interest just to focus on the ACA part of their delivery of their models of their organisations? Because if you're providing such big money, and it's not just you but your department and your predecessor did this as well, if the ACAs are receiving millions of dollars to provide care for children in motels and hotels, and they're given a particular fund for that, it may be in the interest of that organisation to pursue those arrangements and invest more in that part of their business model than, for example, in providing foster care services or child protection.
I understand where you're coming from, Ms. Mahalik. There are a number of pressures across the system I've had, and to your point particularly, there is a intensive therapeutic care model which a lot of providers have, where it's more or less a house and they're contracted arrangements. This is a preferred model for children to be going into a high-cost emergency arrangement. What I found coming into this role was that the vacancy rates on some of those intensive therapeutic care models was sitting around 30%, some maybe 40%. So when they are vacant, it then means that a child is going into a high-cost emergency arrangement instead of a more appropriate setting.
You've also got a problem, Minister, of 35 organisations, right? So I'm sure they're not working together on any of this. So they're based on regions, for example, or location or particular type of demographics. Is that right?
No, some of them work across the state.
Some of them work across the state. I put to you that I think there's a real conflict when one of these organisations is providing both foster care and child protection services and at the same time the ACA.
So what we are now doing,
that's one area of reform.
Well, what we are now doing as a department, if a non-government provider isn't willing to provide the level of service that we would expect them to, that we are looking to step in as a department. So we have had very robust conversations with many providers, and I've had very direct conversations with the Peak Aqua about this exact problem.
And I think what you're saying, it's fine. What I want to ask you is, those contractual arrangements, and perhaps your department there can respond, are they 6 months, 12 months, 24 months? Where are we up to? If we want to step in, you're working under existing contractual arrangements.
For the alternative care arrangements, they aren't on an ongoing basis. They are just one-offs. Yeah, they're not locked in at all. But
maybe the department can give me an example. So is that a one-off payment for you look after this many kids, or
a need arises? It is done on effectively a bespoke arrangement in relation to each young person.
Right.
So the need arises. There is a problem with placement, and an agency or organisation is approached and arrangements put in place specifically for that child or
And it's
young person.
open-ended, I'd imagine. There's no...
So there's no set
No.
time frame on those arrangements. And I think it's just important to call out there's no contractual arrangement. It's a individual agreement between the department and or the NGO and that.
But then you must know
particular
who's
provider.
providing this type of service. So you have to have a list of those providers so you know...
We're
who
getting
to
that
turn
for
to.
you. We'll be able to
Okay.
provide that.
And Ms. Mahalik, can I just make it really clear that I have made it abundantly clear to the non-government providers through the peak and to their board that we expect them to work with the government on our priorities, which is reducing the number of children in high-cost emergency arrangements. Where they don't, then we will be looking to step in.
Do I have more time?
Yep,
Okay.
you've got 1 minute.
Can I also ask you, Minister, back a couple of other questions. I want to ask you about the role of the senior practitioner within your department. So how many people currently work for the Office of the Senior Practitioner, please?
There are, I can find that for you in just a moment. Thought I could find it for you in just a moment.
Okay, well, we can come back to that. So maybe perhaps one of the department there could provide the answer.
I
Secretaries?
can.
Okay.
There are a range of teams and positions.
Well, in total, how many
in
people work
total?
for the Office of the Senior Practitioner?
356.
356.
FTE.
Okay. Okay. Are they, Minister? Are they predominantly working in policy areas? What's predominantly these teams?
The Office of Senior Practitioner does a number of roles. They have the Child Death Review team. They act as, they are in district and offices as well, and providing support to frontline caseworkers. So they provide a range of different services, including...
Just on that, Minister, they provide policy support. What type of support will they provide to the caseworkers frontline?
practice
guidelines.
Yeah, and practice support, as well as undertaking reviews of decisions that have been made by the department that help guide future decisions and policy directions.
And Minister, are there any actually caseworkers that are hired by, that work within this office as well? Or
Yes.
So they've transferred out of that work into the department work, or?
There are caseworkers within the OSP.
OSP, okay. So of that 356, maybe the department could tell me how many of them are caseworkers?
80% of the 356 are considered frontlines. There's a variety of different positions, like I said, from casework support.
But they're not always frontline, right?
Sorry?
They're sometimes taken off frontline work and then brought in back into the department to do other type of policy work. Would that be right?
There's opportunities for caseworkers to do a whole range of different things, including some positions in the OSP.
Okay.
And there are times where caseworkers will apply for those positions and move into the Office of the Senior Practitioner.
Okay.
But as the Minister said, the majority of the staff that are in the Office of the Senior Practitioner are out supporting our caseworkers, particularly newer caseworkers, through mentoring and coaching and just...
On site with them as well?
Yeah, correct.
Okay,
correct.
thanks, Ms Mahalik. Thank you. Minister, last estimates, you said that you were reviewing and replacing the structured decision-making tools and the proposition that they have seen too many Aboriginal children separated from their families and placed in inappropriate out-of-home care. Where are you up to with that review?
So the structured decision-making tool and the review of it was one of the immediate action items that came out of the Aboriginal Reform Forum that we held in August last year. We are now in a... We've now working closely in collaboration with ABSEC and ALS on a review of the risk assessment tool and all of the... There's a suite of tools that come with the that are part of this. There is one element of it that that we will be replacing with an interim approach very soon.
Very soon is...
I have this morning announced, Ms Higginson, that the in the early months, in the first half of this year.
Okay.
And we've announced that to all staff today.
Okay.
So it's very imminent.
Great. Okay. And so that's a suite of interim tools, is what that you're saying, that will be applied.
There's an element of the that will be that the interim tool will replace. Then the whole suite will be part of ongoing work with ABSEC and ALS to determine what we use going forward as well.
And so will I be hearing feedback from that announcement that it is what ABSEC and ALS were talking to you about in terms of their frontline work and the needs that would...
Indeed. Well, I hope so.
Yeah.
And as you're well aware, this is something that the sector has called for and stakeholders have called for a very long time.
Yes.
And at the forum, it could not have been clearer the level of discontent with it.
Yes.
And so we've done what needed to be done. And worked closely with ABSEC and ALS, and we will continue to do that as we go forward to ensure that all of the tools that we are using are culturally appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Just going back on with the question about transferring cases from NGOs to ACCOs, and I realise that the number is incredibly low, and we discussed a little bit about, but are you suggesting now, because when we last spoke at the last budget's estimates, I think you were suggesting that you didn't have data accessible to you to know. Now that we can see that these numbers and transfers are incredibly low, are you suggesting that we have got better visibility of how that's happening and why it's not happening?
Yes, Ms Higgins, and we've been working really closely with all of the providers, and there was, as I mentioned before, granular work done, but certain requests made of providers to provide the planning for the transition, and then we've gone back to them for more detailed work on that, and we've asked for that information to be provided. We haven't received all of those updated plans from the providers within the timeframe that we'd asked for, so I've written to them all this week saying we need to get on with this job.
Mm-hmm. So, and can I, at this point, how many Aboriginal children are currently in the out-of-care system?
It's around 6,000.
Yeah. That, if you want to get back to me with the number exact, that's fine. I can do that a bit later, but around...
6,563 as at 30 June.
Last year?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So just... and just on the... And what was the total number as of 30 June? Sorry.
Total number of children in out-of-home care is 14,723 as at 30 June.
Yeah. Thank you. With the FIC progress report, did you discuss that report before its release last month with all of the peaks? Were they fully aware that was being dropped? Had they been involved, and to what extent had they been involved with that progress report?
Ms Higgins, I might have to defer to Ms Check to go into more detail in terms of the conversations that were had, and I can assure you that there would have been a lot. But as I understand, when we were looking at publishing, it just wasn't up to date with everything that had been going on, and we wanted to ensure that what we were publishing captured all of the work, including I think items out of the map group or the creation of the map group and things like that. But I'll pass to Ms Check, who knows far more detail of the conversations that we had.
Thank you, Minister. And Ms. Higginson, I'm going to defer the question to Ms.
Beattie.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ms. Beattie.
It's okay, thank you. So new to this role, I was reminded the other day, I've been here about 7 weeks, but my knowledge prior to me was that we have consulted and worked with our ACCO partners and peaks under the National Partnership Agreement now is more firm now that we are working with these partners within the FIC process. However, I understand that the Children's Guardian, the New South Wales Children's Court and ALS and ABSEC were consulted on the report, and we've also noted that we're moving to more of a dashboard process, because that will give the people of New South Wales more timely and easier to understand information moving forward, and we're working with them on that process now.
And so, Ms. Beattie, can I ask, and perhaps you too, Minister, in terms of, we sort of say the FIC groups, the FIC peaks, or the FIC group and the peaks are consulted. I feel like we kind of keep having this discussion about what that means and what that looks like. And, is there any consideration about what it means to really, really sit down and acknowledging the MAP group, but also just really, really sitting down, opening the door and having those voices well and truly in the conversation, not just part of the sort of conversation. Mr. Tipple, I can see you're about to
Mr. Tipple's
give me
champing
something.
at the bit.
No,
Yeah.
This is something that is very real to me, in that I think the department is, and I do acknowledge the excellent work of Ms. Beattie and the work undertaken prior to her joining by Brendan Thomas, but I think the department needs to better and is working to better implement the spirit of the Closing the Gap agreement. And when we established the former Transforming Aboriginal Outcomes Division of the department, I think that one of the challenges with that is that we had a group of staff who very often were, in a sense, located between senior decision makers, people like me, the Secretary, and Deputy Secretaries, and the sector, CAPO, ACCOs. What we are seeking to do now is really work with CAPO so that we truly do partner and become better in certain areas of focus in being Aboriginal-led through direct work between decision makers and those in the sector.
The frontliners.
Yeah, and that is that. Can I just be really clear?
Yes.
That is very difficult.
Yes, but can I just...
We are trying very hard to do that.
I'm going to come back to you this afternoon and explore this a bit more, but in my last 20 seconds, Minister, do you accept that the recent Productivity Commission's findings in relation to closing the gap is the one fundamental reason we're failing, and we are failing, particularly in your sector, across the board, but particularly in your sector, because obviously the problems are so large in this sector, is that we're not handing over the power? That is literally the identification of why we're failing. At the moment on FIC, Minister, you have got some of the most incredible peaks who know exactly what to do and how to do it. They just need more access to the power to make it happen.
Ms. Higginson, I hear you entirely, and I hear the sector very clearly. I often get very frank feedback, and I am regularly in forums, ABSEC quarterly forums. I've been to the last one just last week, and I'm hearing directly from them regularly. And I accept entirely the importance of not only sharing decision making but sharing power, and we've got to be doing government differently, and that's what the conversations in the MAP group are going to be all around.
Fantastic. So next budget estimates, you will be telling me exactly how we've succeeded on that. Okay, over to you. Thank you, the opposition.
Minister, could you provide an update of the indemnity program to cover providers of out-of-home care for physical and sexual abuse claims?
Thanks, Ms. Merton. The interim indemnity scheme has been extended until the end of this year, whilst the long-term solution is still being bedded down. So what's really pleasing in all of this and through this process has been that we haven't lost. There's been no provider that has left the system because they haven't got coverage.
So,
also
beyond December 2024, what discussions are still?
Oh, there's an enormously complex piece of work going on to. Initially, there was discussion at a national level to see whether or not there could be a national scheme that could apply across all states and territories, and then a national framework.
So there's no agreement currently?
Not nationally, but so New South Wales is working
for this year's covered, but
diligently.
Going forward, we're looking for an agreement, which we don't have.
They have coverage until the end of this year, and then there is certain proposals that are being considered about what that scheme looks like going forward, and there's significant consultation with the sector to ensure that they understand and are having input into what will work and what won't.
Yep. Cover in place for this year. Going forward is unknown.
Going forward, they will have cover.
Unknown. If I could just refer to the Royal Disability Commission, and there was recommended a plan be put in place by the Australian Government and state and territory governments to provide accessibility information and communication for people with disability by the end of the year. I'm just checking where the New South Wales government might be at in terms of making websites, applications and documents digitally accessible for people with disability.
This is a really important area, Ms Merton, in terms of making sure that often the conversation around disability accessibility is around physical accessibility of buildings and everything, but digital accessibility is really key to ensuring access for people with disability to all walks of life, to employment, to supports and services as well. So I've heard that really recently and clearly from a group I met with, which is a group of amazing public servants with disability called the Disability Employment Network, Den Connect. Their message to me was around the importance of ensuring that we've got accessible we've got accessible information digitally in the government. So Accessibility New South Wales has been doing a lot of work with the Council for Intellectual Disabilities to create a plan for the creation of Easy Read across for government information that's relevant to people with intellectual disabilities.
And look, my understanding is that Accessibility New South Wales will run out of funding after 1 July this year. As the Minister for Disability Inclusion, what assurance can you provide that funding will continue?
Ms Merton, there's lots of conversations still being had around the work being done and where it's being done. So those conversations are going to be continuing.
Thank you. If I could take you to housing. Minister, you're aware of your government's housing solution to the housing crisis, rebalancing houses across the state with a focus on new housing at transport stops. Minister, have you been consulted on the plan to ensure properties are accessible?
Ms Burton, I've had many conversations with the Minister for Planning and the Minister for Better Regulation and the Minister for Housing and Homelessness about the importance of accessibility and housing, particularly around the plans. And I can share with this committee that we are looking at every possible option in terms of ensuring there's greater accessible housing in the new builds that are going to be occurring across the state under our government.
Thank you. Have you been consulted on the plan to ensure the provision of Aboriginal housing?
In terms of through Homes New South Wales, is that?
In terms of the housing solution plan of, high density developments, have you been consulted on the plan? Likewise, you talked about accessibility. I'm asking about the provision of Aboriginal housing. Does that fit into the plan?
I can say that any housing, new social housing that's being built by this government. Any housing that's being new builds on government land, there will be an increase in accessible housing.
So the proportion of properties that will be available for people with disability under the government's housing plan, is there a number on that?
There is a 30%, we've got a commitment to ensure that there is at least 30% social and affordable housing that will be applied to any new builds on government land. All social housing and new builds will be meeting the silver standard of the National Construction Code.
Thank you. Minister, if I could just take you back, at the last estimates we spoke about our plan for New South Wales public education, and you may recall at that estimates your colleague, the Deputy Premier, unveiled a big glossy brochure, New South Wales public education, and you stated you're being a fierce advocate for children with disability. I questioned you at that time about the absence of any reference to disability in that plan. We spoke about the number of children with disability in our schools. Minister, how can that plan remain in circulation with no reference to disability, given your earlier comments on this?
Ms Merton, I take exception with the way that plan was framed in this committee on the last occasion. The plan speaks to the importance of an inclusive and equitable public education system across this state, which is something this government is deeply committed to, and I commend the Minister for Education and the Deputy Premier for her commitment to inclusivity and equitable access to public education. With what we saw under the former government, an erosion of the public education system, and we are doing everything to ensure it is rebuilt in an inclusive and equitable way, and that is exactly what that plan speaks to. And there is no particular cohort mentioned in that plan. That plan is for all children in the state of New South Wales.
Minister, are you confident, given the omission of any reference to disability in that plan, and that being a centrepiece, the hallmark of public education in New South Wales, are you confident you are sufficiently advocating for your portfolio regarding disability inclusion within Cabinet of this government when documents such as this remain in circulation?
I won't speak to what my comments are in Cabinet, but I will tell this committee that I am heartened by the plan that the Minister for Education released. The inclusive and equitable commentary throughout that plan relates to all children in New South Wales. They're not making any distinction between children coming from CALD communities, children coming from other backgrounds, or children with disability. They are referring to all children in the public education and making sure it is inclusive and equitable for all. And I'll tell you,
just within the community, the mums and dads of children with disabilities in New South Wales public education still remain in shock to this, that those kids are not recognised.
Well, I can't say that has come to me.
They look to you as the Minister for Disability
Well, that hasn't
Inclusion.
come directly to me as far as I'm aware. And I've got to say that I have met with families of children with disability in the public education. I've met with teachers, and I recently was at Nowra East Public School with the Deputy Premier, and the inclusive nature of that school and what's going on in that space spoke volumes for the public education system and its inclusive and equitable
and Minister,
access.
I completely agree. On the ground, the community, the mums and dads, the teachers, amazing stuff they're doing with this. But then to not be recognised in a key government brochure, there
was no particular cohort recognised in that brochure at all. It was a strong plan with strong consultation with community, with the sector, with teachers, that spoke to the importance of inclusive and equitable public education across this state, which is what our government is deeply committed to.
Thank you. I hand to my colleague.
Thank you, Minister. Just in relation to Stockton again, I just want to check whether or not that site and management has been transferred to Homes New South Wales.
Not at this stage, no.
Is the intent?
Sorry to interrupt.
Is the intent for Homes New South Wales to manage this?
The future, Homes New South Wales will be managing the contracts, the community service provider on the ground for these 7 homes. The future of that site's still being discussed.
Mm-hmm. Minister, how many DCJ-owned properties are there that are being used as disability accommodation?
I think we'll be able to get that figure to you. I won't be able to get it right now, but we'll attempt to get it to you by the end of this session. So there's currently 805 properties in the portfolio. The number of actual...
No, that's fine. I'm happy to say it hasn't changed since the last estimates. It still remains as 805.
Correct.
And how many of those are no longer under contract, so operating month by month? So at the last estimates, you indicated it was 523 that were operating month by month.
It's a similar figure now.
I also put to you that the last estimates, you also said you're working through the process to determine the future of these properties. Considering these properties are being managed month by month with residents living there with disability without certainty, what work has been done to determine the future of these properties?
Before I answer that, sorry, Ms McLaren-Jones, I'm just going to correct that there has been, there's 804 properties now, a decrease of 1 since late last year, where a property leased from, it's been transferred to the LAHC social housing portfolio. So it's 804 now.
So it's now being managed by Homes New South Wales?
Correct. There are 700, as of January this year, 731 properties occupied for disability accommodation.
And can I ask that...
And 520 are operating under expired leases.
520. Minister, can I check that the property that's been transferred to Homes New South Wales, is that still operating as a home for people with disability?
I can't say. I think it's being used as social housing now.
Yeah, it was actually a vacant property, and it was actually always LAC owned, and it was leased to DCJ. So it's gone back to Land and Housing Corp, and I presume it'll be used for social and affordable housing.
The future of the remaining 804 properties, is your intention for them to all go to Homes New South Wales?
No.
So you guarantee that they will all remain as properties for people with disability?
Well, currently, I don't want you to misunderstand the evidence I've given. There's 804 properties in the portfolio. Not all of those are being used for disability accommodation already. So there's 731 properties are occupied for disability accommodation and services.
I'm asking about the total, 805. What is your plan for these homes?
Well, what I found, again, coming into this role, was that there were a number of homes that had been vacated for various reasons, often because they are no longer meeting they weren't meeting the specialist disability accommodation standard, and so people with disabilities were moving elsewhere. This was something that was happening before we came into government, and we found that there were a number of properties that were sitting there vacant. Again, in a housing and homelessness crisis, I asked what we were doing to ensure that every single property that we've got could be used in any way possible, and so we've now got some vacant properties being used to address priorities of our government, which was to help in the out-of-home care crisis, as well as help in the homelessness crisis.
But Minister, what I'm actually trying to get to is whether or not ensuring that people with disability, whether they're at risk of homelessness, whether they're domestic violence, whether they're young people in out-of-home care, I'm trying to find out where does the disability priority sit in relation to these homes, particularly if New South Wales Homes is looking at managing this as social and affordable housing. What conversations have you had with the Minister to guarantee that enough accommodation is being made available for people with disability? And I outlined before, Homeless New South Wales has raised it as a concern. It was raised with in the Royal Commission. I want to know what you are doing to ensure that people with disability can access accommodation, particularly if accommodation in your portfolio is going over to Homes New South Wales.
This is a really important issue. I think Ms Campbell's evidence was that that home was already in Homes New South Wales.
I'm talking about the remaining homes. What guarantee will you give to this committee?
None of which are currently with that. And as far as I recall, and from what I could see when we came into government, was that the only plan the former government had for any of these sites was to sell them all off.
Minister, I'm not talking about previous government.
I'm finding it
at the moment, what I'm gathering is that you don't have a plan as to what you will do with these properties. Homes New South Wales and the Minister for Homes is, as she said in budget estimates the other day, she is identifying and going around knocking on doors of colleagues, hassling them for whatever vacant properties or land they have. And you can't guarantee these properties will remain to support people with disability.
Well, we have a strong commitment that public assets will remain in public hands, and we will be using.
I'm not asking about public property. I'm asking about whether or not you will fight and ensure that people with disability will have accommodation.
And we are working very closely with the disability sector and many disability providers and organisations, and sitting around tables with them to discuss what opportunities we have to ensure that we can maximise disability accommodation in this state with the property portfolio that we've inherited that was largely falling into disrepair, that your government
to individuals
only
who are
to
living
sell
in
it off.
accommodation on a month-by-month lease. That is currently the situation. Providers have no certainty, and today you can't give them any answers. Apart from, I'm in conversations, having discussions.
Indeed, we are consulting with those very providers so that they've got an understanding of where we want to head. And where we want to head is ensuring that we have got.
Is that the conversation you're having?
We are wanting to ensure that we have got quality accommodation for people with disabilities across this state, and particularly with the portfolio that we have, there's an enormous opportunity to maximise what we've got. Everything was just let to sit in disrepair for
Minister, what are you going to say to the
decade.
people that are currently in these homes that are living month by month?
Ms McLaren-Jones.
There's no certainty. You can't give them any certainty. I might move on to another topic in the,
they are living
the
in
time. Minister, how many children and young people in your care are currently receiving palliative care?
Ms McLaren-Jones, I'm not aware of what that figure is.
Do you know how many are Aboriginal?
I don't know if we have any children in palliative care, and I don't know if any of those children in palliative care are Aboriginal.
Do you know how many young people are waiting for palliative care who are in your care?
Ms McLaren-Jones, I do not.
Minister, are you confident that no young person in your care is missing out on receiving palliative care due to your government's cuts?
Well, firstly, there are no cuts, and there's going to be more investment in palliative
Minister
care.
for Health outlined that there had been cuts. I'm asking whether or not you've asked the questions, and are you confident that no young person in your care is missing out on vital palliative care services?
Sorry, Ms McLaren-Jones, you put on the record that there were cuts to palliative care, and I'm just going to correct that record to say that there are no cuts to palliative care. and that there's more than 1.7 billion over 4 years provided to palliative care in the current budget. That's funding palliative care is 6.8%
Minister,
higher
I'll
this
interrupt.
year
My question
compared to
is,
last
are you
year.
confident there is no young person in your care missing out on palliative care at the moment?
And I will defer to the to Ms. Check to see if there are any children that we're aware of that are in the system that are currently seeking palliative care.
If it'll assist the committee, Ms McLaren-Jones, we can get the numbers of children in care who have an approved end-of-life plan, which may include palliative care services. We can provide that
We
either
can cover that
before
this
the
afternoon.
end. Yeah.
Yep.
It's always a very small number of children, but we can provide the numbers for the committee.
Thank you. I will hand to my colleague, Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much. And good morning. Are we still morning? No, we're afternoon. Good afternoon. Can I ask, I understand quite a few questions have been asked already that I was going to ask you. It saves me time. In relation to the NDIS review, have you met with your federal and other state colleagues to discuss this already? And when will the New South Wales Government be providing its response to that review?
To the NDIS review itself, yes. I've met with my federal and state colleagues a number of times, both prior to its release and after its release. Minister Bill Shorten and Minister Rishworth have regular conversations with us. They've kept us involved in the process. States and territories obviously have a significant role to play in the in not only the funding but the management of the NDIS as well.
Yeah. Is there legislation being proposed at a federal level? Do you know? Is that something that's been discussed?
Well, in December last year, the National Cabinet approved certain legislation reform.
Okay. Do you know when it's going to be put in the federal parliament?
I can't say specifically. That's a matter for Minister Shorten.
Okay, but it's already been consulted on at the last Commonwealth meeting.
There was discussion about the legislation, but that was an agreement from National Cabinet.
Okay. Will you expect to see the legislation before it is put to Parliament?
I do expect that would. Well, certainly it's going to be. I would think a matter for the First Ministers and through them, because that was their agreement as well.
And so when will the New South Wales Government be giving its formal response to that NDIS review final report?
That's an ongoing piece of work. So we are obviously working really closely with across all states and territories and with the Commonwealth. The work before us right now is a design of the foundational supports, and what does that look like across the country?
Yeah.
So that's the work that's before us right now.
Okay. Is there a date for responding though? Is there some sort of whole of government process for that, or?
Well, it's certainly a whole of government process, I can say that. But I mean, I think this is an approach that's going to be a staged approach in any event.
Okay.
Because we have the design and of the, as I said, the foundational supports as a key element, and setting up a system of supports outside the NDIS to create that ecosystem where people can access the supports where they need them, when they need them. That's the work before us all at the moment.
Okay. Can you maybe take it on notice as to whether there's a timeline for reporting on specific bits of it?
As far as I'm aware, there's not.
Okay.
But the whole, I guess, what's being proposed in the review isn't going to be implemented quickly. It's by design. It's a 5-year process in any event.
Okay. Can I ask Ms Campbell?
Yeah, I was just going to add in to your
please
comments, Minister. In terms of the New South Wales NDIS plan, as you know, that expires at the end of think it's June 2028, and the agreement through National Cabinet was the indexation that's currently in those agreements, both not just New South Wales but other states and territories, would go from 4% to 8%. So obviously everything needs to be in place by then. That's sort of the drop dead date.
So there's not an actual response being required, but now that that's happening, there's a series of steps that we need to put in place before
correct.
then. Okay.
Correct. And it's very much a staged approach to get to that point.
Okay, excellent. We had an inquiry through the Children and Young Persons Committee in 2022 that was looking into basically children falling through the gaps of the family law system versus the child protection system. I don't think we've seen a response to that from the government. So we had a series of recommendations.
I might let...
No, so you, Ms. Boyd, asked that question the other day.
Yeah.
I have gone searching for it. I suspect to my knowledge, we have not responded.
Yeah.
And the intention would be to respond.
Okay. Are you familiar with that report, Minister?
I recall the first meeting that you had before the committee meeting as well, with some of the stakeholders that were calling for that.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm familiar with the report that came from it whilst I was in opposition at the time.
So I think the response has just maybe fallen between the sort of new government. Can I ask you to look at that? Thank you. Are you aware of a relatively new organisation called the Australian Neurodivergent Parents Association, the ANPA?
I am aware of that organisation.
They have reached out to your office requesting a meeting. Will you meet with them? I've got to say I've met with a lot of different organisations, and I think I've tried to see if that organisation would like to meet with department officials whilst trying to work out timing for me as well. Okay.
But
they're very keen to meet with you.
Yeah, generally I don't... it's difficult I don't find it a good way of trying to have a meeting with me by attacking me online. But,
Okay, I'm not aware of that. So, okay. All right. So perhaps not meeting with them.
Well, we'll talk to... We'll try and organise a meeting with department officials.
Yeah.
And to understand what their concerns are.
Yeah, okay. All right, fair enough. I spoke with the Ageing and Disability Commissioner last week in estimates. He told the committee that the additional funding of the $2.5 million to allow the Commission to do their sort of statutory minimum was a one-off. Have you been advocating for that funding to allow them to do their job, to be sort of, basically put in on a continuous basis or a regular basis?
The answer is yes, Ms. Boyd. There's a lot of discussions going forward about the future funding for the important role of the Ageing and Disability Commission, particularly in light of the it being held up as a model in the Disability Role Commission recommendations as well. So there's a lot of important work that they do, and last year this current year we were able to find the $2.5 million to prevent the fiscal cliff it was facing under the former government. So that was another element of the system that we've had to fix coming in to allow it to continue to do its important role, and those conversations are ongoing in terms of future funding.
Okay. I understand there's been quite an increase in demand for the official community visitors scheme, and there is an ask from disability advocates for the funding to be increased by $700,000 a year for the next 4 years to allow that scheme to do the important work that it was set up for. Is that something that you support?
Part of the $2.5 million that we provided to the Commission was to support the important work done by the official community visitors. and going forward, that's for future funding, that's part of the conversation about the future funding for official community visitors. If you don't mind, can I just take a moment to recognise and thank the Commissioner for his important work. We've got Catherine McKenzie here today from the Commission, but just wanted to, in this forum and for this committee's benefit, thank the Robert Fitzgerald for the work that he's done as Commissioner, and leaving us to go to the becoming the aging discrimination Commissioner with the AHRC is it's terrific for him, a bit of a loss for us, but he has done an impressive job ensuring that the issues that the Ageing and Disability Commission address
I 100% agree with you on that,
important.
and I will just
sorry to invade
just
your
to
time,
ask
Ms. Boyd.
Yes, but the question there around the additional funding, that is something that he had been calling for a long time, was for that demand-based funding. Is that something that you will be pushing for in Cabinet?
I will say that that Commissioner Fitzgerald has been a very strong advocate for a very long time, and we wish him well in his new role, and we will continue to work on securing and ensuring the future of the ADC and the important role that it plays.
Ms. Mahalik?
Thank you. Minister, I'll ask a couple of quick questions on NDIS too. I'm someone that's been very familiar with the system of the NDIS and indeed disability care for New South Wales for a very long time. I accept what you've just said. Certainly the government has just received their review, the federal government that is, and it is a staged process on how they'll respond to that. There will be, I think, significantly more pressure put back onto the states to provide that broader holistic care for people with a disability. Have you started the process within your own department and your own office of looking at how the state can re-enter the place of providing care for disability in New South Wales? Because, as you know, post-2009, the then Labor government removed itself away from having any public involvement or government involvement with disability, providing holistic disability care in New South Wales. So I'm just wondering how you're going to go about this, because it's more than just disability inclusion. It really is about a lot of properties were handed over to the NGO sector, for example, and there's been a very clear reliance on the federal government in that space for funding, that is.
Thanks, Ms. Mahalik. It's a very
it's a broad
question, and I just wanted to go back to the element where you referenced since 2009 that there's been a walking away from the state.
Yeah, data handed over a lot of its department responsibilities.
It was certainly not 2009. It was closer to 2012, 2013, I believe. So fully...
Sorry, the process started in 2009.
I think the process started with the trial in the Newcastle area, from memory, but I can take that on notice and come back.
Okay.
And there was a walking away of obligations by the then government of providing disability services with indecent haste at that time under the former government. So what we are doing now is working very closely with the Commonwealth Government to determine who does what where, and to create the system that the NDIS was originally envisioned to sit within.
It was, Minister, as you know, envisaged originally just to support 10% of people with the most profound disabilities.
It
certainly moved away from that.
Permanent, and yes. The NDIS review is trying to restore the system to a sustainable model which reflects its original intentions. And the original intention, not only was it around a permanent, profound disability, it was also around an ecosystem of supports in which it sits, so that it didn't become the lifeboat in the ocean. It was meant to support in it. It was meant to sit within
the Titanic,
within a connection of supports. Well, we are working closely with the federal government to ensure that the NDIS review NDIS
Of the
stays.
600,000 applicants of NDIS, how many are in New South Wales that are recipients of NDIS nationally? How many of them are in New South Wales?
I have that figure for you.
Really? Of course you did.
There are 182,920 active participants with approved plans as of 30 June 2023.
Do you know how many NDIS providers there are in New South Wales, or
I
what
don't
sort of
have that.
information provided to you?
No, I don't have that information, and that sits with the Commonwealth.
Okay, and has your office been given or been privy to any information about waste and mismanagement in regards to NDIS?
That doesn't come to me in my office, although I hear I should say, the responsibility doesn't sit with us. We hear about it all the time. And so that's something that is a main part of this, the review and the actions being taken by Minister Shorten to ensure that the shonks and the waste within the system are held to account. So there's the safeguards, the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission that is responsible for ensuring that there is integrity in the system, and I know that there's been significant investment from the Commonwealth into that into the Commission to make sure that that safeguarding of that commission is effective, and arguably for some time it hasn't necessarily been. So he's really tightening up the system to rid the system of those people that aren't there for the right reasons, and those providers, I should say, not.
Minister, just moving away from NDIS, Minister, I just wanted to ask you a couple of other questions. What is your view on the age of criminal responsibility? Do you support, or do you have the view that it be lifted, the age be lifted?
Ms Mihalik, that's a very active conversation that's being had, obviously, in community and in government. And
but you must have a view on it, Minister.
My views are that we as a government need to work holistically across the board to ensure that we are supporting communities and ensuring that that everyone lives safely in their communities, and we are working.
Do you have a view on what the age of criminal responsibility should be? Will it stay as it is, or do you support it being lifted?
I support working with all of my colleagues to land in the right position on that.
Would you accept, Minister, that that currently it would actually assist to some extent in providing an opportunity as these children are charged, or young adults are charged with a crime, that it's actually an opportunity for yourself and your department to intervene and provide that sort of support that that young person might need? Because it actually, there's one positive aspect of it, that the child becomes, by being charged for committing a crime, you're actually then in a position where you could actually provide assistance to that child, because we know that most likely they come from a very difficult home environment, that there's a whole range of other issues that this child or young person is facing, and by default, by entering the system at that stage, there's an opportunity to actually provide them with a whole intensive therapeutic support, which your department oversees.
Ms Mahoney, my department, or the department, is responsible for ensuring children in the care of the state are safe, and that families and children have the supports and services that they need prior to entering as well.
But it actually gives you an opportunity if young people are charged at that point for committing a crime, it actually gives the department an opportunity. Well, almost certainly they would be almost instantly a case for needing to be reviewed, you'd have to say, wouldn't you? If they're being charged with a crime at 14, you would have to, it would almost automatically, I would have thought, there'd be you'd have to think that the department would want to put some attention in finding out why that child is committing those sorts of crimes, right?
Ms Mahalik, there's
it's almost an automatic Roche report.
Except it's not.
Well, why wouldn't it be? If someone's committing a crime at 14, you have to ask why.
Unless the child is at risk of harm, it doesn't equate to a risk of significant harm report that then comes into our system. But I will say that that the issue of crime in communities, and particularly youth crime in communities, is something that the Premier and all of us in Cabinet and all government members are taking extremely seriously, and that we know that we all have a role to play in terms of ensuring those communities can live safely, as well as there are being supports in place and more
But you've got even more specific role where you can actually ensure that that young person's provided with the appropriate services and assistance they need, so that you can explore why they are committing crime at that age.
Well, there's a range of ways we can be looking at this. There's a range, and we will be looking at all options in terms of ensuring that that young, vulnerable children are getting the supports that they need, including whether or not they have any disability, and ensuring that there are diagnosis as they enter into any of the systems to see whether or not there are supports that they could be getting through the NDIS or otherwise, whether they are in the justice system or whether they're in the out-of-home care system. So there's a number of ways we can.
But we know
we
that
are
when they're charged,
already working
that
on.
there's an opportunity at that point then for those holistic sort of supports to be provided. It does actually happen because they're brought into the system and attention's actually given to that young person that maybe they didn't have that attention prior.
Well, they're brought into the justice system. They're not brought into the out-of-home care system. So that's
a lot of these systems are intertwined, and we know that. And you'd accept that, Minister?
I accept that there are many intersections, and that we work closely with all of our colleagues, and that across the government we are looking at what we can do to address the drivers of disadvantage, poverty, and behaviour.
Okay, we've got a short period, so we've just got a couple of more questions from the opposition, then a couple from me, and then over to government time.
Just to follow up, so in relation to a supplementary question in relation to school attendance, you stated from July 23, DCG has received monthly school attendance rates for all school-aged children who are enrolled in New South Wales public schools and are under your responsibility, and that by February 24, you'll have the entire rate, all the rates for 2023. What is the annual attendance rate?
We believe it's about, from the information that we've managed to gain, that wasn't information that was ever captured before, and this is obviously new data that we are now seeking to capture. We understand it's around 80%, but I can take it on notice.
80% attendance?
Yes.
Yeah. And do you have that breakdown on a monthly basis since it was started to be captured in July?
I will have to find out from the department whether that's possible.
And will you commit to providing that information at least annually?
To this committee? Sure.
Yep. Thank you. The other question I have is in relation to contracts. On 19th of November, you said in the SMH, or you're quoted in the SMH as saying that there are perverse financial incentives, quote, written into contracts with NGOs that make you powerless to force them to fill vacancies. I was wondering if you've asked for advice from the department in relation to clause 7.6, variation to decrease contracted volumes as per the PSP contracts.
I have sought advice on many fronts of the contracts that are before us that we inherited. The perverse incentives that I was referring to is around the conversation the answer I was trying to provide to Ms Mihalik earlier, particularly around intensive therapeutic care models, where providers are already being paid.
So you have sought advice, I've got limited time, you have sought advice around how to vary those contracts?
There is, yes, for various reasons, yes, I have sought that advice.
Mm-hmm. The final thing is just in relation to the correspondence you referred to this morning. Just to clarify, I've checked with the office. The response that you've given to me was in relation to another piece of correspondence. The matter I was referring to was a foster carer who is trying to adopt a young person
with Down syndrome. They wrote to you early December. I wrote to you on the 14th of December. We haven't received a response as yet. If you could follow that up.
Certainly follow that up.
Thank you. I've just got a couple and then we'll head to the government. The Family Matters report in 2023 mentions that DCJ is funding several projects, pilots in relation to the targeted early intervention that focus on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander families. One of those was Family Connect and Support. Where, Minister, are those pilots being implemented, and are you satisfied at this point that they are the appropriate pilots and that they're being funded adequately?
So I think the report that you're referring to, the Family Matters report, is prepared by Snake.
Yep.
So it's not a government report?
But DCJ was funding the pilots, is what was mentioned in there.
Okay, sorry, I'm just trying to...
Yeah. And it was all about the targeted early intervention, and it really is just about, trying to ascertain whether you, as Minister, are satisfied with whether those pilots are happening, or whether we've had a change of direction, or where things are up to with that. And it might be something for the department this afternoon, but it was...
As you'd appreciate, there's so many programs, policies...
This one's specific to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander families.
And like I said, there's a lot of pilots, programs across the continuum of the child protection system. I can't say whether or not those pilots are in play or not. So I'll maybe something for the department to respond to a bit later.
All right, thank you. And then just finally, the fairly damning PCP evaluation released in August. Have you and DCJ actually made a formal response to that evaluation? And is it a public document, and is it something that can be tabled?
Sorry, Ms.
Unless
Gibson,
I've missed it.
Whose report? Sorry.
So it was the PCP
PSP.
PSP. Sorry, my apologies. Acronyms.
Yes.
Overload.
Abound.
Has the department made that formal response to that evaluation? Or is there going to be one? Or
we've done an interim response, I think, earlier in February. So it's on the public website, and it went out to peaks and NGOs.
Okay. And just very finally, I know it's government time, are there any of those 19 recommendations that you're not acting on? Or
I think we're considering those because there's a range of other reports. So at this point, we've been consulting with the sector. We've had regular meetings. We've obviously got the Aboriginal partnership group, so I think there's a bit more time to look at the broader reform of out-of-home
And I'll have a look at that interim. Thank you very much. Over to the government.
Minister, when it comes to keeping kids safe and supporting families to stay safely together, we know that prevention and early intervention is key. Are you able to talk us through some of the challenges you're facing in relation to getting resources where they need to be most?
Yeah, thanks. And this has come up earlier today, and quite rightly so, because it is the area where we know there is most impact from resourcing. If we can get more services and supports to families sooner to stay safely together, that's going to have the best impact on children's lives and to our communities more broadly. But the challenges are quite significant. And if I might, just for the committee's purpose, today there's been lots of figures, lots of programs and lots of detailed conversation about what's going on. But I might just paint a picture. And in fact, I might build a little pyramid, if that's all right. So, I know it's a bit unusual for a committee, but if you picture the base of the pyramid, and this first pyramid is a reflection of the number of children and families that are being supported by the department. The base of the pyramid is the targeted early intervention programs, community building support. The next part up is child protection, where we know that there are children who are experiencing some issues and families that are in trouble, so we wrap some supports around them and try and prevent them coming into the system. Then we go up further. If we haven't been able to prevent those children from coming into the system, then we're in out-of-home care. And then at the very top, we've got high-cost emergency arrangements, where we've got the fewest number of kids, and obviously the community support that's provided at the base. So that's the continuum. If you look at the current funding model, turn the pyramid over, where all the bulk of the funding, the base of the pyramid, is actually where the crisis end is, and where we know we want to be able to provide the support is the very tip of that pyramid. So how we then, the challenge for us all, across our department, across the government and community, is how we flip that pyramid to make sure we've got the resources going to the most people where that's going to have the biggest impact. So that's the broad challenge that we've got, just in terms of a picture.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. Through you, Chair. Minister, a landmark study called the Australian Child Maltreatment Study was released last year, as you'll be aware, and it revealed some fairly shocking statistics around the prevalence and impact of child maltreatment in Australia. What is the government doing to respond to that study?
Thanks, Mr. Donnelly. I think in the context of today's conversation, this is a really good place to end. The Australian Child Maltreatment Study was a Commonwealth government-funded national piece of work led by academics at the University of Queensland. It's internationally significant in terms of how it was done, what it's actually found as well. But just to share with the committee some of the findings that are just so sobering, and for context, this came out in April. It was very much around the timing of me becoming minister, and for me, this piece of work has to be embedded in all the work that we are doing as a department and as a government to reduce child maltreatment, neglect, and abuse currently in Australia, that's occurring right now in New South Wales. So just as a quick sketch of what they found in this report was not only that child maltreatment is widespread, and maltreatment is neglect, physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, and exposure to domestic and family violence. That girls experience particularly high rates of sexual abuse and emotional abuse, and child maltreatment is a major problem affecting Australian children and youth now. And this was an important part of this study. It's not something of the past. It's happening right now. It's an uncomfortable truth for Australians to hear, but it's something that we all should be trying to understand and act on. And then, importantly, the study found that child maltreatment is associated with severe mental health problems and behavioural harms, both in childhood and adulthood, that they endure over time. So, it's also associated with severe health risk behaviours, both in childhood and adulthood. So, it is a seminal piece of work that I think I'd like more people to know about, and we are working as we go forward in the reform process and the significant systemic reform that we are undertaking to fix the broken child protection system. What the findings are in the Australian Child Maltreatment Study will be embedded in that, because we'll be working closely with the Commonwealth Government under the Safe and Supported National Framework for Protecting Children, and importantly, taking a whole of government approach to trying to reduce child maltreatment in New South Wales. So there's a lot of evidence that we've now got about the extent of harm and its enduring impacts, and we as a government are deeply committed to working closely with our federal Commonwealth partners and across other states and territories as well to do everything we can to try to turn around these really sobering statistics that came out of this report.
Thank you, Minister.
Any further questions from the government? No. Okay, well, this morning's session's now concluding. Thank you, Minister, for attending this hearing. We're finished with your questioning and the committee will now break for lunch and we will return at 2 p.m. for further questioning. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you all and welcome back to this afternoon's session. We'll now start with some questions from the opposition to the departmental staff.
Thank you very much. I wanted to begin in relation to the child death review that was tabled earlier this year. I understand there were 111 deaths of children known to the department. Is that correct?
Correct.
How many of those had open cases with DCJ?
You'd have to take that question on notice.
Could I ask what action has been taken in response to some of the deaths that were identified in the report?
Every reviewable child death is reviewed by the Office of the Senior Practitioner, and each has a series of recommendations. They'll obviously be different given the circumstances will be varied, but those recommendations can include things like training of staff, new resources, adjustments to policies, other tools and supports that caseworkers might need. Some of the child deaths also involve NGOs, so there might be from time to time some broader sector-wide recommendations. And we review all of those recommendations through what we call a serious case review panel. And also with every district who has a child death and a subsequent review each 6 months, we go through each of the outstanding recommendations as an additional accountability measure.
Now, looking at the report, and we know that suicide is unfortunately one of the leading causes of death for many young people between 13 and 17. Of the 111 children known to DCJ, do you know how many of those died from suicide?
In the 21 calendar, 15?
Yeah, there were 15. In 2022, because it's always 12 months behind,
And how many of those children had siblings?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
How many of those young people that passed away due to suicide had siblings?
We'll take that on notice.
That's fine. And I want to also check of those families that had siblings, was the safety and well-being of all children living in the same household assessed?
It'll vary from case to case. So every time there's a child death and there are siblings, a report is generated through our child protection helpline. Each of those reports is then assessed as an individual, on the individual merits of that report. What that means is some will result in a safety and risk assessment, some won't, depending on the circumstances. An example where we might not investigate is whether there's no particular concerns and there's adequate supports in place for families already.
Okay. Which leads me to the next one, which is when a decision's made that DCJ no longer needs to be involved.
Sorry, what was the question?
At what stage does a decision... At what stage is a decision made that DCJ no longer needs to be involved with that family?
That'll vary from case to case. So a decision not to conduct a face-to-face assessment or a safety and risk assessment will be made typically within a day or two of receipt of that report. In the event we are not taking further action, a Director of Community Services, which is one of our executive staff, are delegated to close that case without a face-to-face assessment. Other matters, it'll depend on the individual circumstances. So, for example, if we go out and conduct a safety assessment, we may deem the siblings to be unsafe and bring those children into care. We may deem those children to be safe and there's no further action. So it'll vary from one case to the next.
And have any of those cases been closed because of competing priorities or caseworker workload?
Not that I understand, but we can take that on notice and just double check that.
Thank you. Also, in relation to the number of young people who died from suicide, if you've got the figures in relation to how many of those were Aboriginal.
I think we might have to take that on notice. Of the 112, 38 were Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander children, But that specific cause of death, we might see if we can get that during the course of the afternoon.
Okay. And the only other question in relation to this area was, in looking at the report, it showed that the most common cause of death for young Aboriginal children was illness and disease. And I'm just interested to know what action has been taken by the department to improve health outcomes for young Aboriginal children.
There's a range of activities we undertake. Where we're involved, there'll be a case plan that details the needs of children and their families, so specific interventions aligned to those needs. And we obviously work quite closely with our colleagues in health to make sure that appropriate services are in place.
I might turn to just a couple of questions following on from this morning session. Now, the quarterly... I'll use this when I talk about dashboards. I'm referring both to the quarterly statistical reports along with the DCJ Caseworker dashboard. Now, have those dashboards been provided to the Minister's office?
In terms of the current ones due at the end of March, so we're currently looking at the data that came in on the 1st of March, and so that'll be made public before the end of March, and it will then go up to the Minister's office.
And this is the information that relates to data from October to December?
Correct.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Why the delay in collating that information until now?
Look, I understand, particularly around the caseworker dashboard, there were some issues, and it gets a bit technical when we moved across to the PATH program in terms of getting access to, I think it was staffing related data.
Did you say PATH?
PATH was, came into...
Which is the IT platform, a whole of government, being rolled out, but a common IT platform, which has been in a state of migration in recent months.
And when did it come into effect? I'm sorry, first I've heard of it. So,
What's it called?
PATH. And when did that come into operation?
Late last year.
Yes, correct.
Late last year, first tranche, late last year.
And what is what information does PATH gather?
PATH
manage?
PATH, in an ultimate sense, is a common platform which allows for a whole lot of information and systems which have hitherto been held on separate platforms to be held on a common platform in the hope that it will roll out across government, which is the plan to ensure that investments across different platforms over the longer term is, in terms of cost, reduced, in terms of practicality, simplified.
And in relation to this portfolio specifically, what information is kept? So obviously it's caseworker vacancies. What other?
So PATH at its core is a corporate platform. So payroll, procurement, all of those sorts of things. It's then got more specific applications which tend to go to the heart of the specific business in the department, parts of the department such as this.
Okay, so when it comes to caseworker numbers, because you're dealing with staffing across the whole of government.
The data has to be sourced from PATH for that purpose.
Mr McLaren-Jones, could I just add there's another factor that means the caseworker dashboard is always 3 months behind the actual date, and that's the ageing that we have to apply to the child protection data. So that's the part of the dashboard you might remember that includes the number of children seen and the number of families in receipt of a service, so targeted early intervention. So there's some ageing of 3 months that's got to be applied to that data so that we accurately represent what has actually happened for children in the system.
I understand the caseworker dashboard and the delays, but I don't understand the statistical data because that data has usually always been able to be produced on time, which is the 2 to 3 months after the cut-off. So that should have been generated, sent to the Minister's office late last year to then be ready to be released in March this year. But the Minister's saying that she hasn't received it or hasn't seen it.
For the
Statistical.
For the September to December quarter?
Yep.
That's not due till we've only just got the data, the 1st of March, and that then has to be cleansed, for want of a better word, and that will go up to the Minister before the end of March.
Has the Minister's office requested that information earlier?
No.
Is it usual that the October to December data isn't available to the 1st of March?
Yes, that's been standard for some time, as I understand it, yeah.
And are you confident that the future due dates for the data will be those months that effectively...
They've always been, yeah.
But likely to be always the end of the month as opposed to the beginning?
That's my understanding, yeah.
Might hand over to my colleague.
Thank you. If I could just pick up an issue, pardon me, that I raised in the previous estimates, which was relevant to the return to work, and I was making mention at that time to the Premier's call for public servants to return to the office. We spoke about that in relating to the department and non-case workers. I'm just wondering whether we may have an update about the return, the call for the return to work, and if we're in terms of what that has meant for the department in terms of where non-case workers are working from the office, and possibly how many have returned to the office full time.
Ms. Burton, I have no data to hand. Anecdotally, I must say, when I go to Parramatta, what I do see is an increasing presence in the office. In terms of any data that we may have of non-casework staff, I'm not sure that what we have, I could possibly take that on notice, unless any of my colleagues are able to supplement what I've said.
Just to add that we don't have a specific policy that says staff have to be back in the office for X number of days. A number of certainly staff in my division work quite flexibly, so work both either at Parramatta, sometimes at home, or in other locations, depending on the nature of the work that they're doing.
Thank you. Does the department track this in terms of where staff are working, in terms of whether it's from the office or remotely, and specific to non-case working staff? That's all. Is it tracked? Is it monitored? Is it recorded? Can we see something like any trends?
We do not, to my knowledge, track it. There are data collection points. What that would mean in terms of tracking, I do not know, and would need to take on notice.
Yeah, so it's not recorded as to where people are working from?
It's not tracked.
Okay. Are there are there agreed hours of work in terms of allowing, collaboration, interaction between staff? In terms of people that are working outside the office environment, is there an agreement that of what the working hours of the day are?
Well, there are obviously conditions of employment in terms of the configuration of a day and how that is to work in terms of remote. There is no requirement attached to that.
So I just cite examples, where I've had reports, ringing someone at 10 a.m, no answer, can't, not picking up. Oh no, no, there's flexibility around this. Not sure when we can talk to him. This is an individual that, or female, male. Is it a full-time employee, but the absence of agreed working hours as to when interaction and contact can be made between staff? There's no sort of set arrangement?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And if I could, at the last estimates too, and I think Ms Campbell might have informed me of this, in terms of the number of operational staff, and the location and the department structure in terms of the 7 districts. and the community services centres. So I'm just wanting to confirm if my understanding is right, that it was established there were 3,504 operational staff relating to the department, being across 7 districts and 79 community service centres and a number of joint offices. Would that still be accurate?
I'd have to hand over to Ms Check.
Sorry, Ms Check.
That's okay. That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And if I could just also check, just in terms of relating to those staff and the community services centres and the joint offices, I mean, how many offices would the department occupy across New South Wales in terms of the regions?
79, isn't it?
Well, there's 79 community services centres. We'd have to take on notice to get an accurate figure, the number of district offices and other offices we may have. I think we have that data available, so that shouldn't be an issue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Thank you. I mean, just in response to Mr. Tibble, and I appreciate your observations in relating to the Parramatta office, but when, members of the public come and report and they're saying, oh, I step into this government office or, agency and I'm, I see floors of unoccupied office space, and then they say, well, hang on a minute, does the government not have a responsibility to the taxpayer here? Should there not be a realignment or a recontracting or a subletting or something? How are those issues managed?
The expectation of in a community services centre would clearly be that, in the first instance, that the statutory priorities of the work we do are paramount. So you would expect, although remote working is of little relevance to a child protection worker, I would hope that our child protection workers are out of the office a lot. So it really comes down to the performance of the manager in that location to ensure that the interface with the public and the outward-facing services are available, but that the workflows absolutely reflect the statutory priorities of that office. And there is very clear responsibility embedded in the documentation relevant to the duties and the performance requirements of all staff throughout the organisation about what their obligations are. And that clearly goes to the question of the good ordering of all of the elements of running an organisation which services the public but has some particular needs which arise from the statutory work which we undertake in DCJ.
Would there be an example where possibly we've had a change of staff numbers or occupancy changes have changed, and we've had a realignment or a recontracting of that office space? We've reduced space where it was unoccupied?
Not that I'm aware of in the operational space.
Yeah.
That said, we are always looking for opportunities where it makes sense and doesn't adversely affect the public to co-locate offices where that's suitable. There are times where we need to close an office for a period of time. One example that comes to mind is Lismore and the floods that happened in Lismore. So our office for community services, or the Community Services Centre, was destroyed. Yeah. And we're in the process of getting a new office. But that's an example where they don't currently have an office.
And look, and Ms Check, I mean, for the record, in terms of, the community, what was made available in terms of the temporary office services provided by the department, was outstanding and very much well recognised by the community in meeting that. So, thank you very much. I was just wanting to move to the National Ministerial Forum discussions relevant to preventing child sexual abuse. And I understand that on the 24th of November 2023, a ministerial forum on child safety was held, which was attended by a number of state and territory ministers, and a number of commitments related to child safety came out of that forum. I guess I'm just really seeking an update as to where some of those outcomes might be in terms of prioritising working with children checks and the alignment of reportable conduct schemes. If someone maybe wanted just to comment on where discussions might be relating to those outcomes in New South Wales.
Yeah, I attended with the Minister to that forum in November, and I think we've got one coming up, I think this Friday. And so those issues are still being discussed and work is progressing. There's a number of working groups that occur outside those ministerial forums between states and territories and the Commonwealth. So that work is progressing.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to, if we can, just go back to some of the numbers of children just to get an update. And I think, so am I correct? There's currently 14,723 children in the out-of-home care system. That's what the minister, did I get that? I wrote it down right?
14,271.
Thank you.
Young people in out-of-home care.
Okay, thank you. And these were all at the last reporting date?
June 23.
And so of those, I have 6,563 are First Nations children. Yep. Thank you. And 400 children are currently in the high-cost emergency arrangements. Was that right? 400 or?
I think it's a little bit higher.
Yeah, 400 and... Just bear with me.
Thank you.
$434 as of the 29th of February.
Thank you. And so have you got available there how many of the 434 are First Nations children?
Do you?
I've got a 30 November number, which is 45.2.
Okay.
See if we can find a more recent number.
Thank you.
If we can't find it, we
come back to it
during the afternoon.
I'm also just wondering, and look, if you don't have them, what I'm after as well is, you know, what is the age band? Like, is there a sort of age band of the First Nations children in the high-cost emergency arrangements? And also the type of that emergency arrangement, and what is the average or median duration of stay in those arrangements? They're the things
We're happy to take those on notice.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm also, and look, this may be available somewhere, but I'm also very interested to know what is the total funding across the total funding at the moment received by the ACCOs.
I think I've got that.
Great, thank you.
I'll just find my notes. I think in total across all the relevant DCJ programs in the sort of family and community services side, it's about 260 million.
Right. And so what would the total funding be received by the NGOs that aren't ACCOs?
Actually, I might just go back on that question.
Okay.
So in the early investment amount into Aboriginal community controlled organisations for 22-23 was 22,940,314. And in terms of different programs, in terms of the family preservation, in 2023-24, 14.4 million. So that was about 9% of the total program budget for that particular program. For the permanency support program, of which I should say earlier, I think there was a question about how many NGOs there were. There are 52, of which 20 are ACCOs. And that's 168.4 million, which is 14% of the total budget for the permanency support program.
Right.
And for targeted early intervention, in 23-24 it was 13.6 million, which is 7% of the total funding of 1.86 million. 186. So 7% there, that's right.
Thank you. So, in terms of those, what's your understanding in terms of what the target kind of allocation of funds for the ACCOs, and where we're tracking in terms of that?
Look, I think the target, obviously, as the Minister talked about this morning, is ideally 30%.
30%, yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. But obviously, at the moment, we have different programs have different contract length dates. So we've got the targeted early intervention recommissioning coming up in June next year. So one of the things we're doing at the moment is looking at options for the Minister about how we might meet that 30% ACCO focus. Now that's a tricky thing in of itself without additional funding invested in that program. So I think that's the intent of the government, and that's certainly what we've been asked to look at.
And is the 14? Sorry to interrupt. Is the 14% on the? I think you said the permanency program. Is that kind of the highest
Yes.
investment we're making at the moment?
Other than the Aboriginal Child and Family Centres, they're all ACCOs.
Yep.
If you looked at all the child and family programs, so that's in the child protection and the out-of-home care and the early intervention, it would be about 12%.
Right.
So it varies from program to program. Obviously, one of the lowest is the targeted early intervention, and that's an area that obviously is coming up shortly for recommissioning.
And so you're being tasked with looking at how we increase, and we're looking at for that 30% target. And are we certain the 30% target is still the appropriate target we should be striving for?
Look, it could be more into the future, but I think given some of the different programs vary, so obviously in the permanency support program, I think it's about 46% of children in out-of-home care are Aboriginal, so you'd probably want to look at the balances in different programs. But certainly the intent at the moment is to try to get to the 30%.
Yeah. And so we're, sorry, just to be clear, so for this coming financial year, you will be providing to the Minister ways of achieving that 30% over the coming financial year?
Yeah, well, it would be a contract. We'd be recommissioning for up to 5 years. But certainly the government's intention is not to fund for shorter years, but to look at 5-year contracts like we have previously with the permanency support program.
Okay, great, thank you. And so that one's coming up?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm just wondering with the, going back to the FIC progress report, are there things, and this might be you, Ms. Beattie, are there, now that report, that progress report has been tabled, other than, in addition to the MAP group, what are the tangible things that are from that update review report? What are the tangible things, immediate things that are feeding into the programs at the moment in terms of your scope and your responsibility?
So I think one of the things that Transforming Aboriginal Outcomes, the team that I am absolutely proud of leading at the moment, have been working on is closing out in a very genuine and authentic way the recommendations as part of FIC. So what I will say is that we have several governance groups that meet quite often on FIC, and these have ABSEC, ALS, other ACCOs as part of this governance to ensure it's authentic. We aim to have an agreed plan by June 30 of this year. Mm-hmm. We also, as I said, intend to put up dashboarding as opposed to a really lengthy report that we're not sure is very easy for all people to engage with, and we are deeply committed to making sure that people can read about this and actually understand it in a way that makes sense to their lived experience as well. We're consulting with DCJ Leeds, as I said, the New South Wales Children's Court, Office of Children's Guardian, ALS and ABSEC constantly to make sure that we can work through what we're closing out. Right now there's quite a few remaining recommendations. When the team took over looking after FIC in 2022, it hadn't progressed as much as we had hoped it had. It's now at 37% closed. So from 0 to 37% in 2 years. I think the team have worked very hard on closing those out, but I mean in an authentic way, not in a way that we're closing things out to tick them off. So we know that we've got quite a few recommendations around self-determination. As you mentioned previously this morning, the Independent Child Protection Commission role and what that might look like. We know that we need to, one of the recs is around establishing an independent statutory agency as well. So there are some that are up for broader conversation, maybe at the MAP group and maybe outside of TAO themselves. But we're looking, as I said, about the main thing that I think is quite interesting is the streamlining of the report and the progress on the dashboard. Because I think it's very important that First Nations people and the community in general can read families' culture and understand what it means to their daily lives and what it means to the support that they should have for self-determination and in terms of active efforts as well.
And is that what you're hearing from the governance groups and the bodies that you're meeting with regularly, that they are the shared priorities, or are you hearing,
these are the recommendations as part of FIC. So what we've done is actually take quite a co-designed / project management, and I know that sounds like a strange approach, but it's walking in two worlds. A project management response to closing out FIC recommendations, but a co-design response to authentically speaking about the recommendations because they truly impact people and they're meaningful. So within these governance groups, we have people within ACCOs, within our National Partnership Agreement partners, and within DCJ really having authentic conversations, not in a way that holds things up, but in a way that allows us to all understand where we're up to with each recommendation. So to get to 37%, I believe, in 2 years, whilst it's not as fast as everyone would like, sometimes you've got to slow down to speed up, and sometimes you've really got to listen to what everyone's saying within those forums and have what I've couched with ALS and ABSEC as being positive tension, where we're working through things all as First Nations people towards the aspirational future, and voices need to be heard, and sometimes we need to escalate via the MAP group, etc. So I'm excited, I think, by the MAP group because it adds a voice for our peak bodies directly to the Minister. They've had one meeting so far. So I think it's an opportunity, and any time for First Nations voices to be heard, I think is a fantastic opportunity. But I'm yet to know how that will quite work with the rest of the governments.
And what's the intention with the MAP group? Like, how often, what is the kind of framework around it? How often will it meet? Does it convene in between the big meeting with the Minister, or how does that work? Because, I still get to hear, and obviously I'm in a particularly kind of privileged sideways space where I get to hear some, some concerns about the processes.
I'm not involved in that space. DCJ are actually not in the MAP group. So what I understand is that ABSEC are playing the function of secretariat within that space. And so I might be tasked with finding out information for the MAP group, perhaps from ABSEC or from the Minister's office, etc. So right now how existing governance or working groups will work with the MAP group is unclear to me, but I'm sure between all of us we'll work it out because we're all walking towards the same future.
And can I ask, I don't know who, when the former government was doing the reforms to the legislation, the children's legislation, one of the things that the groups were very committed to was the recommendation around requiring the court to have an express consideration around child removals, Aboriginal children removal is harmful. Are you hearing that? The Minister said this morning that, I think I don't want to say that the Minister said something she didn't, but I thought it was along the lines of that she hasn't necessarily heard that as a priority at this point in time. Have you been hearing anything around that? And if not, is it possible that that's because, you know, the organisations at the moment are not focused on that because they think that that's now unreachable because that reform's happened? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Is what's on the table an opportunity to go back to the kind of first principles of the FIC recommendations? Is that a conversation or are the groups and the peaks around FIC working with what they think is the most achievable in the immediate? Sorry, I know that was really a long question and I should have thought about how to articulate it better. Sorry.
If you disagree with any of this, colleague, stop me.
Yeah.
I think, so I've not been a party to any contemporary conversation on that question. What I do think is that we are at a moment, and the initiative with the partnership group obviously is foundational and important, but I also think we are at a moment of recalibration with CAPO, ABSEC and the ALS, where we've had a couple of years of TAO, and we have come to the realisation, and perhaps I have been the slow one in coming to the realisation, that when you create a specific division, that it should not, the risk is that the staff working in that division become the clearinghouse for a whole lot of things that need to be resolved rather than effective partnership and the organisation in critical areas learning about co-design and learning how to be Aboriginal-led in certain areas. That is the discussion which is starting to happen, and for my part I am grateful for the interaction I've had with ALS and ABSEC on that point, and I think, going to Ms Beattie, I think that's sort of, we've been more in recent times, there are substantive issues, but the standing up of the MAPG I think has meant that there is a bit of a focus around process, recognising that that group will have a role to play, but there will every day be things happening where we should be talking to ALS and we should be talking to ABSEC and we should be walking alongside and working with ACCOs across the state.
Ms Higginson, could I just add maybe an operational lens to your question? And it's not specifically about the FIC recommendation, but it may be helpful. Obviously in my role, caseworkers from time to time are removing children. We then have to present that matter to the Children's Court. Last financial year, 2,145 children came into care that then meant we're in court that many times. And the court has to determine two things. One is the child in need of care and protection according to the legislation? So that's the first thing. And the second thing is they need to have consideration of whether the paramount consideration has been taken into account as far as placement is concerned. And I have been made aware of cases where magistrates haven't been satisfied that out-of-home care is in fact the best option for children and have asked us to go back and look at restoration and how we might support families in a different way to what we might have previously, rather than leave that child into care. So while the FIC recommendation hasn't been progressed at this stage, I think the magistrates in some cases are actually applying that permanent placement consideration, and they want, quite rightly, quite a bit of detail around where's the child going to live, is that safe, is it permanent or long-term for however long that might be needed. So in some ways that's coming into our court space in particular more than it has before.
And is that something that has started happening because of the introduction of the active efforts and that framework, do you think, or do you think it was happening anyway?
I think it was happening before that. I think active efforts has absolutely helped in that regard. But yeah, I'd be guessing here, but I think about 12 months ago we started to see a change, and we welcome it, that the magistrates are challenging to make sure that whatever decision is made in respect to those children is the best one possible.
And is there, yeah, I mean, I'm just going to this, but I just know how staunch the advocacy around that part of the reforms was, and that was something that the former that for whatever reasons we weren't willing to implement. Is it something, do you think, that the groups and the peaks feel they have the freedom and the capacity now with this new relationship, that if they thought, being on the front lines and literally in these court proceedings all the time, that if that was something they wanted to bring back, there is that opportunity now for them to bring that back?
I would have thought, as Ms Beattie explained earlier, while we're not a member of the Ministerial Advisory Group, I would imagine there is an opportunity for members of that group to bring things like that into that forum for a discussion and a way forward, I would imagine.
I think so, and I think we all note the Productivity Commission report that came out recently that said a lot about the voice of ACCOs and the importance of ACCOs, and also the piece around self-determination and First Nations people deciding things, funnily enough, for themselves. I have a lot of faith in the fact that we have a deep partnership through the National Partnership Agreement with our good partners, ALS and ABSEC. You know, we have CAPO that meets quite often around justice and community service matters. We also have the new MAP group, which was a commitment that, you know, is being met and has met now once and has that voice there. But I think also not to be a proxy for First Nations voices, but also there is a place for Aboriginal people in government. There's a place for everyone in government as far as I'm concerned, because we reflect the customer that we serve. And so I deeply believe that with all our voices combined and the fact that I believe we are being listened to, we can actually make some difference in this space for a place where unfortunately we've had a lot of interactions and not great ones with the system.
Thank you very much. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you very much. Just following on in relation to, because we're talking about Children's Court, just wondering about the impact, or is there a delay in cases being seen in the Children's Court?
There certainly was some longer times from lodging to final order during the COVID period, so the lockdown periods. And that resulted in many more cases than the court ordinarily would need to deal with. My understanding, and we can certainly double check this, is that the numbers of matters before the Children's Court are back to pre-COVID numbers, and I understand they're around 1,400 at any given time. But like I said, we can double check that and maybe get the answer to that during the course of this afternoon.
Yes, I have the attorney's estimates on Wednesday, and characteristically turn up with a slew of backlog numbers for that hearing.
My future question.
I was reading yesterday, and my memory accords with what Ms Check has just said. I'm unaware of a spike or an increase, but I'll come well prepped on Wednesday.
And also, what's the average length of time for a case to be dealt with?
It's just under 12 months from care application through to final order.
And currently how many magistrates are there?
I think that's a question for the Attorney General, but
that's okay.
I could have a stab, but it may be way off.
And when you say a 12-month time, is that would you put that down to it takes 12 months to put all the information together, or is it that it takes that long to effectively heard? Or could it be broken down? Could you truncate that time?
It's difficult, and again, like anything in child protection, there's always matters that'll be much shorter than that. There'll be matters that are outside of that average. There is a very, there's a process the Children's Court goes through, which is typically we lodge an application. It has an initial hearing in front of a magistrate. There's directions given. Usually then goes to what they call a dispute resolution conference, and the idea is to get parties to try and agree on whether the child's in need of care and protection or what the way forward might be. There are at times court clinic assessments completed, and they can take usually up to 3 months, sometimes a bit quicker than that. And then, of course, if you haven't got a position where everyone is consenting to the proposed orders, a hearing needs to be set down. And again, the number of days required for a hearing will differ from one matter to the next. So some might be a day, some might be 5. And then a magistrate will determine a date for those hearings. There's a requirement for the department to lodge care plans detailing things like where's the child's placement going to be, whether restoration's a realistic possibility or not, and if so, what are the things we're going to do to support the family and parents to get those kids safely home. All of that information goes to the court. There's sometimes subpoenas involved as well from various stakeholders, and then a hearing will happen and subsequently orders made. So it's quite detailed. There's no set process, so you might get some of that or all of that. But like I said, on average, it's just under 12 months.
And when we look at a decision being made in relation to, I suppose, the permanency of that young person, whether it's restoration, adoption, or foster care, and the time frame is meant to be the 2-year period, does that 2-year period include the 12 months of court proceedings, or is that in addition?
It's from the time that the final order is made is when the 2 years commences, and the care plan will detail what the permanency goal is for that child. So whether, like I said before, if it's restoration, the care plan needs to detail what's going to happen to support parents to actually resume the care of their children. If it's guardianship, it'll detail that, and adoption, of course, or staying in long-term out-of-home care is obviously the least preferred option for non-Aboriginal children.
Do you have a breakdown, I suppose, of the last 12 months of how many cases have taken longer than 12 months, longer than 18 months?
I'm sure we could take that on notice and see if we could get that information.
Thank you. Just moving to the More Than Shelter report, and that obviously was handed down in May last year. I'm interested in relation to one of the common reasons for those on a care and protection order presenting alone, and what the findings were in relation to that.
I'll have a go at this. I don't think it was that specific, is my memory of the More Than Shelter report, other than...
Can you please repeat?
Yeah, I'm wanting to find out, I suppose, the main reason why a young person in out-of-home care is presenting to an SHS unaccompanied.
So not a child with a child protection history?
Yes, yeah, so both. So those are current, I know you don't have the statistics on those that might be in care at the moment.
We've got, certainly in terms of in 2023, there were 13% had a care and protection order in place, and 10% were referred by child and family agencies, so may have touched the child protection system. And I'm sure Ms Chet can talk about it, but certainly in terms of those children in out-of-home care who may be in a specialist homelessness services, there's now, for want of a better word, protocols or escalation pathways that are in place within each of the DCJ districts, and certainly we spent quite a number of years working through developing that so that children who really did need a response from the child protection part of the agency actually got that response. And there are a number of issues the More Than Shelter report talked about in terms of parental responsibility. So it really depends on the particular individual circumstance of that child or young person, but some of this also falls within Minister Jackson's portfolio as well. I don't know if you want to add anything further. You haven't had many escalated.
No, the protocol's really useful because it steps out roles and responsibilities between the department and the providers. I think in the last 12 months I've had 3 matters escalated to me, and on each occasion our child protection caseworkers have intervened and conducted a safety and risk assessment.
Sorry to interrupt. These are the protocols where a decision must be made within the 48 hours of where that young person will go if they present. Is that correct?
No, the protocol is where a young person may present to one of the homelessness refuges or centres. We may not be aware that that's the case. Providers may try to get a response from one of the local officers, and they may not in a way that we would like. So there's an escalation through to me and my office, and at that point we make sure that we have appropriate supports in place for that particular child.
Okay. I might move to whether or not you have a breakdown, and this is in relation to caseworkers. And if you have a breakdown of length of service, so the number of years that caseworkers by district, how long they've been employed.
We don't have that on us.
Just bear with me for one moment.
Miss Check's always got the information.
I've got too many bits of paper, just... Okay, I have both age representation and tenure representation. There's quite a lot of it. Do you want me to rattle through it?
I'm happy for you to either to table. I'm interested to know, obviously, if you've got the number of employees by district and then the length of service. You don't have to include their age.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It might specify too.
I have seen age data before, but I don't think I've got that with me
I've certainly
today.
got numbers by district with us today. Age I do not have.
No,
I don't need the age, but length of service.
Yeah, and this is sort of upside down. But so in terms of tenure, and this data is for 2022-23. So less than a year, 15.1%. 1 to 2 years, 11.5. 2 to 3 years, 7.4. 3 to 5 years, 16.2. 5 to 10, 23.4. 10 to 15, 8.7. 15 to 20, 11.7. And 20 to less than 30, 5.1%. So you can see the bulk of our caseworkers as far as tenure is in that middle 3 to 10 year period. In terms of attrition, what we know is if you're going to leave the organisation, you typically leave within your first 2 years of tenure. And we've got an incredible effort to support our new caseworkers to try and mitigate the risk of them going in that first 2 years, because what we find, and it's demonstrated by the data, is that if you hit the 2 year mark, you stay. And also wanting to give caseworkers different opportunities where we can to make sure that they are able to refresh, because this job is hard. It's rewarding, but as you know, it's incredibly challenging as well. So there's a range of support that's in place, not just for the first 2 years, but post that period of time as well.
And in relation to the district breakdown, do you have that as well?
I haven't got that with me, but we can certainly provide that on notice if that's okay.
Yep, that'd be fine.
Do you mean tenure and age by district, or numbers by district?
Numbers by district.
We have that with us.
Oh, the actual FTE.
Yeah.
We do have that. Yeah.
Do you want me to?
Yeah. Sorry,
read
Michael.
it? Can I just ask? Let's see. Right. Okay.
Otherwise, is it easier just to?
It's actually, the numbers are on the dashboard, so there's a breakdown on the
can
publicly
read them,
available dashboard.
What's the date of the information you have?
My extraction date was 30 June 2023.
Yeah, it hasn't changed. There's 2,333 caseworkers.
Hasn't changed.
Yeah. FTE, I should say.
I was trying. Can I ask how many caseworkers are there? How many caseworkers are you budgeted for?
2,333.
Okay, so but do you have the capacity for more?
Well, no, because we're funded for 2,333.
So there's a current vacancy across the state in relation to caseworkers. So even if you wanted to fill them, you currently can't fund them.
No, they're funded to the 2,333
right, but
number.
not so you
we've
do
got
have
less.
Yeah,
We've got the money.
Yeah. Just in relation to whether or not there's any caseworkers' salaries have increased in relation to the wage caps being removed last year.
All caseworkers, like public sector workers, receive the 4% wage increase.
And can you quantify that amount for the 2023-24?
Do you mean in aggregate, you mean? Can we take that on notice?
Yep. In relation to grant payments to NGOs by DCJ and also Health, I understand it's been indexed by 5.75% for 2023-24. Do you have a dollar value for that amount?
I do, but I don't think I've got it on me today, but I can certainly provide that.
And if you're able to also provide a breakdown of how much was received within the following sectors: child and family services, neighbourhood centres, homeless services, community mental health, and domestic and family violence.
Community mental health I wouldn't have, that would be health, and the homelessness would be under Minister Jackson, but the other ones, we may have a different categorisation, like targeted early intervention, where the neighbourhood centres would be within that, but yes, we're happy to provide that.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions? Do you want to jump?
Thank you. Ms Campbell, if I could just pick up, we were speaking about the National Ministerial Forum discussions relating to the prevention of child sexual abuse, and you mentioned about the discussions continuing from that. I'm just checking, were there any time frames or as to when sort of outcomes or resolutions or agreement was hoping to be reached on some of these issues?
There's quite a number of issues that particular council's dealing with, but I'm happy to take that on notice and provide any information we have in relation to timeframes from the Commonwealth.
Okay, thank you. If I could just touch on now the Minister's recent announcement with the Minister for Education relating to increasing support for students with disability through an expansion of support classes in mainstream schools. You may be aware that this committee's, the Portfolio Committee number 3, has also got an inquiry into current levels of access and attainment for children and young people with disability in New South Wales educational settings. And just sort of feedback from the community, and one of the submissions from a teacher to that inquiry was seeking more information about where will the 243 more support classes for students with disabilities be made available? Will it be the mainstream? I guess just looking for a little bit more detail about what that announcement might mean.
Look, I don't have that level of detail. It's probably best asked of the Education Department or the Minister.
Yeah. And then just further to that, given the reported vacancies in public schools for teachers who can support students with physical and intellectual disabilities, and given the Minister's responsibility for disability inclusion, is the department involved in working with the department on any of these issues relating to disability?
In terms of vacancies within the school system, I think that would be a matter for education. Obviously, if there are impacts where students can't get access to particular services, I'm sure the Minister would be talking with the Education Minister about those issues.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, can I just jump in there? In relation to the sharing of data between DCJ and education, obviously we've got it now for the number of young people in out-of-home care who aren't attending school. What other data is being shared?
I'd need to take that on notice. We've only just recently actually got that data. It came through, I think, last month or even earlier this month. So we're doing a bit of cleansing of that data as well. From my understanding, that was very preliminary data. So we'll have a better picture, and that's specific to out-of-home care, obviously.
Yeah, definitely. Because I'm also interested in young people who've been suspended and obviously all those things that identified that more support needs to be given.
Yeah, I need to take that on notice
that's
and
fine.
see what's collected. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. If I could just touch on the restoration task force, and just seeking a little bit more information about is the restoration task force only for Aboriginal children?
I think it is, yes.
That's my understanding.
But I think whatever you do in that space will have benefits for non-Aboriginal children as well.
Who sits on the restoration task force?
Can I
How many people?
indicate it's not possible to, and I'm happy for my colleagues to correct me if they have a different understanding to mine, but the restoration task force is something being worked through at the moment. The MAPG will obviously be a critical forum in the way it is structured, stood up and configured. There are discussions ongoing with, there are early discussions about the nature of any restoration task force at the moment with ABSEC, and there is a great deal of detail yet to be worked out. So the form it would take, the phasing of it, the types of orders that might be captured, all those sorts of things are not yet at a point where I would be able to, with any accuracy, inform this committee of detail of the plan, other than there is consideration being given to the task force.
So further to that, in terms of appointments to the task force, unknown.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. Is it envisaged that the task force will receive funding?
I think any attempt to change the metrics in pursuit of the CTG target on restoration would require resourcing to it in pursuit of that objective.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, do you know when, I know this is straight after the event, but do you know when the plan is to have the next FIC progress report? Like how long between?
I have that here. Bear
I know,
with me.
I know it's just been tabled, but looking ahead as always.
Okay. That's right. So we just did, the last one was 6th of February.
Yeah.
I've got here that we're working on the streamlined approach for the dashboard, as I spoke about
Yep.
before, for future transparency. We I'll come back to you. I know I have it here. So
Okay.
if you bear with me.
No problem. Thank you.
I'll come back to you.
Thank you. And just want to go back quickly to the, I think, Ms. Check, we were talking about the TEI funding. Just want to, sorry, that might have been you, Ms. Campbell. If I just wanted to get some clarity, when we go into this upcoming round for achieving or increasing the target for ACCO's share of that funding, if the intention is to extend the duration of some of the existing contracts, is there going to be an opportunity in the reallocating and reinvesting for additional resources where there has been an underfunded or underinvestment in some of the existing contracts?
I mean, obviously, if the envelope for the funding for that particular program stays as it is, we'd have to look at all those issues. So if we're trying to move from where we've got 7% of the funding going to non-ACCOs to move to 30% of people recommissioned through the TEI, that would obviously signal some quite significant changes. So I'm just flagging they're the sorts of things that we're teasing with at the moment. We've also got the evaluation, which is due soon. So that will tell us something about the quality and the impact of the services being delivered. So I think there's still a bit more information we need as a department and government to make decisions around the TEI recommissioning.
Okay, thank you. I mentioned with the minister, and things may have changed, and I thought there was a bit of, but I think it was in relation to the Family Connect and Support program, and the pilots that I think we kind of had some visibility were being implemented. And I was just wondering if you could tell us where that's up to and what to expect.
Yes, I got some further information. So
Thank you.
That's the Family Connect and Support Service.
Yeah.
Which the previous name was called the Family Referral Services.
Yeah.
This financial year we've got 21 million that's invested in those services. There's actually an interim evaluation that's on our website, which is showing promising results from that particular program. And my understanding is that program, together with the TEI, will be part of the recommissioning going forward.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And so those. Okay. So the funding. So the pilots. It's clear where they are. So that one will continue. Is there
subject to the evaluation outcomes? Okay. And looking at what that's telling us about outcomes for the individuals accessing those services.
Okay, thank you. This morning when I was talking with the minister, and, it's apparent that the inaccurate information that has been coming back from providers to the minister when questions are asked, and I understand that there's been broader work done to look at that. Are you able to explain to me what is this new accountability process? It wasn't, I can hear that work's happen, but what actually is that?
Yeah, I'm happy to take that question. So the Minister, as she said in evidence this morning, asked the department to implement a system to monitor all complaints about non-government organisations that deliver out-of-home care. Mm-hmm. So from the 1st of December, we've been capturing every complaint that is made in respect of a non-government organisation. And those matters are analysed to identify themes in the first instance. But
can I just ask, when you say monitor have a look at every complaint, is that the complaints that are coming to you and the minister directly? Is there still a system through the Ombudsman complaint? Are you capturing all of them?
Yeah, so it doesn't replace what the Ombudsman does in terms of their complaint handling system. It's typically matters where members of Parliament or members of the public have made a complaint directly to the minister or my office about an NGO. So what we'll do in my office is log that complaint. We then send the complaint out to the local district and the local non-government organisation, and we ask for a response back on the issues at hand. We then quality check that response and make sure that we do a bit of a cross-check against our systems in terms of any information we might have, and make sure, in some ways, that the information being provided actually passes the pub test, but also answers the question that the constituent or the Member of Parliament may have had. And it's at that point, when we're satisfied with the response, that we'll forward that on to the Minister's office for further consideration. So what we're doing for the Minister is every quarter is providing a report on the number of complaints, the trends, how timely NGOs were in terms of their responses, but also what was the quality like. So the Minister referenced this morning a number of complaints for December and January, and there were 23 in total. 100% of those complaints needed a rework, which meant that either the response didn't answer the question at hand or the quality was poor. So there's that happening. I'm also working with ACCO as the peak body to do some work with their members and the NGOs about the expectation and actually provide some resources as well. We have a style guide around how you respond to correspondence, so sharing some of those resources to try and lift the quality of the responses that are provided.
Is there any concern now leading from that inaccurate information has been provided to DCJ? I mean, I would find it hard to believe that inaccurate information hasn't been provided to DCJ lawyers who are acting in courts in these matters. And is there, is that your concern too?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I have to say I was quite horrified when the matters came to my attention. I think the other thing just to point out, apart from that system that I just described, there's two other levers we have at hand. One is to raise the issue through the contract manager for that provider so it can be dealt under the contract. And secondly, we've got an MOU with the Office of the Children's Guardian where we can raise issues through that MOU with the Children's Guardian through regular meetings that we have with them. So whenever there's an issue with the provider, and of course we raise it with the provider as well, but it'll go to the Office of the Children's Guardian if we don't have a satisfactory response at that local level.
Is there anything that has triggered the need to go back and look at matters that may have, gone not as well or appropriately as they should have in court proceedings, possibly because of the reliance on misinformation?
Yeah, again, there are matters that come to my attention, not just because of misinformation, but maybe some practice issues as well. I think there's been magistrates that have raised practice issues previously, or I may become aware of a practice issue, for example, through a complaint. And one of the important roles our Office of the Senior Practitioner plays is a review function. So anytime there's a criticism from a magistrate, it triggers a review by the Office of the Senior Practitioner. We'll do that review in collaboration with the non-government organisation, and we have done many reviews over the last little while. That review will ultimately result in a range of recommendations that we then follow up with the respective NGO, and again, feeding that through the contract manager as well, and the Office of the Children's Guardian.
And has there been, what would you say is, what is the volume of concerns that may have been raised by the magistrates?
We'd have to take that on notice and provide that to the committee.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to know in a 12-month period, what are we talking about in terms of those concerns?
Yeah, happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. I mean, recognising, the court, it's a good forensic environment, so if there are, it's probably a good place to see where and focus on where those concerns come from and what they are. Thank you. I'm just, with the... I think it was in the FIC progress report, in relation to, just on complaints, in relation to recommendation 10, there was the Ombudsman had the Aboriginal Assistant Ombudsman, George Blacklaws, and he's no longer there. In the report, it stipulates that that part of the work had been uptaken by an external consultant. I'm just wondering if any of you are aware of who is that external consultant. It might be something I could find on the Ombo's website, but I didn't have an opportunity to have a look yet.
I'm certainly not aware of who that might be.
Okay.
I do know from actually Ms Campbell and I meeting with the Ombudsman on a regular basis that they were still drafting the report, but there wasn't a time frame from memory that they could provide to us at this point in time.
Would you perhaps take on notice, and if it is appropriate, to respond and just say who is the external consultant that's undertaken that work?
We can do that.
Thank you.
And on your previous question,
yes,
there are actually no plans at this stage to release with a date for the next FIC report.
For the next FIC report, right.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I was just wondering if you had information that you could share. When the Minister this morning referred quite a lot to the fact that she had, and the department had been talking to caseworkers, and that they were sharing a story that they didn't feel valued, or for whatever those terms are, whether there are instances that you can share that describe what the minister's talking to? Like, what is that experience? She definitely talked about the very important case of all of these workers being forgotten through the COVID period as frontline workers. But what else has been the experience so that we can best understand what that is she's referring to?
Of course. So the Minister did two things just before Christmas. One was sent out a survey about, asking caseworkers to tell her about their experiences. And secondly, she conducted 6 face-to-face forums around the state, which was fabulous. And at this point, I probably should just shout out to our caseworkers, some of whom might be watching, although they might be a little bit busy doing other things.
Of course.
But just to say what a wonderful job they do day in, day out, and how valued they are by the department, and I know Michael and myself in particular. So some of the things that they told us both in the survey and during the face-to-face forums was that they had some challenges managing workload. So, demand is such that there's always new work coming in. So, it's that managing your caseload and how do you allocate new work, how do you close matters appropriately, etc. That they needed to be better supported in the work that they did, and they particularly focused on what they coin as the administrative burden. And I think it's fair to say we've created a system that is overly complex, and there's a job for Michael and myself and the team to go through about how we might take away some of that administrative burden and free up their time. They wanted to spend more time out working with families to keep children safe at home. But with my previous comment, they were saying some of the things that hold them back in the office is the administration side of things. I should point out, administration is incredibly important. Sometimes there's some confusion between what you need to record, because it's important that we record that for children, versus what might be some add-ons that we've created that we might be able to take away for caseworkers. And the other overwhelming theme from both the survey and the forums was the pay. And in particular, they make a comparison between what they get paid by government and how that compares to their colleagues in the NGO sector, who now have pay parity, if not increased pay in the NGO sector, but they can also, in the NGO sector, access things like salary packaging. So the actual package they can get is much more attractive. And finally, a work-life balance. So how do we make sure that caseworkers can adopt some of the flexible work arrangements that we talked about earlier? Now, they are field workers, so they do need to be out and about, but there's no reason why caseworkers can't spend a day at home a week, for example, doing their admin work. But it's making sure that all of our staff embrace that, and we have some consistency around how that happens. So that, I know that's a lot of words from me, but that's a bit of a sense from both the survey and the forums that the Minister held.
No, that's great to know. And with that, am I correct to say that now there is that parity? Was that what you were saying with the NGO and the government sector, or that's not quite reached, or where? No,
there's certainly parity. Over the last few years, the NGO sector was subject to and I'm going to get the acronym wrong, but ERO. Ms. Campbell might be able to tell me exactly what that
And you
stands
might want
for.
to be specific to the workforce we're talking about.
Yeah,
so we're
caseworkers.
talking about in the sort of child protection.
Caseworkers,
Yeah.
So the analysis that we've conducted means that if a DCJ caseworker was to move across to a non-government organisation, at worst they would start on what they currently earn within DCJ, but in many cases it's $10,000 to $15,000 better off. And the other bit about managing caseloads is that NGOs have set caseloads because that's the way we fund them. Whereas in DCJ, like I said, you actually can't manage demand that much. It's difficult, so they often cite that as a reason for moving across.
I might also add to Ms. Check's statement around also First Nations caseworkers and what I've heard to be a significant cultural load that they feel working in the space. Often they're working in a community that they're from and they know the people from that community. So there's both a cultural load from wanting to do the right thing for First Nations people to stay with kin and with family and to keep them safe, but also a personal load for living in that community. So I would say that also this can be a reason for First Nations caseworkers to leave if they're not staying in that same employment, because there just is that load on top of load in terms of emotional and cultural and psychological load that occurs within that space that I've heard since I've been in this role.
And so on that, is the current plans and reforms that you're all talking about at all the levels, do you think, and particularly with the idea that we are doing everything to transition children in the out-of-home care system overall through to ACCOs from the NGOs, do you feel that the work is happening to get that culturally appropriate support within the system? Is that happening?
Do you mean, do we feel culturally safe within the system, or do you mean that through transitioning to ACCOs? I mean, to us, I mean, obviously the knowledge is that the best place for an Aboriginal child is with an Aboriginal family, and so obviously we're looking to ACCOs, if not staying with kin, which is the best thing, or with their family if they can. But I think for as long as you are working in a traumatic space and you can't leave that trauma when you leave work, and that's true of, I guess, a lot of people who live in small towns, for example, but very true of First Nations people, where it's, you can't escape the conversation about it. And sometimes you can't escape it because you're related to the people. So I think there is a deeper understanding within the system of that cultural load. But I believe that the Secretary and the Minister have been aware of the tensions within the system for First Nations people and within the system itself. But again, it's important we work in the space because there's healing to be done, but at the same time we need to acknowledge the load that is within it.
Sorry.
No, please do.
Part of that, if this is an honest exchange, is our PMES results in DCJ have pointed to the fact that we still in DCJ have a challenge with racism. So we've and I do in his absence acknowledge the work of Brendan Thomas in establishing with the rest of the executive team a racism anti-racism task force. We're establishing a unit in the department to deal with racism in all of its guises right across the organisation. And I think that the work that, having critiqued or made some comments about the TAO division, I think that one of the vital roles that TAO needs to play is in ensuring that we do a number of things to ensure that DCJ is a safe place for all of its employees, and we need to become, the first part of that is to become honest within the organisation, ensure that we have strategies and the mechanism to deal with it, but it is work that needs to be probably undertaken over several years.
Do you want to continue with your 2 minutes?
Yeah, I'll do my 2 minutes and then hand over. So in terms of the way the transition that we're seeking to do now in the out-of-home care system from NGOs to ACCOs, is this work in terms of all of the internal staff members and the people trying to drive that transition and the peaks and the communications we're having, is that where the self-determination work really needs to happen on all of the internal staff members?
Yeah. I think there's two things. I mean, there's the systems world of DCJ and then these external world in partnership with our ACCOs and our CAPO partners. I mean, to me, we're one big family. We're all trying to, as I said, work towards the same achievement of self-determination. But I'd say that there's stuff that DCJ, as the Secretary pointed out, needs to get right on its home front, which is, are our people safe? Do they recommend this is a great place to work? If not, why not? Let's get on with it. Because you can't do a good job if you don't feel safe yourself. So there's that internal work. And then externally to that, and it's important at that, is how do we partner, and I mean truly partner, with our national partnership partners, so our ABSECs, our ALSs. How do we walk with CAPO? How do we make sure that their voices are heard and we are walking together and actually co-creating or co-designing, not consulting, you know, and we work out where it's appropriate. So we've had these conversations through Teo. So, you know, and again, shout out to Brendan Thomas, who's amazing and has done amazing work, and Teo does amazing work. But when I first started, our first thing was to refresh the relationship and talk about defining consultation or co-design, defining the difference between noting and consultation and co-design, because co-design is not consultation. So we're getting our house in order internally, we're working externally, and then I think also in terms of the ACCO transition, that's a piece for self-determination, it's a piece for healing, it's a piece for best practice, but it's also a piece for economic prosperity. So there's lots of things going on in that space. So it's not an easy answer for that in a complex system. But it all starts with, as Secretary said, truth-telling, and it starts with authenticity.
Thank you. It's the most promising I've heard in my 2 years, so thank you very much. 2 more minutes, I think.
Thank you. I'll just touch on the high-cost emergency accommodation. So at the last estimates, we were told there were 471 young people in that type of care as of the 31st of August. The release the Minister put out this morning showed that in early November last year it went to 506. Why the increase over that 3-month period?
It's a very unlucky person who is left to answer this question. There are a number of points in the cycle where there are different levels of pressure, and for my part, there are times, if you look at the annual cycle, where there are seasonal, historic or in recent years seasonal upticks. That period was one of extraordinary pressure. I don't know that we know all the reasons for that.
Yeah, if I could just add to the Secretary's response, the main reasons are a lack of foster carers that are available to take children, particularly older children. And the second reason, which we have made some progress on, was the percentage of vacancies in our intensive therapeutic care services, so our residential care system. So one of the things that I did around that period was met with each of the CEOs of the ITC providers to basically say, how are we going to bridge this gap of your funded numbers versus the vacancies that you had? And the agencies did step up to the plate, and the vacancy rate has reduced quite significantly. So a number of those kids, and there was a question earlier in terms of transition, 76 of the excerpts from the 1st of November to today have been into intensive therapeutic care.
Okay.
So I think just on that, so I think we know what drives the numbers down. As to why they go up to the extent that they do at particular points in the cycle, that appears to be more difficult to understand. But as Ms. Checker said, numbers of foster carers and minimising vacancies, particularly in ITC, through that work has been crucial in reducing the number.
What's the cost? What's the average cost of intensive therapeutic care placement?
I can come back after the break and give that to you.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. We'll now break and we will return at 3:45. Thank you.
Well, just to
Thank
kick
you.
off, but I've just got one question. Just in relation to Your Choice, Your Future, and the number of young people that have taken that up, and what work's being done to, I suppose, engage more young people to take that on.
In terms of the numbers for 23-24, the budget is 21.8 million for this financial year, 18.9 for allowances and 3.1 for the specialist aftercare service. And I'll just turn to my note. I've got a breakdown of the two different categories. So the grand total as of now is 1,730 children and young people, and the breakdown for independent living allowance is 1,178, and the staying on allowance is 552. As at the December 2023, 1,469 care leavers were benefiting from the allowances. So it's 989 were receiving the independent living allowance, and 418 carers were receiving the staying on allowance. We've also obviously done some modelling to look at what we thought when we did the modelling originally, the number of children and young people that would be accessing that particular program. So the data indicates that about 650 young people aged 18 to 20 remain eligible but have not yet applied for these particular allowances. So we're following up with those young people to make sure they get the entitlements that they need.
Is there any, and I'm mindful, young people they do various different things, but is there any research as to why they haven't taken it up, or is it purely they just haven't been sort of tapped one way or another to know it's there?
It's hard to know, but that's something we'd be looking at to understand better those young people that don't take up either of those two allowances. I think we thought it would be a little bit higher in the staying on allowance, but again, it's still pretty early days, and we need to make sure that we're working with young people earlier before they leave out of home care to make sure they get the information they need in terms of what's available to them.
And from memory, there's an evaluation that was built into the original announcement. When does that commence, or when is it due?
I'd need to take that on notice and give you some more specific information. But yes, there is an evaluation of that particular program.
Thank you. Pass on to my colleague.
Thank you. If I could just touch on the targeted early intervention, and I'm just wondering, in 2023, how many individual clients has the targeted early intervention program seen?
In 22-23, 170,229. So that's an increase from 2021-22, which was 133,945.
Thank you. And Ms. Campbell, how many of these clients were Aboriginal?
I'll just see if that's in my note. I think quite a percentage, at least 30% from memory.
It is 30%.
Oh, good, there you go.
Sorry, work.
Thank you.
You're talking about the clients accessing the program, as opposed to the target.
Yeah, that's the target. Target is 30.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I need
the
to take
target
that on
30%.
notice.
Yes,
Okay.
I need to take that on notice.
Thank you. And then just second to that, how many were Aboriginal children?
I'm not sure if we've got the breakdown of that detail, but happy to take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of location, do we, in terms of what sort of local government areas saw the most clients relating to this?
It probably would link to where the demand and what the population is.
Okay.
But again, happy to take that on notice if we've got that information.
Okay, thank you. And further, what proportion of the targeted early intervention funding is directed to Aboriginal community controlled organisations versus NGOs? Do we have a breakdown on that?
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier. 7% goes to ACCOs.
Sorry, was that 7%? 7%.
Correct.
Okay, thank you to ACCOs. Yeah, thank you. In terms of the targeted early intervention evaluation interim report, I understand that on the DCJ website it states the TEI evaluation interim report will be available in February 2024. It's now March, just checking when the report will be released.
I'm pretty sure it's on the website, but I'll see if I get someone responding to me in a minute and I'll let you know.
Thank you. If I could just turn to contracts at the moment. Under the Casework support scheme, a number of out-of-home care organisations will have their contracts ending on the 3rd of November this year. As you're probably aware, this includes Wesley Mission, Life Without Barriers, Casper, Boys to the Bush and Anglicare. What will happen to these organisations after the 3rd of November?
I'll take that one on notice to give you specific details. And I can tell you with the Targeted Early Intervention Program, 15% of the individual clients are Aboriginal.
15%.
15%.
Thank you. And then further, just in terms of Aboriginal children on that.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get that breakdown.
Okay. The Aboriginal Child and Family Centre Enhancement Program also ends on the 30th of June 2024. It delivers on-site allied health services and training opportunities for Aboriginal community members in the allied health field. Also, what will happen to the program after the 30th of June?
Can I take that one? Yeah, so as you know, we have 9 existing ACFCs across the state. We have also funding to extend 6 more. And funding to maintain the 9 that are existing. So my understanding is right now we're going to be looking at what other sites we might build the additional 6 on, working with ACCOs. And I'm proud to say that currently the ACFC program is 100% ACCO. So it is one of those areas where we are doing this 100% with Aboriginal people.
Yeah, thank you. Just in terms of the current providers now that are on contracts now, that will end on the 30th of June. Just checking what's next in terms of my reference to allied health services.
I might take that on notice, but it's my understanding that the program is continuing, if not being extended, with 6 new centres.
Okay, thank you.
I'll take that on notice. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could just touch on this morning, and we had the announcement by the Minister of Stockton being made available for homeless accommodation, and I'm just checking what is the current state of the Stockton housing dwelling. What is the current state? How does it represent today?
I think there needs to be some works done to it, is my understanding, and I think Land and Housing Corp are proceeding with doing those works.
Thank you. And is there anything further? Is there any more sort of specific concerns relating to amenities and the sewerage system concerning Stockton?
I'd need to take that one on notice.
And Ms Campbell, I guess I'm just asking that I was aware of a reported history related to the cost of restoration of the sewerage relating to that property, and consideration that was given to that. Is there anything further? Has anything changed on that?
I'd need to take that on notice, but I think you may be talking about the main facility. So okay. I'll take that on notice, which isn't currently being utilised.
Okay, thank you.
I can go back to from this morning. I know there was a question about about when the transfer commenced in New South Wales. So the NDIS was signed in 2012 and was legislated in 2013. There was then the Newcastle trial in 2013, and then the rollout of the transfer of specialist disability accommodation from government, so the ADIC, Ageing, Disability and Home Care Department, to the NGO sector in preparation for full scheme NDIS, was July 2016 to June 2018.
Okay, no, thank you, yeah. And just in terms of the announced sort of new homeless accommodation at Stockton, do we know anything more about who's going to be managing this accommodation service?
My understanding is a community housing provider.
Okay.
I can't recall the name, but I can get that on notice for you.
Okay, thank you. And then if I could just touch on...
only one other question in relation. The Minister said this morning that the 25, I think it's 7 properties at Stockton that would be converted into temporary accommodation. She said it will be fully accessible, disability accessible. Has that been currently factored into the budget and into the plan?
I'm pretty sure it has, but
Okay.
again, I'm happy to verify that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just an inquiry relating to the Aboriginal Child Safety and Wellbeing Reform Forum. Is the New South Wales Government involved in this forum?
That is the event which occurred last year. Yes, it was organised, was an initiative of the Minister, and the logistics and the planning was developed through the advice of Teo.
Thank you. I'm just seeking an update on outcomes of the Aboriginal Child Safety and Wellbeing Reform Forum, as you stated, which was held in August 2023. Is there anything specific regarding the development and implementation of cultural support plans?
Nothing specific on that. There were 9 actions out of the forum, and they're all being overseen by the Ministerial Advisory Partnership Group.
Okay. So, so the forum was held the 15th, 16th of August. Is this ongoing or a one-off forum?
It was, the forum itself was a one-off event. That's not to say that there won't be other events to be determined, but it was a one-off event.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And Ms. Check, just confirming that the cultural support plans, the development implementation was one of the outcomes, and 9 actions were reached on that. Is there any detail?
No, sorry, Ms. Mertens. No, it wasn't.
No.
It wasn't one of the 9 actions.
The 9 actions was increase restoration via a task force, review risk assessment tools, assess over-reliance on removal powers, involve Aboriginal people in decision-making, partnering with ACCOs, improve family meeting process, and to establish the MAP group is my understanding.
Okay.
But we'll take that on notice if you'd like to know the exact 9. That's just my understanding.
Yep.
Okay. No. Thank you.
Oh, and to look at DCJ in terms of its anti-racism and racism within DCJ.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. No. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I might move to back to high cost emergency accommodation placements. Do you have a breakdown of the current date or the latest date breakdown for each service type, and how many young people are in each of those service types?
Yes. Sorry, can you just repeat that.
Want a breakdown of the number of young people in each service type within the high cost emergency arrangement.
Yeah, I do. If the extract from which I'll quote is the 29th of February, and they are, so the total, as I believe has been explained in earlier evidence, is 434. And the breakdown is, and I'm assuming these are the categories you'd be after, ACA 76, IPA 198, STEP 51, Special Care 16, ICM 93.
Mm-hmm. And do you have a costing for each of those? So how much it costs for the 76 in...
An average cost, you mean?
Yeah, under each of those categories.
I
service areas.
Don't believe I do with me. Yeah, Ms. Merton, I think I'd need to take that on notice. I certainly don't have it with me in my folder.
What is the age of the youngest child in an ACA as of that date?
So the youngest child is part of a sibling group, and this is at the 29th of February, and that child is 2.
And how long has that young person, or the young person, been in the ACA?
I haven't got that specific detail, but we might be able to get that during the afternoon.
Mm-hmm. And also, what is the longest length of time that a child has been in an ACA?
For ACA, again at the 29th of February, 693 days.
And what was what type of accommodation was that?
That was an alternate care arrangement.
I might move on. In relation to the number of children subject to a substantiation of abuse in out-of-home care, do you have the 2023-24 figure?
If you just
Or the
bear
latest?
with me for one moment, I think I do have that. So 22-23 reporting period we have.
Yep.
So those with the substantiation was 4.6%, or 787 children. I think it's important to note the allegations contained in those reports could be about the placement, but they could have been things reported or concerns that came about prior to the child coming into care, and sometimes it's hard to differentiate between the two, but nevertheless, 4.6 and 787 children.
Because that's actually quite an increase since 22-23.
No, it's actually a decrease. So the previous year, 21-22, was 853 children, 4.8%.
And I've got 22-23 figure as 654.
We'd have to take that on notice to check, then, not the figures that I've got.
So you just gave me 23-24?
Yes.
Of 787?
Yes, and just the source, which might be the issue, that was the Productivity Commission 2024 report on government services.
Okay. Just in relation to Aboriginal Transition Program, I'm interested to know how many Aboriginal children and young people have been given an exemption from DCJ not to transfer.
What do you mean by that?
Where a young person is meant to transfer to an ACCO, but for one reason or another has not. And I'm just asking if there has been any cases that you're aware of.
I'm sure that there could be. We'll take that on notice. But what we do know generally is that There are some places around the state, so Western New South Wales or far Western New South Wales, where there is no ACCO. So unfortunately, there is nowhere for that person, for that young Aboriginal person to be transferred to. We also know that there has been some tension around carers who have been with an organisation, an NGO, for a while, and they feel it's hard for them to transition to a different organisation because of the care plans or other understandings that they have with the current organisation they're with. And also there's a lack of carers or a shortage of carers within the workforce for children. So in terms of transitioning, we hear sometimes that there aren't ACCOs in places around the states. We also hear sometimes that there aren't carers willing to move over, or they're hesitant to move over, or they don't feel comfortable moving over. And sometimes there can be tensions in Aboriginal children being transferred to ACCOs that we hear from the ACCOs as well. So what I would say is, whilst I don't have the numbers on hand for you right now, and I'll take it on notice, the complexity of the issue, and I'm not undermining it or trying to skirt around it, is something we want to solve because it's not happening as fast as we'd like it to, and we know that it is best for Aboriginal children to be with Aboriginal families, or at least actually prefer them with kin. But we've got a lot to do, and there is certainly tension within the space that we're hearing both from NGOs and from ACCOs. And there are places where it's working well too, by the way, where NGOs are working really well with ACCOs. So happy to take the numbers on notice for you.
And you answered my second question for reasons, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Could I just turn to, I think it was recommendation 45 of the FIC report, and it was relating to DCJ should significantly expand the number of specialised prenatal caseworkers to ensure that expectant Aboriginal parents have access to early, targeted and coordinated intervention services and support. I think that is reported as on track, and I'm just curious, so what has actually changed? And I'd be very interested if there is sort of granular on that, i.e. the number of caseworkers and whether increase from last year and the year before.
I have it, Ms Higginson, if you can just bear with me for 1 second.
Thank you.
While Ms Chick's looking for it, I can just give some high-level information.
Thank you.
So it was 38.6 million over 4 years, of which 21.5 million goes to DCJ, and this particular initiative obviously is engaging with New South Wales Health. The funding has been distributed to districts for all the positions. Currently it's operational in 3 districts, so 3 LHDs, South East Sydney, Northern Sydney, South West Sydney and Nepean Blue Mountains. And statewide expansion is well underway in other districts, with prenatal caseworkers employed in 15 out of the 16 districts. But Ms Check, you might have some more detail.
I do. So there's 23 positions all in total. And there's 1 vacancy that we're seeking to fill at the moment. As Ms Campbell said, it's operational, fully operational in 3 districts, being Sydney, Western Sydney and Southwestern Sydney. And we're seeing some really promising results from those 3 sites, and hoping that the remaining districts will be operational over the next few weeks, and we'll hopefully see similar results. So we know when there's a prenatal report, if we can get in early with our colleagues in health and other services, of course, and provide early intervention services or support services, it does prevent children coming into care. And if it's helpful, I can provide some data from the 3 districts.
Yeah, no, very much so. Thank you.
So for Sydney, and some of this data it's not consistent, but for 21-22, there were 28 families referred. 23 participated in the process, being a voluntary process, being prenatal. 7 of those 23 were Aboriginal. There were 48 meetings in total, and 18 of the 23 babies once born were safely maintained in the care of their parents. Of those 18, 5 were Aboriginal, so it meant 2 Aboriginal babies came into care in Sydney. Then for Western Sydney, the 2022 data, we've had 34 referrals, 24 families participating, 17 babies delivered, 7 not yet delivered. And of those babies that have been born, 17 of the 24 have maintained the care of their babies, including 7 Aboriginal mums and dads. And then in southwestern Sydney, we've had 59 referrals, 22 data again, 59 families referred, 31 families participating, and we have had 20 babies maintained safely in the care of their parents. I haven't got a breakdown of the Aboriginal, non-Aboriginal breakdown for the southwestern Sydney, but those three, the 3 of our biggest districts, certainly promising results, and we're expecting to see similar results in our other districts as well.
And just can I just add to that
Yes.
too, in terms of your earlier part of your question, in terms of how we're engaging with Aboriginal peaks and ACCOs. We're actually reviewing the prenatal policy jointly with health, and we're hoping to have a draft discussion paper in April to start getting engagement with key stakeholders, including ABSEC and a range of different organisations in this space, to look at it as to whether it's operating in the right way for Aboriginal families.
Great. And I'm assuming then I'm just trying to kind of grasp the newer system. So if that's the case, does that mean that it then goes through the ministerial advisor, like through that new group in terms of the governance arrangements? And
it's really unclear right now how that will work with the governance that's existing.
Yeah.
I suppose best practice is that self-determination occurs and we work best with our partners, and they have a voice in this. But in terms of mapping to the closing the gap areas that I work in TAO, we're still working out with the MAP group how it will work and the cadence and the cascading.
Yeah, I see. Because it's one of those things, isn't it? Like it seems like such a good opportunity now to be sitting down and saying, hey, this is priority work. We've actually, what it sounds like, we're getting some good responses from a program that's come out of FIC and the department's responded. And if we're reviewing that, is it, is this going to be, we were consulted and that happened and that, or will this be kind of embracing the new walk-in partnership with the peaks, etc., about that part of the work? Because the prenatal work and the is just so, it's the place where all of that should happen. So I suppose what I'm asking is will there be, do you anticipate there'll be the opportunity with this, what sounds like great opportunity to review this with some data and the programs through this new system, so that next budgets, we're not looking at a missed opportunity, or those groups who have and organisations, the peaks, who have so much knowledge and insight, can feed into that early and fulsomely, I suppose.
I'd agree with you on that, and we'd certainly be hoping to. I think what Miss Beattie was saying is it's still early days and we don't want to say you've got to look at this or you don't. But certainly our intention would be to use that mechanism, because I think it's got great, stakeholder engagement. It's early days, and if it means it takes a bit longer, the policy, that's fine. I mean, meanwhile, we're rolling out additional caseworkers to do it, and we can always retrofit if the model changes going forward.
And so just on that, sorry, going back to just before that, with those caseworkers, what sort of descriptions, jobs, like what are we actually talking about in terms of the description of those incredibly valuable and important roles that we've now got as caseworkers? What does that look like?
Yeah, look, we can take that on notice and provide a copy of the role description to the committee, but many of the same attributes that you would ask of a child protection caseworker generally, but there are some exceptions to that, or some additions if you like. But happy to provide that on notice.
Is it are we looking at requiring people to have had prior working experience with that in that prenatal setting, or
not necessarily. I think the point on capabilities is people that have the motivation and believe in the concept, so that's the first thing, but also has some really good engagement skills and referral skills and collaboration skills as well.
Right.
In order to get the services around the family to prevent that child coming into care. Now, you'd argue that's what we expect any caseworker to have, but it is a particular program, of course, in collaboration with New South Wales Health.
Great, thank you. The following recommendation with FIC is that DCJ should design and implement in partnership with Aboriginal community groups and reps a system of post-removal support for Aboriginal mothers and fathers who have had a newborn or an infant child removed from their care. And it said the system should include the mandatory provision of information to parents about their ability to seek post-removal support from the Secretary. And that's, as I understand, reported as on hold. Is there any particular reason why that's currently not being progressed? Or hasn't, it just...
To my knowledge, at this juncture, it is not being progressed. And I would be very happy, Ms Higginson, to come back with a considered response rather than indicate intent when I'm not quite sure what the reasons are, but very happy to come back.
Okay, I would be super grateful. Thank you.
Could I just add one thing that relates to that FIC recommendation? We have been working with Legal Aid New South Wales and the ALS as well, and have implemented early referral to legal advice for any parent, but particularly for Aboriginal parents, not just at the point of removal, but at the point that we first become involved with a family. And we've had considerable uptake in referrals to Legal Aid and the ALS in the last 6 months or so. And again, we can provide the details to the committee on notice in terms of the numbers. But that's really about making sure that parents have got an advocate, in this case a legal advocate, so that they understand their rights, they can advocate for them, and hopefully try and prevent removal as well. So early days, but promising.
Yeah, so on that, I would be very grateful if, so that we can understand where we are, the considered response would be great. But if it's possible, could you, and I'm happy for you to take on notice unless you have, provide a breakdown of all babies removed from hospital or removed in their first 2 weeks of life from each of the years 2021 to 22, 22 to 23, and from the 1st of July to current. And then for each district that happens, to please provide the number of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal babies removed, that breakdown, please. And also with that is the breakdown. What I'm looking for is the percentage of the total Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal babies born by the time of removal. So at birth, within 24 hours of the child being born, with the with removed from hospital within 1 to 3 days after birth. Being removed from hospital, and within 4 to 7 days after birth, with the percentage being removed from hospital, and then again 8 to 14 days after birth, with the percentage being removed from hospital. Thank you. And what has been the expenditure on the pregnancy family conferencing, which was, as I understand, 2021 to 2023 across the state by DCJ, out of the 38.6 million that was provided 4 years ago?
I can give this year's, which is 21.5 million, and happy to get the other information that you requested.
Great, thank you very much. And so with the When you said about the work that your DCJ is doing with health in that prenatal space, is that, what does that look like? Clearly we've got the caseworkers and they're providing that link between DCJ and health, and then the families or the mothers. What else does it look like in terms of that health relationship?
Health have coordinator positions that manage the program.
Yep.
I don't think I've got the actual number of them around the state, but we can provide that on notice. But they have very much a coordinating role, and are obviously integral to the process, because we want the health services, where appropriate, engaged. So that person's very much a coordinator but a navigator of those services, whereas our caseworker might not be always familiar with all of the health services that might be available.
Of course. And so with the review that's happening, does that involve that involves health?
Absolutely, yeah.
Fantastic. All right, thank you. And with I think my colleague was asking earlier about the data on the abuse of children in care. Is that, at the moment, is that provided, is that available publicly? Are you reporting on that still?
So it's provided nationally as part of the report on government services.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And are you, in terms of your analysis and your observation and response to that data, are you seeing particular improvements or trends down that are really concerning, or...?
We've seen a positive trend down using the ROGS data. I know Ms McLaren-Jones had slightly different data, but certainly we're seeing a downward trend, which is promising. We've done a lot of work inside the department to make sure that every time there's an allegation of a child in out-of-home care, regardless of what it is, that there is always a safety and risk assessment completed, even if the case is managed by the non-government organisation. So as the statutory child protection agency, that's our responsibility, and we do provide a response to each and every one of those matters.
Thank you. I just want to move on to, I don't know whether you have anything available information on this, but have interventions been generally increasing or decreasing in the Northern Rivers area post the floods? Is that something data that you've captured?
When you say interventions, what do you mean?
Yeah, like with child protection,
Yeah, we can take that on notice. We do capture it.
Yeah.
So we capture a number of data points. So obviously the number of risk of significant harm reports, the number of re-reports, the types of abuse being reported, and of course a number of metrics regarding children in out-of-home care. But we can provide a breakdown of that.
I would be very grateful. And when you take that on, in terms of, I'd like to understand the North Coast or Northern Rivers area compared to the state. Like if that analysis, the North Coast, Northern Rivers post the flood period, and relative to the rest of the state, if there's anything there.
Yeah, absolutely. Our recollection, certainly there was an increase.
There was a targeted piece of work I did, which I do not have with me, and my clear recollection is that there was an increase.
Yeah. That's that's the, I sort of get these anecdotal,
we did look at the data at the time, but we'll revert.
Thank you. And what are who are the primary organisations that you would be working with, particularly in the Northern Rivers, and have any of those been the subject of the audit around information that you're aware of that was undertaken by the department in relation to the misinformation?
Not the northern part of New South Wales is my understanding.
Thank you. Are you aware of an organisation called Human Nature in the Northern Rivers? Have you come across that?
Only the band.
Oh, is there a band?
There is.
Oh, okay.
I think they were in Las Vegas for a number of years.
Okay.
In the 80s, I think.
Right.
You have never heard of Human Nature.
I am so not. I don't know.
You must YouTube it.
Clearly, I should have. Are they a punk rock band?
No.
Okay, that's why I haven't heard of them. Okay, my apologies. Okay, so no, are you aware of an incredible organisation in the Northern Rivers called Human Nature? And it's an organisation that's working with young people, and particularly young people in real need. Is that something you guys, DCJ, is aware of?
I haven't come across
Yeah.
that in either the homelessness space or the out-of-home care, but I can take that on notice.
Yeah.
You never know, we do fund a lot of services.
I'm not aware of the service either, but happy to
I think
follow that up.
they're they're doing the diversionary programs, I think, for young people, and I only became aware of their work recently through the mental health inquiry as a participating member when we were doing a hearing in the Northern Rivers, and it was, I know that they're looking for, more support and potentially more funding for these programs. And in terms of young people, the work that it sounded like they were doing was phenomenal kind of work. And it was quite surprising that they were perhaps looking for more support. So just something on the radar there perhaps to be aware of. All right, thank you. I might hand over to my colleagues now for their next round. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to go back to the 2-year-old who's currently in ACA right now, I just wanted to get a better understanding of the reason that this young person is currently in an ACA.
My understanding is they're part of a sibling group. I have asked how big the sibling group is, anticipating that might be a question next, so I haven't got that back just yet. I do.
I have something on it too.
2. Sibling group of 2. And the reason they are in the ACA is a lack of available foster carers.
And so it's this young person has one other sibling?
Correct.
And how old is that sibling?
I'll just check that for you.
And then also how long they've both been in ACA care?
163 days.
They're the ones, 163
days.
Yep. That's quite long for 2 young people. Without going into obviously privacy matters, but is there anything that makes this case unique that two young people can't be placed with the foster carers?
Sibling groups, and Ms Chair can speak to this, sibling groups in terms of the work that we have been doing with ACAs particularly are probably our greatest challenge.
Yeah. It is about the lack of available foster carers, which in part, as the Minister said this morning, why we're recruiting emergency foster carers to hopefully move those children. Many children have moved across, I think in excess of 100 to date since we've started the recruitment of emergency foster carers, but really needing to do more work with the sector as well to make sure that there are carers that can take little children, but all children in particular.
And when you're talking about emergency foster carers, so what's the length of time that you engage, or they're deemed as being emergency as opposed to, I suppose, non-emergency?
Yeah, the definition of emergency foster care is up to 12 weeks, but it can be extended and is extended in the absence of a more permanent arrangement.
And then what happens at the 12-week period without extension? With that young person
if it needs to be extended, it will be.
Okay.
But in that period of time, many children, they may return home. We may find a permanent foster family they can go to. There might be a relative or kinship assessment that's been completed in that time, and they can transition across to a family placement. So it varies depending on the particular child and their circumstances.
And do you have a breakdown of how many foster carers are emergency carers?
We do for DCJ. We'll just have to find it.
Yeah, 60 emergency foster carers statewide.
And as of what date is that?
As of through to the 4th of January. So recruited between the 1st of July 2022 and the 4th of January 2024.
Okay. Thank you. I might move on to...
And 119 children and young people placed with these carers.
Sorry, what was that?
119 children placed with those carers.
And also, of those, so that's a total of 60. And how many were recruited during that period?
That's what I said. It was 60 recruited. Just bear with me.
And what the total number is as of 4 June, January?
No, the total pool is 60.
Yep.
Recruited between those two dates that I've said. 1st of July 2022.
Oh, okay. I get it. Yep.
And the 4th of January 2024.
Yep. And of those people, how many have had to have their length of stay with a young person extended?
I don't have that on.
No, we'd have to take that on notice.
That's fine.
Sorry, Ms McLaren-Jones, can I just go back to the sibling group? So the second of the children is 4 years of age.
Okay. Just in relation to care plans, now in response to a previous question, the information provided was around 87% of children in care had a case plan, 77% had the exiting care plan, and 79% had Aboriginal cultural plans. I'm just wondered if you had a updated figure on that.
We've only got figures to the 30th of June 23. Were they the figures that... They haven't been released yet.
Yep, that's fine. The other thing is in relation to the personalised learning and support plans that are currently in place. If you have a figure on the number of plans that are in place.
Are you talking about PLPs in the Department of Education?
Yep.
So that would be something that Education would hold?
Yep, that's fine. In regards to the safeguarding panels, how many DCJ districts have safeguarding panels, and do you have dates of when they've met?
So all of the DCJ districts have got a safeguarding panel. Yep. Some have more than one. So, for example, our Western New South Wales district have 3 districts in total, or 3 sub-districts. So Far West New South Wales, Western New South Wales and Murrumbidgee. So you can't have one that covers the entire breadth. There's been in excess of 40 panels held to date. They were operational, all of them, by the end of November last year. We can certainly provide further detail on notice about the number of children that have come before that panel and the outcomes. But they're really designed to slow down decision making and make sure that we have ruled out every possible support option to prevent a child coming into care, and also exhausted any legal opportunities. So trying to get caseworkers to use less intrusive options in a care application, like a parental responsibility contract, a parent capacity order, a care plan by consent. That means it's less traumatic for everyone involved, but more importantly, families get the support they need to prevent escalation into care. But it's important to note that the panels do endorse any care applications, and that is an additional safeguard for the Children's Court, but for myself and Michael to make sure that we've exhausted everything we possibly can for a family.
And do you have a breakdown of the membership of the panel, how many, I suppose the percentage, how many are Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal?
We do, and again, we can provide that on notice. I don't have it with me today. I think it's important to call out we're still working on non-prescribed bodies being members of panels, and we're working through a process at the moment of having confidentiality agreements with elders, community members who may be interested in sitting on those panels as an additional safeguard around privacy and confidentiality. And I expect that process is going to take a few months to complete. But we currently have a number of ACCOs that sit on those panels, which is great, where they exist, but there's more work to be done to incorporate community members onto those panels.
This is just in relation to the young people, the Indigenous young people who were in the UK, which was reported on the other month. Just an update, are they back in New South Wales and Australia now?
I think it's been widely reported that they have returned.
Yes. Yes, is the answer.
Sorry, Ms McLaren-Jones, you asked a question around ACCO transitions and numbers.
Yes.
Can I give you that information? So in terms of how many children have transitioned, I have a total of 30 Aboriginal children have transitioned since July 2022. There have been 13 transfers from January 2023 to December 2023. 0 transfers occurring from an NGO to an ACCO recorded in January 2024.
Okay. Since we're touching on that, I might go back to a couple of questions just around, you mentioned some of the difficulties in relation to transitions. I'm interested to know what work's being done, I suppose in part to support ACCOs, particularly in those areas where ACCOs don't exist, and what the department's doing in and around those areas.
There's a few things that we've done to, one, support the transition, to also work with NGOs who might not have transitioned yet. So I might step it out a little bit more broadly, if that's okay, because it's kind of a bigger picture than just this bit. So the Minister noted this morning that she has written to NGOs to say you need to transition. Okay, so that's the first thing. We also asked NGOs for plans of how they were going to transition. And in the last budget estimates, Mr. Thomas talked about those were coming. Only 9 out of 25 were received so far from the NGOs. So this has led to the Minister writing to the NGOs saying, where are your transition plans? And also some of the ones that were received weren't very clear on the how. So we do want to be clear on the how and the when as well within this. In terms of building ACCOs in areas that they're not, I guess it's true of any workforce shortage around the state. It's not instant, we want an ACCO in Broken Hill or an ACCO in Dubbo. We'd love all of those things. But starting an ACCO and building the not the capability, because that's the wrong term, but building that ACCO itself in that space does take time. It doesn't happen overnight. So I'll take it on notice as to the way that we're doing an ACCO development plan and the ACCO transitions, and we can give more detail to that if you'd like. But I can say absolutely that we are committed to it. It's just the complexity of the workforce shortages in carers, the complexity around areas where there isn't one, the complexity around some carers not wanting to transition to an ACCO. It's all happening at once. So it's just a matter of how we absolutely push the line with NGOs who don't have plans or haven't indicated how they will, which is what the Minister's written to them about. So we have to get there. We just have to get there. But I think it's going to take a bit of a process around building the sector at the same time as handing over. Because if you've got no one to hand over to,
exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
That's it. And I suppose also in that, a lot of my focus and interest is, the capacity building of ACCOs, because it's all well and good to say to NGOs, you must reach this target, but if there is nowhere for the young person to transition to, it puts more pressure on the NGOs as well as the families that are foster carers and things. So I'm interested to know what the department is doing.
And it's on all sides. You know, there are some ACCOs who are desperate to have the children transferred to, and they're not coming. So we can see it from both sides actually from where we are. But we need to step it out in a full plan and really hold people accountable who aren't transferring if they have no reason to not.
Okay. I just wanted to know a little bit more about the difference between de-identification and misidentification. Silence.
Do you want me to take it?
I'd love you to take it. It's a difficult question. Yeah.
When someone calls our child protection helpline, one of the questions they get asked, if it's a phone call, but also it's contained in the e-report template as well, is is the child or children Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander. So at the helpline, there's a process, like I said, that they'll verify that at that point. When those reports go out to a local office or a community services centre, there's a further check of that, and it's unusual for us to change that from the original determination at the Child Protection Helpline. And then, of course, as we work with families, it's important that we find out more about their cultural background and where they come from, what their story is. And, of course, if children come into out-of-home care, they have cultural care plans, as you referenced earlier. It's, like I said, it's unusual that we will change that determination. We have been made aware of some instances where children have been de-identified. So de-identified is they were identified as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander and someone's changed it to not. That delegation, up until the 1st of March, was sitting with executive district directors, so a very senior level in our districts. As of the 1st of March, we've made a determination, or the Secretary and Minister have made a determination that there are to be no de-identifications of any child until the finalisation of the de-identification policy, which my colleague Miss Beattie's working on at the moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
In relation to foster carers, the Minister indicated at the last estimates that there was a campaign undertaken to recruit more foster carers. What was the cost of that campaign?
I think we need to take that one on notice.
And then also, what was the outcome? So how many were recruited? I also wanted to know, has there been a change in, or what is the current policy in relation to foster carers and NGOs? Is there a focus now to have foster carers more within DCJ or?
I think that's one of the areas we're currently looking at a whole range of options given, I guess, the out-of-home care financial issues and looking at ensuring that we have the ability to place children in much more home-like foster care arrangements rather than into high-cost emergency arrangements. So that's work that's being progressed at the moment within the department for the Minister.
Okay. In relation to caseworkers, obviously the last dashboard that came out indicated I think it was the sort of New England area had the highest with 23%. And then it might have been sort of Western Sydney area sitting around the 13 or so. Is there a reason that the New England area's got the 23 and then you've got another area with 13 and then it patted out across the state?
Yeah, there are some reasons, and there's never one reason in any of this work. But Northern New South Wales, I'll go back a step. We capture that 23% for 3 districts that's seen as one. So Northern New South Wales, the Mid-North Coast and the New England districts all together. One of the reasons in Northern New South Wales that we've been impacted as far as vacancies go quite considerably is the floods in Lismore. As I mentioned earlier, we've lost our office. We've also had some challenges with our office in Ballina, which is the next closest office. So trying to recruit to that area in particular has been hard. And of course, there's shortages of housing that workers might be able to relocate to if in fact they don't come from the local area. New England's got slightly different reasons. Some of the community services centres in New England are quite remote. They're small CSCs, and they've notoriously been harder to recruit to and retain staff in. We are seeing some improvements in those numbers, and we've mentioned that the next dashboard will be released by the end of March, and we are hoping that those numbers come down. There's an incredible amount of activity, particularly in that or those 3 districts, around quite a targeted social media campaign that we have revised just recently. So we are getting the applicants through. So it's promising, but there's been some unusual factors, like I said, with floods and housing in particular.
And are all caseworkers located in the area that they are? They've got the young person in their care or are responsible for.
The way we allocate work is that a caseworker will be allocated children who live in the area that the CSC, so Community Services Centre, is responsible for. There may be cases, and there are cases, where if a child is in out-of-home care and moves placement, that it might be outside of that district, but there's quite stringent policies around the time in which that case is to be transferred from that particular community services centre to the one that's closest to that child, with the principle being that case management should be as close to where the child lives as is possible.
So there are caseworkers that have young people that they are responsible for and they don't live in that CSC. Thank you.
Yeah, there may well be a number of children in that case, but like I said, their efforts are made to make sure that we transfer those cases to the local CSC as soon as we possibly can.
Do you have a breakdown of the number of caseworkers who are responsible for young people that where they do not live?
We can certainly provide that on notice. I don't have that with me today, but we can take it on notice.
Mr. Karen Jones, sorry, can I just interrupt?
Yeah.
Just on the caseworker dashboard, I just wanted to clarify the process for approving the dashboard to be made public. The approval actually happens by the Secretary now. It's a changed process and it goes to the Minister for noting only.
Okay, thank you very much. Just interested in relation to, just so you know, I've got the first few minutes and then I'll hand back to a colleague. I need to allow that. Oh, okay. Oh, perfect.
Thank you.
In relation to the PSA's announcement this morning that we will see a year of protests and strikes, I should say, I'm just interested to know what provisions would be in place in the event that there are strikes.
I've only heard of that action this morning, and I would need to. It's an important question. Or the answer to that question is important. I would need to take that on notice.
No, that's fine. Thank you. In relation to an article from in the Daily Telegraph of 7th of February in relation to, and they've used the name John Smith, and it was about a foster carer in Dubbo. Do you recall that matter? In essence, the foster carer has complained that it took quite a length of time for a provider, and I won't name the provider, but to make the assessment in relation to the young person in their care, and then receive funding in relation to, I think it was therapeutic care, home-based care. And I was just interested to know if what action was taken, either as soon as you were made aware of the matter or when the story broke, as to why that case took so long by the provider to assess it.
Yes, thank you. We and I conducted a review into that matter to understand what had happened, because I think it resulted in the young person not actually being in that person's care, and there may have been an opportunity to do so. What that review showed was that the provision of information to that person wasn't where it needed to be, but it also showed there were some gaps in the information available to casework staff to then provide to carers such as that gentleman. So we have, along with my colleague Ms Campbell, made sure that that information is available for caseworkers so that when they're having conversations with any carer, they're able to be open and honest what entitlements or provisions, whether they're financial or otherwise, are available for the care of a child, particularly children who might have some additional support needs.
All right, thank you very much. It came up before in relation to TEI funding and a focus of, I think, 30% going to ACCOs. Now, I assume that there's no additional funds being made available because the contracts are not up for another 18 months. How will that operate in their, I suppose, their current work, or current employment and or current contracts? Is this the 30% transfer, is that being looked at for the next round of contracts, or is this something that is being put to the providers now to say you need to vacate the space, I suppose?
Yeah, we're working at the moment on the options. We have to provide those options to the Minister. So the recommissioning starts from, or the new contracts would start from 1 July 2025. So shortly we'll obviously be engaging with the sector about the directions of this particular program.
But there's no change to their current contracts?
No,
this is all moving forward? Okay, good.
All into the future. And just on the TEI interim evaluation, I think I've had a couple of questions from Ms Merton and the Chair. It isn't yet public. There was some ethics approvals that they needed to go through, so it's likely to be made public in April, May this year.
Thank you. And my last question's just, it wasn't clear this morning from the Minister's response in relation to Tomy Lodge and the time frame for their review. Because I understand it costs around $1 million a year just in maintenance and security to operate.
I think that's correct. I'll just double check for you. For Tomy, yes, it's $1 million per annum.
And is there a time frame as to when a decision will be made?
I think I'll need to come back on notice on that one.
Okay, thank you.
Ms McLaren-Jones, you asked a question earlier about the breakdown of children who suicided by Aboriginality.
Yep.
Of the 15 children who died by suicide, 3 were Aboriginal. That's detailed on page 35 of the DCJ Child Death Annual Review Report.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Well, I feel like we might need to go.
There's one. There's one question I can answer to. I think the Chair, you asked about human nature.
Yes. Yes.
And
everybody broke out.
Home. You have to.
Everybody broke out in song and dance. Yes.
It's called the Human Nature Adventure Therapy, and it was funded through the Flood Support Program, and their funding finished in September 2023.
And my understanding around that is that somehow it's managed to keep going because the support from the community has been overwhelming because the evidence is overwhelming of its success. So, yeah, if it's something that it's possible DCJ could keep an eye on, it may well be in everybody's best interest.
Could I just make one other correction on the safety and care data? So the data I reported on the ROGS data was correct, but that was about any allegation. There is another piece of ROGS data which is a subset measure about whether the allegation was by someone in the household, and those numbers are 556. So 3.3% of the out-of-home care population for 22-23, and 546 or 3.1% in 21-22. So that number's increased by 0.2%.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I also just want to clarify, my previous question in relation to the substantiation of abuse came from an answer that was asked by my colleague, Ms Higginson, and it's the response that we received was in 2022-23, there were 654 children who were the subjects of substantiation of abuse in out-of-home care, of which 109 had sexual abuse as the primary abuse type.
Right.
Yeah.
We can take that on notice and clarify. And just one other question from this morning, if that's okay. Sorry, I'm taking your time, Ms Higginson.
No, it's fine. I think we're
there was a
heading to an early
question
night.
about cases being closed due to competing priorities. So in 2022-23, approximately 60% of children suspected at Roche could be described as not seen. This can mean that they did not receive a face-to-face assessment from a DCJ caseworker or did not access early intervention or preservation services. It should be said not all of these children require further action or response, and importantly, caseworkers can refer families to a specialist service as well.
Do you have a breakdown of where those where they're located by district?
We can take that on notice.
Thank you.
And there was just one clarification. I think, Miss Merton, you were asking about the sewerage at Stockton Center. It wasn't Stockton, it's Tomaree. Not that that's good, but I'm just saying it's Tomaree, not Stockton.
And sorry, one more.
Please, no, it's good. No, please do. Don't be sorry.
There was also a question, and forgive me, I can't recall who asked it, but the number of ACA providers, it might have been Miss Mahalik. So there's 24 alternative care arrangement providers as of today. We will come back on the number of for-profit of that 24. We didn't have that at hand, but we'll come back on notice with that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We might see if the government has... No, the government has no questions. So, yeah, noting the
15
very
minutes early.
good... So, thank you. We'll draw the proceedings to a close. So thank you very much, government officers, for your attendance today. We know how much goes into preparing for budget estimates. We're always very, very grateful to you. The committee secretariat will be in touch in the very near future, as you are well versed in, regarding any questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions. Thank you all very much for your evidence today.